What's up, everybody, and welcome to the Press X Podcast, episode 150, our final episode of the Press X Podcast. We made it. We somehow did 150 episodes without missing a week, which is actually very impressive. I once toyed with the idea of just like going on hiatus a week, like Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, and then I came up with the idea to do those top 10 lists, and I think they went over really well, and I really like doing them, so we started like filling things in with them, and obviously we released a whole bunch of them over the past like 2 or 3 months here, because we were kind of dropping out the backlog, but been 150 weeks in a row of episodes, ends tonight. How you feeling?
Tired.
We done yet?
We got
Is that it?
Kellen Williard, we got Nick Hassell, and I am, of course, Kevin McManus. So a lot to go over. We're going to do something that we've talked about doing before, which is our top 10 favorite games of all time.
Yeah.
It was a very difficult list to make. I struggled up until the end with mine. I don't know how Kellen seems very cool, calm, and collected about his.
I mean, that's how I always am.
You know what you like.
I mean, once I put like this many filters on what I was doing, I was fine.
Yeah, we're going to go over that. That's going to be kind of the final thing that we do. But I have some fun things planned.
Life?
We're going to, yeah, this is, I told you, this is it. This is the end.
Should show something better than water.
But first I want to talk a little bit about kind of the future of the channel and what we're going to be doing and what I'm going to be doing with it. So I want to veer the channel a little bit more towards things that people seem to really like, which is I'll be doing reaction videos and things like that, probably more often now, but it's very noticeable people like us talking about Persona. That is a very common theme.
I can do that.
So
I might do that.
We will definitely be working on more Persona content, whether it's our comparing 3 and 4 and 5 and maybe 1 and 2 one day. We'll be doing all that stuff. I want to do more Gamer versus Gamers because I really enjoy doing those. I have one that is filmed and being edited right now, so that's going to be going up. I have a new type of video that is coming up in the next week or so, and it is related to Persona, and it's more of a comedy video. So that's new for the channel. We're not funny at all. I don't know if people realize this.
We're not.
We're not
We're plenty funny. It's just this end.
We're not informative.
I think I'm funny, but nobody else does.
You smell funny.
True.
Shouldn't today.
With that said, I have a new Persona-style video going up. I'd appreciate it if you guys check it out when that happens, and I'm going to be making more of those. And we're still going to be doing podcasts. It's just basically the news stuff. The weekly grind of doing the news is going to end. But if we want, we can do spoiler casts for big releases, which I thoroughly enjoy doing. I wouldn't mind doing more top 10 lists to some degree. Review discussions of movies and games. All that. And, of course, my favorite, which is predictions. Do predictions and E3 recaps and things like that.
Gonna be a little harder this time, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that. E3 looking a little bleak. With that said, another thing that I was thinking about doing, you can let me know if you'd care. I know you guys care a lot about my opinion, is doing more breaking news things. So, like, it happened, and I filmed just like a 10, 15-minute video on that news story. I think I might start doing that for a couple things and just kind of see how it goes. Because I know I enjoy watching videos like that, and that means other people do too, I imagine.
No.
But anyway, let's go into what we've been playing, how we normally start a show. We'll try to keep these kind of short and sweet. I'll start out. So first off, PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Of course I've been playing that. Why, you may ask?
Why?
No. I wasn't going to.
I'm curious. Let's go.
So the servers for the game were shutting down, and there was 2 trophies I needed that were online trophies that I didn't have.
Yeah.
So I went online. I partnered up with somebody that I found. I just kept sending invites to everybody I got into a match with until somebody accepted it and I could message them. And I was like, hey, I need these 2 trophies. Can you come help me with them? I went and I got those, and then in true Gravity Rush 2 fashion, a week later they send out an email that they're not closing the servers until 2019, and I'm like, I hate you. Why do you do this to me?
At least you got it out of the way.
Time? Yeah, that's fine, but like, I don't know. I stressed out because there was like an hour until the server shut off, and one of them's get a triple kill, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is you have to get it online too. And I'm like, this is very stressful, and I finally got it, and I was super happy, and then they're like, we were just kidding.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Baited and outsmarted.
I think it's like January or something. They're shutting the servers down. So anyway, I played that. That game, I really, really enjoy so much about that game. I like that it feels like a fighting game more so than Smash. It's less floaty. It's more platformy. There's a dedicated jump button. All these things. I've talked about it in the past, why I like it. Man, they really hurt that game with their patches, though, because they started doing general fixes instead of character fixes. So they were like, oh, people don't like that when they land, they just block and counterattack. We'll put like a frame period where if you land, you're not allowed to block for so many frames. I'm just like, this is dumb. Like, it makes everything feel sluggish and very unintentional. They were worried about people having confirms, and instead they were like, let's give everybody confirm kills. That way we don't have to deal with removing them. I'm like, this is weird. What a weird choice. So you do some moves, and then people just like pop up and they're vulnerable so they can be confirmed. I'm like, that was a great way to fix that problem. Anyway, I played PlayStation All-Stars. Played Spider-Man. Hopped into this very briefly because we're going to be talking about the nominees for the Game Awards, and I was like, I need to play Spider-Man to kind of at least have more of an opinion on it. So I started that out, and I was like, oh, this game's good. This game is fun. Very video gamey, but still very fun video game, you know? So, like I said, not too deep into it. You guys have talked about it before. Well, I don't know if Kellen's talked about it much. I know you've talked about it on
Yeah, it was me and Craig.
Oh, yeah.
Because he went on that just like spree of
Yeah,
playing it.
that's when he was just like, let me tell you about this Spider-Man game. Anyway,
Like
I started that.
He outnicked me as far as like amount of time you put into a game on one weekend.
That is true. So much better than I thought it was going to be. I like it more than I thought it's going to be. I'm going to stick with it. And then my big one is Tetris Effect. Oh my gosh, I love this game. Everything about it. The soundtrack, I played the demo for like 12 hours or something, logged into the demo. Then the game came out, and I put more time into that. Played through it on normal journey mode, which is the quote-unquote story mode, where it doesn't play like regular Tetris. The songs and the speed of the falling blocks are linked. So instead of just it getting faster and faster and faster until you fail, there's a song, and you play through the song, but like when you hit a chorus, the pieces will fall way faster than, you know, other song terms, the bridge or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's time to the music, and it's really, really neat. I played it in VR. I didn't play that much on the TV. I much prefer the VR, where the effects aren't so much in the way, and the screen is zoomed in way, way, way more. I just feel like you can see a lot better. But went through it, loved the journey mode, went through it on expert. It's awesome. Then I did some of the effects modes. They have community events where, like last week, it was, I think, like chill. So if you played the modes in the chill piece, which is like marathon modes and just more tranquil things, you unlocked like a song and an avatar. And this week they had the technical one where it was like clear this many lines in this amount of time, and they're more like puzzly. And if you did that, you get an avatar and whatever else they give you. So they're doing these online community events. The game is amazing. The music is absolutely incredible. I like every song on the whole soundtrack. The visuals are awesome. I was showing you, they have the original Tetris music, like remixed, which is awesome. Whenever you unlock it, you have to hit level 50, or I think compete in one of the community events to unlock it. But I like it. I knew I was going to like it. I like it way, way, way more than I thought I would. And I've put way more time into it than almost anything. I stopped playing Fortnite because I'm playing Tetris. Like, it is awesome. The big knock against the game is that it doesn't have multiplayer. And it does have, like, you can compare your scores and stuff with everybody, which is good.
Like a leaderboard, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a dedicated competitive multiplayer. I get that. I understand why it's not there, because this is supposed to be about the music and the experience, and that would take away from that for sure. That being said, I would like it. It would be nice, for sure. Like, I think I don't know if it hurts the game, but it's a little weird because it's Tetris, you know? But I absolutely love the game, the soundtrack, everything about it.
Now we just need a Puyo Puyo experience.
Oh my gosh. Please.
That's the expansion.
But that's basically what I've been playing. How about you, Nick?
Oh, dear God. all of the open world sandbox, explore at your own pace games. So Dragon Quest, almost knocked my cup over again. Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Red Dead Redemption 2, all of those games, beat all those games. Somehow am still alive and have been sleeping the past couple of months. But
Lucky.
I don't know. Like
Kellen might be sleeping in the next couple minutes.
I don't know about lucky, but yeah, I mean, all those games are great, good to great, just depending on which one you're talking about. Kind of burnt out on the whole open world experience because I took those three, add Spider-Man, add a little bit of Xenoblade, add whatever else I'm not thinking of to like all these open world experiences. I'm just like, I'm so like bogged down in that. So I guess I'll keep like reactions, like opinions about most of those games to myself. I think the last time we really got to sit down and talk about like what we've been playing, I guess Odyssey was still my main game, so I've talked enough about that. Red Dead Redemption 2, really good game. I mean, you can go for hours and hours to say that. I've got a lot of knocks against it, but after going through the complete game, finishing it, towards the end, and some of the things that they did in the game kind of help make up for a lot of the frustration I had while playing the game, mostly around like centered around controls and stuff like that. It's
my gosh, I shot so many horses by accident. I was like, I want to ride the. Oh,
yeah.
It's dead.
I just did so many things that I did just not meant to do. And saves are kind of few and far between. Like I know you can manually save, but there's a lot of things that lock you out from saving too. And I don't know. The really good thing though, that even though I did make a lot of like boo-boos and mistakes, they have a really cool system of if you fail something 3 times in a row, you can just skip that checkpoint and go past it.
Oh, so really? I didn't know that.
So if
I
like,
hadn't hit that yet.
I mean, I'm making this completely up, but like if the mission is like blow up
then
this
why'd
thing.
you tell us that you could do that? That's a weird thing to do.
No, I'm making up the example. Shut up. But like if you're having trouble killing this like one guy or something, you keep failing that part of the mission. The 3rd time it'll say just skip checkpoint and you can just go past it. So that's pretty cool because Rockstar's in this whole like we don't make it difficulty sort of thing. So that's really neat that they did stuff like that. But yeah, there's a lot of great points about the game, a lot of frustrating points about the game. I'm glad that I'm done with it now after my 50 or 60 hour adventure. I don't think it really tells you your playtime on there.
It just has a percentage.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I played for quite a few hours, and it says 2%. And I'm like, man, I think I'm done with this game.
I think I did like 82% by the time I finished it. So I didn't really dive into side quests like I usually do because like side quests for all these types of open world games, I'm just like, I've had enough. I want to just play basic games now. So then I jumped into Tetris Effect. Really like it. I played it both on HDR TV and also PSVR, and I was telling you earlier, it's kind of like neck and neck. Like, obviously, I really love VR, just about anything, and I'm a proponent for it, and I wish every game had it in some degree or some fashion, but the game's so pretty in HDR, and everything pops, and just, I don't know, just the effects make it worth watching in, like, 4K super awesome mode, so it's kind of even for me. I really don't mind either way, but you mentioned that maybe in some later levels or when the difficulty cranks up a little too much, some things can kind of get in your way.
Yeah, there's that, and there's just the headset has a faster refresh rate than the base PS4, which is interesting. There's lower latency when you play through the headset because of the processing box and everything.
And something I started just today was Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu version.
Tell me about it.
I paid attention to the announcements and a little bit about, I guess, like the buzz about the game, but I just imagined it was just like Pokemon Go Plus, just like a little bit more and just to give you some interaction.
It's a bracelet I have.
It is basically red, blue, yellow, whichever version you want to pick, but it's like that with every update that they've given it since. Like each game in the series has given Pokemon the series, like just all the nice things that we didn't have in 1999, 2000, whatever. And I don't play Pokemon Go. I think I tried like once, and I was like, okay, this is stupid. So I'm not.
There was a Blastoise, and he was out of Pokeballs. I remember.
The one time.
Yep.
But I'm not. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything in the game. So it'd be sort of like if you got the old Pokemon Stadium games but didn't have the cartridge to go with it. Like you're missing out on a lot of stuff. But this game doesn't have that problem because I'm just playing it like I would Red, Blue, or Yellow, going through and having a great time.
I'm shocked at how much people love it.
Yeah, this game's phenomenal. Sort of like you did with Spider-Man. You're like, oh, it's good. Damn it.
Yeah.
I did the same thing. Like, I was 3 hours in. I was like, shit. I didn't want this to be good.
Yeah,
I just wanted it to be pretty good.
I'm like King Pokemon Go, and I've been excited for the game, but I was like, I'm just not going to get it. There's too much stuff to play right now. I'll get it in December or something. And now everybody's loving it. People are messaging me that like don't play Pokemon Go, and they're like, oh my God, this game is so good.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, crap.
It's insanely good. And it's got so many nods to people who've played through all the games or watched the anime or anything. Like, it's just got so much packed in it. And I'm only like 5 hours in, so I can't imagine what else there is. But the cool thing about it is, for me, is the wild battle system, the random encounters, whatever you want to call it, is gone. You can see in every patch of grass the specific Pokemon running around. So that's nice, coming from, like I said, Dragon Quest and all these other games where random encounters are all over the place, and even games like Octopath. Like, it's nice for me to be able to control like how deep I want to go into it. And all of the XP, or most of the XP, you still battle people, but all the XP is just centered around capturing.
Right.
So you can just sit there and just chuck all day and level up. And like that goes faster, honestly, than fighting people. So that's nice. So I don't have to run around in patches of grass and fight random dudes for 100 hours.
Camper Kevin.
Yeah. Found Kevin.
Should have left him.
Oh, you gave me money.
That didn't happen.
But yeah,
He
just
doesn't
like
have any money.
my other favorite thing about it is the Pokeball controller.
Yep.
I didn't think I'd like it as much. I didn't think it would work as well. I thought it was just another Nintendo gimmick. Literally all you need from it is the control stick, click it in to hit A, and the top button is like the back button or the pull up the menu button. And it's just very simple, and I just sit there and just control the thing the whole time. But there's no Pro Controller support, so all it is Joy-Con or the Pokeball.
Right.
For the most part, I think you can also, I don't know what you do in portable mode, but
I think you like,
that sounds awful.
you hit the guy in the back of the head on the bus.
But
it's fine.
Obviously, I mean, it's actually really cool. It's not only like a wrist strap, but you get like a ring around your finger too that holds it in place.
Like a yo-yo.
Yeah, it's sort of like a wrist
Cool.
thing, and I don't know, it's weird. But it just feels so natural to the game.
To throw stuff?
Yeah. So, I don't know. It's just really fun, and there just went, like, the next week of my life is playing this again, just because I always kind of get suckered back into the Red, Blue, or Fire Red, Leaf Green, just going through that story again. So, I don't know. It's just really good. Plays well, looks well. Can't really ask much more for a Switch game. But that's basically it. I know it's starting to slow down a little bit for me as far as games go. Probably the next, I know we're getting close to December, probably the next month is me just doing cleanup as far as maybe looking at some of the games on these award lists or nominees. Maybe catching a few VR games I haven't gotten to yet. But yeah, that's what I was looking at.
My boy.
But yeah, for the most part, I think I'm fairly secure in the big games of the year, and I think covering most of everything that I wanted to. So,
I will say two things. One, I'm real sad that I never just made up a Vita game and talked about it and pretended like it was a real game just to see what happened after you being like, yeah, if you fail 3 checkpoints, and then you're like, I made that up. That would have been great. That being said, speaking of things that sound made up, I forgot to talk about the Deracine game, which is the VR From Software game that has the Bloodborne 2 stuff, and that's why people care about it. I played through a bit of that. I think I'm in the 3rd or 4th chapter. Just real quick, there's a lot of negatives to it. It does almost all the stuff in VR that I don't like in VR, which is it's mandatory to hand controllers, which I don't like, except if the game's like super hot or something where it's a full body game, but this isn't. This is like you sit down and then you have the two controllers. I'm like, I would be fine with just a regular controller at this point. It has only teleporting, which I don't like, and it's not even free range teleporting. It's like you look at a spot and you go there, so you don't even get to pick where you go. So there's a lot of times where like I go someplace and I'm like, I want to look at that, and the game's like, nah, you don't get to go there. I'm like,
No.
oh, okay, game, I'll go to your predetermined place. But it's basically just a point-and-click adventure in VR. The voice acting and the story are really interesting and really good, and just the world, and that's what makes it worth playing. But I will say that I am frustrated because I see interesting things and I'm like, I want to interact with that. I'm in VR, and the game's literally just like, nah, you don't get to do that.
No deal.
But the big thing about the game is there's some dolls with some flavor text and stuff that you can read, and they all talk about an unfinished story that they're going to be part of and how they protect this dream or attack people in this dream and all this stuff. So people assume the unfinished story is Bloodborne 2. So we shall
I'll
see.
take it.
Yeah.
Kellen, what have you been
Yes. Let's see. What was the last thing I played when I was here?
playing? Jeez, probably Rainbow Six, honestly.
I hadn't played that in a while, actually. Okay, well, let's go back to
God
Spider-Man.
of War, maybe.
Yeah, I played some God of War. I played a little bit more of that. I put that down when Spider-Man came out, basically, which I haven't finished Spider-Man yet either. I'm probably 80% through it, though. Need to finish that.
You've been playing a lot of multiplayer stuff.
I've been playing a lot of multiplayer stuff.
I've learned from Fortnite, you just don't play other games when you start playing
Correct.
multiplayer games.
Like, the group that I play Rainbow Six with has all decided they wanted to play Destiny 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I hopped onto that on PS4, so I had to start
A significantly worse game.
kind of over. Yeah, pretty much. But I got the whole up-to-date, all DLC, everything for $10.
Yeah.
So I really wasn't that big of an investment.
Was Forsaken any good, or did you play
Yes, Forsaken's actually pretty good. Kind of sad though, but anyways, because I killed somebody. I just still really like Destiny 2. That game's pretty well made. I like it. It's fun. That, and I managed to get Call of Duty for free, Black Ops 4.
Yeah.
Which we've
It's a
been
good
playing.
price to pay for it.
Yeah, that's the only price I was willing to pay for it. But the game's actually pretty well made because I mean they usually are.
Yeah,
And
COD games are always like mechanically really great.
Yeah.
Amazing even. And they're visually like up to par.
It's on par.
just-
Like
they're a little samey.
yeah, I haven't. This is the first COD game I've played in a very long time, so it's kind of new-ish to me because it's more operator style, kind of like Rainbow Six. It's fun. I have fun with it. I only ever play it if my friends are on. Like, I don't play by myself.
Yeah, I mean that's the co-op makes everything better kind of
Exactly.
theory is if you just got that traveling group of friends, because I had it for like a decade on shooter games, it could make even mediocre stuff really fun. We played 50 Cent Blood on the Sand, and that game was like one of the best experiences of my life, and that game is
I'm
trash.
excited to see this.
Oh my God.
So if you just have that
We just
group
ignore
of
that.
people, then it doesn't really matter what
Have
game.
you played Blackout at all?
Yes.
You enjoy it?
Blackout's fun. It's like PUBG if it functioned but was worse.
A
So, like-
ringing endorsement.
I mean, like it's fun. I would never play it by myself. It's kind of boring
Yeah.
because it's really. I love the way they did the map though, because it's the multiplayer maps meshed together.
Right.
So like, there's a Nuketown Island, and like all the like Black Ops 1 and 2 maps are in there, and the zombies are part of Blackout. If you kill them, you get to open one of the chests and get cool weapons out of it. Like it's fun, but
like Fortnite.
it's better than Fortnite.
I meant
Fortnite.
the zombie thing.
No, well,
There's zombies in Fortnite.
why?
If you kill them, you get loot.
So they just got that out of Blackout now.
No. This happened first.
I doubt it.
I do too. I think it was around the same time.
Probably.
Actually, it was for Halloween.
Yeah.
Maybe they just tweeted each other and said, "Let's do it."
Let's do the zombie thing. But no, and then there's zombies maps in Blops 4, which I'm not big on the zombies, but again, it's fun with people because they know the maps and they've been
the
playing for a
zombies
long
to me
time.
was always like a play it once thing, and then I'm done. But I think it's cool.
It
But
is-
I've always had an issue with like horde modes and stuff.
It is
Mine-
cool because there's actually a story to it. Like they have background, there's an order to it, and
It's
there's
more like Left 4 Dead-y.
kind of
Yeah.
because you can go through the maps and open it up and unlock stuff, and like there's mission like little stuff to do inside the map. It's fun, but not something I'm real big
I
on.
always like those for like we're eating now, sort of thing. So hey, let's take a food break and eat and play the stupid mode, and then go back to the serious stuff after.
Yeah, just because you're not actually your kill to death ratio doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the other good thing is that there's a lot of Black Ops 1 and 2 maps that I know, so I'm like at least mediocre at the game. It's fun though, like it's not
High
bad.
bar to hit.
Yeah. I mean, it is a lot of fun though. And then I did get Red Dead Redemption 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 10 or 12 hours into it. I'm in chapter 2 still
Yeah, me too.
because I get distracted by side quests. I'm like, ooh, I can go play poker. So I played poker for like 2.5 hours. And I was like, I'm done with that. Ooh, dominoes. Let's go play dominoes.
Yeah, that's the stupid part is that obviously you're using like 1899 or 1900 money.
Oh yes.
And you're like
$3.
you're all in is like 250. Like, got 'em.
$2.97.
But yeah, I did the same. That and blackjack. I'm just like shit.
I haven't even played blackjack yet.
just
But
gonna play
dominoes is the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I did that. I felt like I started a game, and then I got up, and his beard was like a 7 from like a clean shave. I was like, how long have I been playing?
That's what happened to me. No, I really like the game. The controls are fucking weird in that game.
And they're bad.
But unlike Kevin, I learned them and have not killed a horse yet.
I killed so many. My other thing was I tried to get on a horse, but there was 2 horses next to each other.
You got on the wrong
and
one.
one was mine and one wasn't. And he got on the wrong horse. And then the guy just goes, thief! And I got off the horse really quick. I'm like, no. And then the sheriffs start coming in. So I just don't run because you don't really run in that game, but you kind of lightly
You
jog
kinda-
away. And then I'm just like, I guess I'm not going back to that town. Cool.
Just whistle for the horse.
Oh, no, I lost my horse. I walk everywhere.
I've still got my original horse. He's awesome.
I don't know where mine is. I left him in that town because they yelled at me, and I was like, I don't know which one's mine.
Yeah, that game's a lot of fun. It's really well made and it's gorgeous, but it does have a few problems.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I mean, its attention to detail like almost supersedes everything.
We'll
wrong
talk
with
a
it.
little bit more about it for game of the year nominees and stuff.
Yeah, that map is fabulous too. I
Yeah.
love that map.
Is that
yeah, that's
about it?
kind of what I've been doing. Yeah.
I like it. All right, let's move into our 2 news stories that we have. I didn't want to talk about little things this week, so I took the 2 biggest things. So they're
Well,
going
plus
to
most
be,
things kind of hush up towards this point of the year,
Sure.
especially since Kind of Funny and everyone else is kind of jumping in to fill some gaps. That
Oh, well, we're going to
Sony
talk about
experience.
a gap that just opened up, so I'm just going to read this. Sony is officially skipping E3 next year. And it says, as the industry evolves, Sony Interactive Entertainment continues to look for inventive opportunities to engage the community, according to the statement by PlayStation. PlayStation fans mean the world to us, and we always want to innovate, think differently, and experiment with new ways to delight gamers. As a result, we have decided to not participate in E3 2019. We are exploring new and familiar ways to engage our community in 2019 and can't wait to share our plans with you. This will be the first time in E3's 24-year history that PlayStation will not be attending the event. It is also the second major PlayStation event canceled in the recent months, the first one being PSX, which also didn't happen. Phil Spencer got on Twitter to tweet, "A lot to share with fans at E3 2019. Always a high point of the year to witness the industry's creativity and the energy of the community." So Xbox getting in there, be like, we're at E3 2019. How do we feel about this? What's going on?
my knee-jerk reaction was this is a PS5 announcement coming sometime in 2019. And they're just gonna do. I don't know if they're gonna move more towards like a Nintendo Direct style thing, whether they're seeing that and saying we can do that better, or if they're just gonna have not really PlayStation experience, but just put it in the middle of the year or something. I don't know. Like this
That's
is
when E3
just got
Yeah, like
this just has PS5 written all over it for me. So.
I agree, but it also has written all over it. PS5 is not coming soon.
anytime soon.
Sure.
And we're working on PlayStation 5 and can't talk about it, and we don't want to bore you with,
Technical specs.
well, no, with Death Stranding, Last of
Wow.
Us, Ghost of Tsushima
More of
again,
the same.
because that's all we have. And we're just going to hang out where Spider-Man was their biggest selling game. Like the biggest selling, it was, I forget what number it was, but like PlayStation launch, just in general, like including third parties and stuff. So they're doing fine.
Yeah.
And they're confident enough to be like, we don't need to do that because they probably think it'll only hurt them. But it just sucks. Like E3, I always take off for E3 and hang out. We go to the movie theater and watch the Sony experience in the theater.
Yeah.
All this stuff. And like it just feels like it's being taken away. And not only that, Nintendo backed out of E3. EA left E3. Sony's leaving, and Sony was literally a third of E3 if you look at the floor. I'm most interested from this news about Microsoft's conference, because do you think a lot of third parties are just now going to try to partner with Microsoft because they want to be on the E3 stage? Like you'll see Capcom game.
I don't know.
More than usual. Like
why not?
I don't know.
If it's something new, that would make sense because they want a lot of people to see it. But
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do otherwise?
how else do you get on the big stage unless you have your own?
And there's
conference?
not enough like Bethesda's and Ubisofts in the world to fill up that big space that Sony just left.
Sony is literally maybe even more. Like if you look at the floor plans, Sony is so much of the E3 floor, and I'm sure they're saving a lot of money and stuff doing this. But
Oh yeah, absolutely.
it's just it feels wrong. And like I said, I get it. They don't need to do it, but like it just feels
The statement just feels stupid too, because it's like we're looking for ways to reach out to the fans and community, so we're not going to attend the biggest fan
community.
and community
Event
during the year. So I don't know, it's just weird.
It is weird.
Obviously, that's just like
That's just PR
official,
talk.
official mumbo jumbo. But I don't know. It just has PS5 written all over it for me, and it feels like you said, everything is in 2020 coming soon. So
Yeah, it's just real strange, and I don't know exactly what they're doing. I think that means maybe we get PSX 2019, and that's where they reveal the PlayStation 5.
So they can do it later in the year.
and it comes out in 2020
hopefully.
with like Horizon 2.
because then they can say coming in like 6 months or something like that. And
Yeah.
it feels-
Coming a
feels
holiday
better.
2020.
Yeah, like the Switch wasn't too bad. The wait between the reveal and the actual console, but I don't know. It's real strange because like if it was coming early 2020, I think you have E3 and you reveal it at E3.
Yeah, and you.
But like I don't think it's coming early 20. I think it's coming like November 2020.
Yeah.
And they just don't know how to.
I don't know, and
Or
my
they're
thing,
hoping it's November.
My thing
Deal with
was
that, yeah.
still like during Sony's event for this E3, my favorite part of it was after the big stage presences that they had for the few games. What they do, Last of Us, Ghosts, and
Spider-Man and
the other one.
No. Ghost, Last of Us, Spider-Man, and Death Stranding.
There you go.
Yeah, like the Resident Evil part and all the things that they did that they said they weren't going to do. Like that was my favorite part, just announcement. And I understand that, Resident Evil wasn't PS exclusive, it's third party.
Right.
But I like taking all the third parties and then divvying them up between Microsoft and Sony.
I agree. And it's going to be weird not having that.
So, yeah, and I don't mind one exclusive or one first party or two first parties with more stuff that we haven't seen, because Ghost of Tsushima, that was all like pre-rendered, like, I mean, it was technically gameplay, I guess, but like it was so far
Oh, no, that was
before finished.
Oh, you mean do you mean at TGS? Or do you
No.
mean at E3?
Yeah, I mean, I know it was gameplay, but it wasn't like a final version. It was
I don't know.
still like being worked on, you could tell. So I feel like you can still show those games and just do a shit ton of third party and still be fine.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
Or just do a
why
shorter
they need to
conference.
back out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm sure we're gonna hear why they like tried to bury it. This was at like the bottom of a press release, like the very bottom.
Like,
And
by
then
the way,
people
not
were
going
like,
E3.
"Wait a minute, that's a big thing to."
You can't
bury
just
at the
slip
bottom."
that in there.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not excited about it. I'm interested. I think they might start doing more direct style things, which is cool. But like I said, E3 is just draining and draining every year, and it's as a gamer who loved that like 3-day period of just hype and all the stuff. Microsoft has never Sony is handing stuff to Microsoft, and Microsoft's like, we're going to do this terrible live event with all these screaming people that you can't even hear the announcements. And now they have E3.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. Now they have E3 completely to themselves. Please do
how will they
something cool.
screw it up?
They have like 15 studios now or something.
Prediction: Crackdown 3 will still not be released, and they'll still be showing it off.
Oh my gosh! So
Release date Crackdown 3.
we'll see what happens, but
2021.
Now the thing
Very
is, what if they do push all the way to like a PSX fall, like late fall, early winter thing? They do announce PS5, but what if the new Xbox gets announced at E3?
oh, I think it will. I think we see the new Xbox.
The thing
at
that
E3.
they should not do is let Microsoft announce a new system before them.
I think we see both. There's going to be two of them. They said.
Yeah.
I think we see both the Scarlets. I think we see Halo, Gears, Forza, their main things. I
All
think
the
we see
things.
Fable come back, and I think we see a tease from almost every one of their studios.
Wasn't that our predictions for this year? Minus the Scarlets?
Minus the Scarlet.
Yeah, but I think
Pretty much in a nutshell. Yeah.
I think it's actually going to happen this year.
You give them an extra year, they might get to half of them.
Yeah, like if I was Phil Spencer, like why wouldn't I just say, give me a 3-hour segment and we're just going to jam pack it with all these third parties that want a stage now and these two Scarlet things we're going to show. Like, why not just do some absurd like 3 to 4 hour thing and
I'd
just
be
be like,
totally down.
That's what I would do.
just
I'm
mic drop.
like, all right, give us the biggest stage you can build, and we'll fucking do it.
Yeah, and they're literally alone.
Like this is
Like,
our conference. Everybody else piss off.
Yeah, so we'll see.
They'll mess it up somehow. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But very interesting. 24 years, and then they're just like,
We're gonna take a year off.
It's very strange. I don't understand why. Very strange. All right, next up, I want to talk about the Game Awards. The nominees have been announced. I want to go through and do kind of real quick what we think is going to happen as far as who we think's going to win.
Oh, I thought you were just gonna stop there. So they'll give awards. That's what I think.
Who we think's going to win.
Oh boy, I can't wait for my favorite man to be back up on the stage.
He's nominated for something. So we're going to play who do we think's going to win, who do we want to win, and then if we have any, like a snub that we think should have been in that category
Okay.
that didn't get in there. So I'm skipping over all of the esports categories.
Oh man.
I know. There's like 12 of them now.
Holy.
So we're going to skip over all of them. We're going to skip over the Fortnite streamer category, which is just Ninja wins. So we're going to pass over that. And we're going to do the ones that I feel like we'd have some actual like answers to.
To be fair, I'm glad that they are doing the esports thing and pushing it because it has to get pushed for it to be like legitimized. Otherwise, it's going to stay in that niche area of just like esport, like a joke. So
Yeah. The only one that I think is interesting, and we'll do it actually, is best esports game. That's the only one that we're going to talk
Oh,
about.
that's easy.
So that is CSGO, Dota 2, Fortnite, League of Legends, and Overwatch. Kellen, who should win?
League of Legends,
Who do you think will win?
Overwatch.
What do you think, Nick?
Hold on, I'm scrolling down to it.
I'm going to start at the kind of bottom
Okay.
and then move up.
Best esports game.
Yeah.
I don't really consider Fortnite an esports game.
I absolutely do
think,
now.
I think best esports game should be and will be Overwatch, just because I feel like League of Legends has kind of declined from hundreds of millions of views for each major that they had or whatever, but Overwatch has more of
You
like
just haven't seen the K-pop video they did.
Oh my
I've been meaning to. But Overwatch has more of a Western following than League of Legends does, I think, now with the Overwatch League and all that. So I think its kind of rise in popularity is going to help it win because this is a Western awards show.
That's why I said it would win, but I think
Yeah.
League should win.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
it feels a lot more like an actual team event. Mostly because I know that game a lot better. But
Well,
there's actual
no,
positions and they have subs. And
yeah,
like
and Overwatch just feels like 5 like loners.
it's
like,
five
matchmaking.
bros playing. Like,
Yeah. So League of Legends probably should win, but I think Overwatch.
All right, I'm going the opposite route. I'm going the reason that League fell off. I'm picking Fortnite. I think
there's a lot of League people that I used to follow that have moved to Fortnite.
Yeah,
The retired. Yeah.
maybe not retired, but they'd stream Fortnite more or both. Like
After
it's humongous.
Yeah,
Like,
after Fortnite added their like cinematic mode where they have free cameras and lock-on cameras and you can see all the players through walls and all this stuff. And they had I was watching, I don't know if it was the most recent event, but I was watching a recent event where the circle was legitimately like one circle away from the smallest circle and there was still 70 plus people alive. Just because they're all good and they know what they're doing. I was like, wow, this is like a thing. Like they implemented slowly the esports stuff into Fortnite, and I think the fact that it is new and it rose up and obviously its popularity and everything, I think Fortnite's going to get it. That being said, I don't know who votes on this particular category, which is one reason why I wanted to steer away from it. There's some that are fan voted, and I don't know if this is one of those. So that affects it.
Well, the other thing, too, I don't know if they fixed it because it's been a while since I've watched Overwatch, but Overwatch's big problem was, I guess, watchability. It was really hard to watch just because you're constantly jumping between first-person cams of everyone with, a little screen at the bottom to show who it is. And for the longest time, they were working on more pulled-back cinematic third-person cameras. I'm sure they've probably fixed it or taken steps to because Blizzard kept saying that they were. And I would imagine something as big as the Overwatch League probably has adapted to better camera angles and stuff like that because that's the one good thing about League is that, you even play with the camera pulled back. So it's just natural for them to have awesome views, replays, just good angles on stuff where you can see the big teams smashing into each other.
You have to know League to watch it, otherwise it's just colors and effects.
Right.
But you can
that's
also
another thing that I think is in Fortnite's favor. Is you don't really need to know Fortnite that well. Like, you can watch 5 minutes and you'll get it.
You can figure out.
They're trying to kill each other.
They're building and killing.
It's guns, and they can build imaginary walls.
Which I think is a plus for CSGO. You can see that it's just pretty standard. It's pretty standard bomb. Like you're blowing a bomb. Which I love watching CSGO tournaments, by the way. I don't play that game anymore, but it's a blast to watch.
Yeah, League is just mostly hype and like everyone's standing up and cheering and you're just like, yeah, okay. Like it's just everyone just jumping and screaming and shoutcasters and all that is a little bit more prevalent.
That's like 5% of it. The other 95 is farming. Which
yeah.
Which, again, it's kind of slow and boring. Which they fixed some of that.
And another part of that too is that like you can see people hiding in bushes. So now you can start thinking, oh man, what's this guy going to do? Whereas Counter-Strike, Overwatch is more just like constantly people
the
running.
Counter-Strike guys are great to watch because they're just so fucking good at the game.
Yeah.
Like, I love watching the Counter-Strike guys. Because I think TBS still shows it on Friday nights, but I don't often get to watch it. Yeah, they did for a long time. It's very fun to watch because they're just very good.
All right, we're going
I was going to say, curious to see no fighting game made it in there.
Oh, well, they
do like Tekken leagues. And
they have their own
or Dragon Ball.
Okay.
So we're going to skip around and skip some stuff. So best multiplayer game. So this is Call of Duty Black Ops 4, Destiny 2 Forsaken, Fortnite, Monster Hunter World, and Sea of Thieves.
People still play that?
I can't believe people ever played that.
Thieves.
I'll let Mr. Multiplayer go
game.
first since he's the resident expert on these.
Who, me?
Yeah, the only person who's been playing
what's
games.
going to win is probably Fortnite. Because as far as
absolutely,
as far as multiplayer, it's really, really hard to beat what they're doing. But Black Ops won't get the vote because people trash Call of Duty so much. Even though the game is really well made.
You have to remember, though, the people voting...
Is this a fan-voted one?
No. Well, I don't know which ones are fan-voted, but as far as the actual people voting, it's outlets that put forth, like, their fighting game guy or whatever, and they vote. So, like, it's people who know, and they were required to have at least played 3 of the games on the list before they can vote. And,
I have played 3 of the games on the list.
They have rules, so... I would say pick it as though critics were doing these ones.
Well, Monster Hunter's a little too small, I guess, but
I can't believe that's on there, to be honest.
Fair. I'll probably still give it to Fortnite, but I think Black Ops probably has a chance because the game's really well made. It has some funny bugs, but they're not actually in gameplay. Like, it's weird, like, server things that I haven't really had a problem with. Mm-hmm. And one of my friends who also has a Pro hasn't had a problem with, but 2 of our friends on regular PS4s have.
It's interesting.
Which is kind of weird. So it is better on the Pro, it seems, but Yeah, Destiny 2 is really fun, but it's more Destiny, so I think people are probably getting sick of it.
People are mad at that game still.
I'm okay with it. I think Forsaken was really good, plus I got it for free, so I only paid $10 to have all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I played a shit ton of it too before Open World, the game, part 1, 2 through 10.
Isn't that just life?
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's God of War all the way up until Red Dead. Open World, the games took me away from it, but yeah.
I'll go real. I think it's Fortnite, and I think it's Fortnite.
Yeah.
I think Fortnite wins. I don't even think this is a category.
I think they win. I think they deserve it. But
Yeah, Monster Hunter's weird. It's not really a multi. It's more like a party game because you're forming like a small party to tackle the big monster.
It's cooperative.
Yeah,
it's not what I would call multiplayer.
But I mean, I would call Left 4 Dead a multiplayer game.
Yeah, it's just weird. But I'm glad it got the nod at least because Monster Hunter is huge, but in like a cult sort of sense.
You haven't seen this list, correct? These nominees. Is this your first time seeing them? Yeah. Monster Hunter got another nomination that I think is
it's just
impressive.
Just an odd game to fit into a generic kind of category thing. But yeah, I agree. Fortnite. Sea of Thieves sucks, and and people are just gonna see Call of Duty and Destiny. And
now that the show is over, can I just say it's really hard for me to talk about some Xbox stuff sometimes in this news. I'm never happy with what they're doing.
But
fair enough.
Fortnite is at least, it's close to, if not already, kind of like a Halo level buzzword. Like everyone just kind of knows what Fortnite is, even if you don't play video games.
More people, that's the big
just
thing.
because, and memes and stuff like that are a lot bigger than they were in Xbox years. I mean,
probably.
Because they didn't exist then.
Everyone's like, oh, my dad said Fortnite or something, like,
Fork
like
knife.
everyone just says that stuff, and it's on newscasts and whatever.
Pokemon.
So it's as big word of mouth as like Halo was, so it's just gonna win. It's gonna crush that category. I think total votes.
I don't think that one's even a category. Next up,
No,
best sports.
Definitely a category.
Racing. FIFA 19, Forza Horizon 4, Mario Tennis Aces, NBA 2K19, and Pro Evolution Soccer 2019. I don't know anything about this. I'm doing Forza as my choice, knowing literally nothing. So,
Forza
I've played
Horizon ought to win. I think FIFA 19 is going to win.
I bought a sports game I forgot to mention I've been playing earlier. I bought NHL this year.
NHL, yeah.
No, I bought NHL 19 this year because it had a Predators player on the cover.
Right.
Yeah.
Good enough for you.
And I've played the crap out of that game. It's very good.
I told you I liked that cover because it was on pre-order next to Spider-Man, and the covers look exactly the same, but one's a superhero
and the other one's PK Subban. I was like, I have a PK Subban jersey. Now I have a PK Subban game.
Kellen, what do you think?
FIFA will win because that game's huge.
Interesting. You both think
I've heard a lot of good things about
game.
Forza.
I think Forza won last year.
Did it?
I think so.
Oh, mainstay Forza?
Yeah.
I think it's a little bigger than the Horizon stuff. So
yeah, I don't know. I think this is one where Forza will win.
I
could. Really do.
It's one of those two.
I'd like it to win. Sure. Go for it.
I vote for
I
NHL
love
19.
Forza Horizon 4.
And if you guys know any snubs or anything that you want to throw out there, just go.
NHL 19.
Really?
That it's missing one or two features, but it plays almost flawlessly. Like, I love the way that game plays. Because I like a lot of the hockey games, but that one's great. Part of the reason I put so much time into it. Like, I'll go play a game. I've been on this for 2 hours. Crap.
Go ahead.
No, I don't really see any snubs there. I'm glad Forza Horizon 4 made it because I feel like it's only a cult following, but I never pay attention to like people like Reddit talking about the game or like
I just
public
know
word of mouth.
Review-wise,
it killed. Yeah,
it does really well.
It killed this year.
It crushes it.
So those Mario Tennis is back. When do I get Mario Strikers back? I want Mario Soccer.
Mario Tennis wasn't great either way.
Mario Tennis was broken. I don't know if they ever fixed it, but
Bowser?
Yeah.
I want Mario Strikers.
Bowser Jr. or whatever it was.
Next up, best strategy game. We have BattleTech, Frostpunk, Into the Breach, The Banner Saga 3, and Valkyria Chronicles 4.
I thought that said Through the Breach, but it's a different thing.
I'll jump in. I would like Banner Saga to win, but I think it's really small fry in comparison to Valkyria Chronicles. This is kind of a weird category because only like 3 maybe out of 10 people are going to be like, I played that game.
I haven't heard of one of these games.
Yeah.
So.
Which one?
Frostpunk.
fair. No, it's like steampunk but colder.
Got it. Thank you.
But Valkyria Chronicles is a big name in this genre, so I just feel like it's just going to get the easy sort of nod.
Interesting. I so far I think my should wins and well, I don't even want to do a should win for this because I haven't really played them.
Yeah.
I've aligned. I think it's going to be Into the Breach. People were real excited when that game came to Switch. It's just strategy in general, so not me. But that's the one that I've heard the most about, so I would pick that. How about you, Kellen? What do you think?
I haven't been up on the strategy games lately, but I'll give it to Valkyria Chronicles. There's a lot of people looking forward to that game.
All right. Next up, Best Family Game, also known as Best Nintendo Game that didn't get in the other categories.
Good.
We have Mario Tennis Aces, Nintendo Labo, Overcooked 2, Starlink Battle for Atlas, but only if it's got Star Fox in it in the Nintendo one, and Super Mario Party. What are we thinking here?
Labo.
This is weird. This is a weird category. It's
very odd.
It's like Nintendo's second tier games. You know what I mean?
Like Nintendo's almost a good game.
Yeah, it's like not their Odyssey or their Zelda, but it's like, oh yeah, Mario Tennis came out this year. Like just little things.
It's the one with Mario in the title that's not Odyssey.
Which?
Mario Tennis, Mario Party. I'll jump in first.
Yeah.
I hope it's Super Mario Party, but we haven't figured that out for ourselves yet, if it is worthy of the title or not. I mean, Mario Tennis Aces, I don't think that should win anything. It's a good game, but it's just so unbelievably broken.
It shouldn't win anything.
But yeah, and Starlink shouldn't win just because it's a secret Fox game. Yeah, Overcooked 2 was fine. Labo is mostly family, but it's just kind of stupid.
Thing. The category is
you don't like
best
cardboard
family game.
Yeah,
and that makes me almost want to say Labo. Like
it's Monopoly.
So that's true. That is the actual best family game. Tetris Effect. So I will say I want Mario Party to win. I think Labo is going to win. That would be my choice.
I'll go both Mario Party.
I don't think any of it should win.
They just go, and the winner is... No.
On to the next category. Probably Mario Party just off of the name alone, but
it just makes the most sense. Yeah,
I think like Overcooked 2 is too focused on people who played Overcooked. Like if you didn't play Overcooked 2 is way too hard. Like things like
the
that.
hype for Overcooked 2 has been nowhere near the hype for Overcooked. So.
Right. Yeah, but the family plus Labo to me.
I don't know.
I don't think
I
enough
just
people
feel like the Labo thing is just like, here, kid, here's some cardboard,
They're
go play with it.
out. They just did a Mario Kart one. You could make
Is there a go-kart in it?
It's a motorcycle.
Like a real one?
No.
But
it's $100.
I think that's more
I can
just
buy a real
like,
motorcycle for $100.
I think it's more of just like the dad sitting on the couch like, here, kid, go play with this while I go play some real games.
I'm going to go play Fork Knife. You play with this.
Yeah.
Speaking of real games, best fighting game.
Oh, this is easy.
What a topic. Really? We have Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle, Dragon Ball Fighters, Soul Calibur 6, and Street Fighter V Arcade. Which one of those is the best fighting game?
I think both my answers are Dragon Ball Fighters, just because of what it's done. Like if you look at Evo attendee numbers, if you look at hype, if you look at the different pockets of game, like pros out of each game that are coming and also playing that, like it's just like a holy union, I guess, of a lot of fighting game franchises. But that's not to say that Soul Calibur 6 is not freaking amazing. But Dragon Ball Fighters just did the thing.
All right, this is the first one where I'm going to have a split. I think Dragon Ball Fighters will win. I think it brought so many casual people into the fighting game scene, and they understand it. However, they made a better game already this year. It is Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle. It's my favorite tag game. I think its mechanics are some of the smartest fighting game mechanics I've ever seen. I love its comeback system. I love the 2v1 system that they thought of, and how the more you partner with your people, the stronger you are when your teammate dies or whatever happens. And they're, the fact that they're bringing in people from different franchises all together is really neat. Smash Brothers style. I love the crossovers and everything. So I want Cross Tag to win. I think it's such a good fighting game. That being said, I think Dragon Ball is going to take it.
Any other year, I want Blaze Blue to win because that game's fun. I really like it. But Dragon Ball is just like a fucking steamroller. Like it's gonna win. But, and that game's really good. And the polish on that game is incredible.
It's definitely good.
It's beautiful to watch. Like it's just hype forever. Like somebody's gonna die and everybody just starts screaming. Like I love that game. And watching it,
he hit him into the world.
well, watching it live was great because whenever they would open up and they would like transform, the crowd would just like power up with like it. It's so much fun to watch.
Every time Cell gets picked as the first fighter, just everyone does that.
It's great. I loved watching
God,
it.
I hate
it was so fun.
half the population. Just actual.
No, that game
was
is insane.
So much
hype.
fun to watch.
The game is insane.
But
hype.
any other year, I pick Blaze Blue.
I will
I think that
say-
game's a blast. But.
Yeah, I will say one of the categories that we're not going to go over was best moment from like an esports event. It was part of the esports one, and one of them was Sonic Fox asking to switch sides on Dragon Ball
wow.
Fighters.
Oh god, it was
which was so unbelievable, so cheap. But anyway,
Hey.
Next topic: best role-playing game. We have Dragon Quest XI. We have Monster Hunter World. We have Ni no Kuni 2. We have Octopath Traveler, and we have Pillars of Eternity 2: Deadfire. I guess I'll go first with this one. It's tough. The whole best versus what I actually think will win is hard. Because I don't necessarily think Octopath is the best of those. But I think Octopath will win, though I could totally see Monster Hunter winning. They have such dedicated fans that I could see the Japanese role-playing people all kind of splitting their votes between Dragon Quest and Octopath and Ni no Kuni and all kind of, splitting it up. And then the Monster Hunter people are all like, Monster Hunter's the best thing
They're
ever.
just on board with
And
Monster Hunter.
so they do that. So I think Monster Hunter's going to win, actually. That I
Another
convinced
category
myself.
that it doesn't quite it just has like an elbow sort of in role playing game,
Yeah.
but it's its own kind of game. Like I said, it's like a party. It's like a hunt game, a hunting party game.
Yeah.
So, I think I'm trying to think about this like critically.
I think
'cause-
Octopath should win, I guess, but Monster Hunter, I think.
So
has a
I
chance.
I think
very loosely
critically
on that
the
one.
bottom two, Octopath and Pillars of Eternity, were like the highest received. I think Dragon Quest was like, oh, it's good, just like the rest of them.
It's more Dragon Quest. Yeah.
Ni no Kuni split people, I think.
Yeah, split me.
A lot. Ooh,
Love
that
the
sounds
music,
dirty.
Any day of the week.
A lot of people really loved the first one and didn't take to a few things in the second game. And some people were just like, I don't know what you're talking about. This game's sweet. And so,
Are
but
you
yeah.
just describing you and me?
Basically.
No, a lot of people echo your sentiments as well too.
Never heard that before.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. People
Wait till
thinking
we
like
do our
him.
top 10 favorite games, guys.
Gotta get you off the internet.
I could fall asleep for that.
But yeah, I think it should be Octopath, and I think it will be Octopath, unless, like you said, the Monster Hunters unite and just get
the
it.
biggest Monster Hunter party ever.
I mean, I think they're just
vote.
going to say, boys, this game's got to win something. So.
Somewhere we
Yeah.
can get it.
No, I do feel like that. I feel like it might be one of those things where they're like, well, Monster Hunter's sure not going to win in this category or this category, so I can throw it a bone in this category, and I could totally see that happen.
So the cutesy Japanese games cannibalize each other, whereas
Yeah, that's kinda what's
the
going
big
through my mind.
sortie
Yeah.
What about you, Kellen? What do
RPG
you
wins.
I really want Octopath to win just because it was
Fabulous.
a fabulous game, and it's new and unique, but really old school and not all that unique. But like, I don't know, I fucking love that game, and I would vote for it for just about anything. But I think Monster Hunter does win.
Interesting.
I think it's kind of close, but I think Monster Hunter wins.
I agree. Here we go. Next up, always interesting category: best action/adventure game. We have the beginning of just the takeover of the list that we're gonna have. But we have Assassin's Creed Odyssey, God of War, Marvel's Spider-Man, Red Dead Redemption 2, and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Getting in there, Shadow. I'm so sorry for you for the rest of this list.
I forgot that game existed.
Kellen, what do you think?
I want Spider-Man to win just because it's fucking Spider-Man and it's fun as hell. But God of War deserves to win because of how well made that game is.
Yeah.
It is an incredible game that I look forward to finishing when I get back to it. But I would vote for Spider-Man just because it was fucking awesome too. But God of War is just It's basically perfect. Like, there's not much wrong with that game. It's hard to say anything bad about it. But yeah,
Nick, what do you think?
What do I think is I'm staring at 60 hours, 30 hours, 30 hours, 60 hours, and 20 hours, and I'm just wondering what more I could have done with my life. I would love for Assassin's Creed to just pull the carpet out of this, but
Why
it's never
isn't
going to
Assassin's Creed in the role-playing category? Is my first question.
I don't know. Everything I've seen about that game is
I don't
it's
know
just
because
a
it's
fucking
got
role-playing game.
It's got more RPG elements to it than any of the
God
other.
of War, I get as an
Yeah.
action game. Like, it is RPG, but it's definitely an adventure action. Like, I think Assassin's Creed, from everything I've seen,
Just
is an
straight-
RPG.
It's just
I mean,
an
they
RPG.
added dialogue basically as like options to the
And
game,
levels,
so.
and I was talking to a guy at work today. He's like, I'm almost high enough level to finish the game. Like,
There's like a 80
Honestly,
levels or
Monster
something.
Hunter should have got axed for Assassin's Creed if we're talking snubs in the previous category. But anyways, I digress. Honestly, anything but Shadow would be more than fine by me. There's nothing wrong with Shadow. It's just not quite up to par with either of those 4 games. I think this is best action adventure. I think, and this is kind of going out ahead a little bit, I think God of War and Red Dead split this and Game of the Year. I think best action adventure game is going to go to God of War.
Okay. It's about to be mad at you.
because it's the best action
And
adventure game.
Yeah.
Right.
But I could see a world where Spider-Man wins just
Oh, wow.
because.
Is it the Marvel universe?
Yeah.
He usually wins there.
Maybe people kind of get caught up in some Stan Lee stuff. Maybe it's just kind of
they
in
want
the
to do
air.
a memorial on the
I
show.
don't know, man. I feel like
It's
Spider-Man.
okay. He's nominated for a lot of things.
I feel like Spider-Man's gonna take something, and I don't see it being Game of the Year. So I think this
Yeah.
might be the category where it.
That wouldn't
I
surprise me.
hate when that stuff happens so much.
What?
Like when I sort of get it to an extent, but like when it's like best RPG Persona, and then like there's an RPG in the Game of the Year category, and it's not Persona.
Oh,
and I'm like,
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
I'm like, you just told me that this was the best.
This
RPG,
game's better,
how
but
is
that
it
one's
not?
Game of the Year.
Yeah, stuff like that drives me crazy.
Fair.
I think God of War is going to win this. Red Dead confuses me a little bit. I mean,
Clearly,
I guess
you
it's
shot your horse.
an adventure. Well, I was about to say the most action I've had in that game was when I shot a horse and people came after me.
Well, there's a lot of action in the game. You just got to find it.
Yeah, like I think God of War would be my choice. As much as it hurts, because I really, really, really wanted to love Shadow. After how much I still love Rise, it just wasn't as good of a game. Next up, we're getting rid of adventure. Forget adventure. We're just doing straight action now. I hate these categories. Best action game. We have Call of Duty Black Ops 4, Dead Cells, very interesting, Destiny 2 Forsaken, Far Cry 5,
And that's it.
and Mega Man 11.
Why does that exist?
Woo! I listened to the live announcement of these, and I was so excited when that got. I was like, I don't understand, but awesome. Also, that is a platforming game.
There's been so
Yeah,
many.
that's what
there's been so many
confused me.
platformers this year that it should have its own category.
I agree. I don't understand.
Like even Dead Cells is kind of a platformer.
I agree. I'm very confused.
That would be cool. Yeah.
I guess I'll go first on this one. So obviously, I want Mega Man 11 to win, just selfishly. But I don't think it like deserves to win.
That would be hilarious.
What do I think? Best action game? Man, I could totally see Dead Cells winning. I could see Call of Duty winning. This is probably the hardest category so far for me. Until we get to the next one. This is the hardest category so far for me, I think. But not because they're good choices, because they're all confusing choices. And I'm not really sure.
It's like I've played
How
3
to-
of them, and I don't really want 2 of them to
Yeah,
win, so
so-
I guess I'll vote for the third one.
I think Far Cry 5 wins. I think Far Cry 5 wins.
Yep.
And like I said, I want Mega Man 11 to win because I'm selfish.
Well, I thought I was going to be the dark horse, but yeah, I think Far Cry 5 both should and will win. I think people kind of forget how well received that game was. Maybe not in a Metacritic sense, but
It's
I
the
mean,
best-selling game of the year.
Really?
That doesn't really surprise me.
Spider-Man will pass it by the end of
It'll
the
get
year.
there, yeah.
Yeah,
And
'cause
I don't think.
Because
To be fair, I don't think Red Dead was out when the statistics came out,
Oh.
because obviously Red Dead killed, and I don't know. But up until like a month ago, Far Cry.
Still,
5 was
for that to even finish third at the end of this year,
Yeah.
because I mean it didn't come out too far after God of War.
Yeah.
They weren't far apart.
Yeah, Mega Man 11's not an action game. This is really
No.
bothering me.
But yeah, Far Cry 5 for both.
Yeah, that was my votes. Is both for Far Cry 5.
Interesting. Next up, might as well be Game of the Year list. We have Best VR AR Game. And we have Astrobot Rescue Mission, Beat Saber, Firewall Zero Hour, Moss, and Tetris Effect. Holy shit.
What?
These are just 5 really incredible games. All on PlayStation VR as well. All really good. Kellen, we'll start with you.
Yo.
The guy who hasn't played
The
VR.
guy who doesn't play VR, Kellen, tell me. What do you think's going to win? I don't know if you care what you want to win, but what do you think?
I want Moss to win because I think that game's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think Beat Saber wins because it's just so much fucking fun to watch and listen to. Like, I think Beat Saber does win though. I wish Moss would win just because that mouse is cool.
Quill. Nick, what are you thinking?
I'd like to see Tetris Effect win, but Beat Saber is going to take it, I think.
Interesting.
It's more of a well-known, kind of out there, and that's where VR's at right now is word of mouth. So I think Beat Saber's getting the most of it.
I think Astrobot Rescue Mission wins. I think it's the most VR experience. Like, it was tailored to VR. It's got a 91 on Metacritic, which is insane, or a 90 for a... It's one of the PS4's highest rated games, just in general. I think critics have played the game, and I think that's going to help. That being said, Tetris Effect is tough, because I like Tetris Effect more. I love Tetris Effect. I keep looking at this box art for Tetris, and I want to go play it. But you can play that game in non-VR, and you can't play any of the other ones in non-VR, and I think that hurts that game a lot. So I guess I want Tetris Effect to win, but Astrobot's the best game here as far as VR is concerned. So I'll say Astrobot. I'm going to put my faith in the critics that they played them and they do that. But yeah, I could see the people that like they definitely have all played Tetris Effect and Beat Saber, and then all they had to do is play Moss, and they can vote on those 3 basically. I'm like,
that makes sense.
That might hurt it. Next up, there's best mobile game. We'll do this. What?
I guess so. I've actually played one of these.
So we have Donut County, Florence, Fortnite, PUBG Mobile, and Reign's Game of Thrones. Nick, you can start us off for this one.
Fortnite, because I think PUBG Mobile was not that great as far as like well received, and I know Fortnite. I mean, it ran, it worked, and
yeah, it works fine. It's the Switch version of Fortnite.
Yeah,
like literally.
So I don't know what Donut Country is.
That's the
because it's Donut County.
County,
yeah,
sure.
I know, I do that too. That's like the sort of Katamari-ish one that was at E3 on PlayStation 6, where you're a hole and you have to suck up the entire town. Yeah.
Makes me hungry for donuts, at least. It should have like a Krispy Kreme app in it or something.
There's a raccoon that makes fun of people. Yeah.
You can just order donuts.
It's like a normal day.
But yeah, I think anything that Fortnite is in
is gonna win.
that I've seen so far, at least. If it's in soundtrack, then I'm not gonna vote for it. But anything that Fortnite's in is just gonna win.
Fortnite?
Oh yeah, you can buy background music now.
That sounds awful.
new
What?
thing.
What? Whatever.
It was dancing music.
Fuck that game.
So I actually think Florence is gonna win this category because it is a short 2-hour long story-driven mobile game. And I think the people that like it love it. And if you had to play all of these games, you're probably also playing that. And I feel like people are looking for that unique experience. It's sort of like, well, I actually don't want to say that because I'm going to talk about it later. But it's sort of like just a super small, built for the phone experience.
Yeah,
So I think that'll win.
My idea
Fair.
was more so mobile is just designed to keep you playing and playing and playing and playing
Sure.
and playing. So that's I guess
I
where
don't
my head
care
was
what wins.
at.
Yeah.
I guess I would pick. I didn't like Fortnite Mobile that much, but I also have access to just better versions
To
of
a normal
Fortnite, so
version
it's
of
hard.
Fortnite.
So I don't really care what wins. Kellen, what do you think?
Fortnite will win. My favorite thing about PUBG Mobile coming out is that it worked flawlessly, and then the Xbox version still doesn't work.
It sucked.
It's like, why didn't they just put that version on Xbox and it would work? But anyway, yeah, Fortnite almost certainly wins just because it's Fortnite.
Gotcha. Next up, best indie game. We have Celeste, Dead Cells, Into the Breach, Return of the Obra Dinn, which I've never even heard of, and The Messenger.
Oh, I thought that said 3909 BC. I was like, man, that came out a long time ago.
Holy crap.
I think Celeste wins this category. I probably think Dead Cells should win, but I think it's going to be Celeste. That's about all I have to add to
Celeste had insane reviews.
that, and there's another reason why I think Celeste will be there, but we'll get there later.
This is where I want Dead Cells to win, so want Dead Cells, and I think it's just a race between that and Celeste.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a little bit hard because if people get the whole ballot and they can go, oh, well, I'm going to put Celeste for this, so I'll change this to Dead Cells.
Yeah.
That's very different than the way we're doing it, where we're just going one by one and we don't know what's nominated in other categories. Like, it totally changes our opinions. Like, keep going.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Dead Cells you can just keep going back to and playing. I think Metroid, I don't know, it's like Metroidvania versus Mario. When you're comparing Dead
Mario
Cells
wins
and
that
Celeste. I don't like
Depends on how they
Celeste.
fight.
Celeste had such good reviews though,
Jumps on their head. It's
and
Ooh.
it's really just a dead heat between those two. So want
Dead
Dead
Cells.
Cells. I mean, we're not doing this for points, I guess.
Right,
But,
yeah, it's a little more casual.
yeah, really want Dead Cells, but Celeste will probably take it just because I think it's like a 88 versus a 91. So if
Unless somebody
critics,
wants to tally all of our choices and do that. But
Pass.
not me. And there's no episode 151, so we can't see who wins.
we'll get there. Kellen, what do you think?
Give it to Celeste. That game's pretty. That's all I got.
All right. Speaking of It's All I Got, we are on Games for Impact, which we have 1111 Memories Retold. We have Celeste. We have Florence. We have Life is Strange 2, Episode 1, which is very weird that
Why?
because they've only put out one episode, and it's nominated. I think that's strange.
Maybe it's really good.
I don't care. The missing JJ Macfield and the Island of Memories. I don't know what that is.
Those are just words chained together.
Action adventure role playing game with RPG elements. Kellen, I know that didn't make sense. Kellen, Games for Impact. What are you picking?
Celeste. That's all I got.
That's good enough.
I mean, I don't know the story of Celeste, but I guess
it's.
I mean,
It's
I just
pretty
know
neat.
that
I know a little
game-
bit about it. I
We
like
just
it.
talked about the game, but that game is far and ahead better, well received, whatever than everything else. And Life is Strange sucks. I hate that. I hate that team. I hate just everything about it. I hate Life is Strange.
If you worked on the game, Nick wants to
Life
fight
is
you.
awful.
Oh God.
Jesus.
All right. Yeah, I don't think Life is Strange deserves to win in any way, shape, or form because it's one episode. I'm gonna be a little.
'Cause it's not a
objective
complete
about
game.
it.
It's
Yeah,
not a game.
It's 1/5 of a game. Like, that's not how that works. So I'm between Florence and Celeste, and I think Celeste is going to win independent game, but is it the most impactful? This one's tough. I'm gonna pick Florence again, but
I think God of War should be in this
It's tough.
contact because when he hits you, it has a lot of
Yeah,
impact.
he
I
has
thought you were
quite an
being
impact.
serious, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, it is a nice
He
father-son
hits
story."
He hits really hard.
And you're like, "No, he punches people."
Impact, Kevin.
I get it. Here's an interesting one: best performance. Oh gosh.
Boy.
So we have Brian DeChart as Connor from Detroit Become Human. We have Christopher Judge as Kratos from God of War.
Here, I'll take it. Melisanthe Mahout as Cassandra.
I wanted to hear Kevin try
Thank you
it.
so much.
I
We have-
wanted to hear Kevin
I might
try
need
it.
help with this.
Well,
one
he
too.
said, "Uh-oh." So I was like,
I
what's
was so looking forward to that. You took it away.
We have Roger Clark as Arthur Morgan, Red Dead Redemption 2. And then Yuri Lowenthal as Peter Parker.
That'll work.
Close enough. He's in everything, and he just sounds like Junpei, and I don't like it at all. So I would never.
You don't
vote for
like
him.
Junpei?
No, he sounds exactly like Junpei to me in that game. It drives me crazy. Nick, what do you think?
I think, judging on past events like this, I think if you do the voice and
The
The
the full
mocap?
package, basically,
Whose
you
full
are
package are you
are
into?
clear shot winner. That being said, Kratos, I mean, just basically it's
did
the
so
two
good.
boys. It's Arthur Morgan and Kratos both saying boy a lot. And man, so the two people who did mocap and voice are Connor and Cassandra, I guess, respectively, from Detroit and Assassin's Creed. Oh,
I'm sure they all did
It's
mocap,
tough.
but like it didn't like
To a
embody
certain
their
degree, I'm
character.
sure.
yeah, Christopher Judge doesn't look like Kratos, though. So.
Well, to
Not
be
many
fair,
people look
He's
like
just a
Kratos.
very
God of War 1,
Yeah.
2, and 3 kind of hurt that ability
Yeah.
to do that.
That being said, you really have, I think, Connor versus Cassandra or Brian Deckard versus Melisanthe. I'm gonna give it to her. I think she's gonna take it just because everyone saw, not everyone, a lot of people, a lot of the Reddit community, a lot of the game reviewers saw that reveal. Hey, you can play as Alexios or you can play as Cassandra, and everyone was like, I'm taking Cassandra.
I didn't even know the name of the male guy until you just said it.
I'll play the game, so yeah. I mean, but everyone just
All
were like,
I know
"Oh,
is
okay, this
Cassandra."
guy looks pretty cool. Wait, I can play as her. All right, we're playing as her. So I think it's gonna be her. It's gonna be Melisanthe Mahout, and I just want to see someone else say her name on stage.
Hopefully Kevin.
Yeah, they're going to be like,
Cassandra.
hey, could Kevin McManus come out and pronounce the winner of this because he can't read?
That being said,
known that for a while.
I want Brian to win because I see his face in he does a lot of shows, like a lot of TV and stuff like that. I see him and just like, oh, it's Connor.
Hey, look, it's Connor.
Or wait, is Connor? Is that the right name?
What, Connor? Yeah, he's the android. Well, that's not helpful, is it? he's
Okay,
he's
anyway.
the detective
Yeah,
android.
yeah. But I see him, I'm just like Connor versus this new woman. I've never seen this woman in anything else, so I want Brian to win, especially because Connor's my boy. But I think Melisanthe will win.
I think Connor will win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not confident in that in any way, but I'm stating it like I am. I think Connor should. No. Kratos is real good.
Yeah.
Sandra's real good. Arthur, I don't know. Yeah, I think Connor should win. And also, he goes the extra mile. He cosplays as his own character and
Does he?
goes to conventions, and he has a big following.
That's just awesome, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you are that character, because
When you're Connor, you're Connor.
it's so,
Well, it's too cold to cosplay as Cassandra right now.
that is fair.
Plus, you need like really.
It's too cold to
Good
cosplay as
armor.
Kratos,
I
too.
don't want Nick to cosplay as Cassandra.
So, yeah, I think Brian gets it with Connor. And I guess that's who I want.
I think he wins, but I want Kratos to win. I just want him to walk up and just say boy and
walk
off.
away.
Yeah, just walk off. So I want Kratos to win, but I think Connor does win.
I guess after this,
He
I
was
need to show
fantastic.
you the Arthur Morgan versus Kratos, like the boy off.
Boy.
Because if you get a male horse, you go, oh boy, like he just calls it boy all the time, so it's funny.
Pretty much.
Year of the boy, but the woman's gonna win.
Next up, best audio design. I always like this category. Call of Duty Black Ops 4, Forza Horizon 4, God of War, Marvel Spider-Man, Red Dead Redemption 2. I guess this one's me.
Sure.
Who do I want to win? It's tough. I'm definitely between the people that are going to be on every single category for the rest of this list, and that is God of War, Spider-Man, and Red Dead. I think I'm going to say Spider-Man wins it. Not only for the reason that I think they want to give Spider-Man some love, but environmental sounds of Spider-Man. There's a lot going on. You're in a city constantly.
A lot of thwips.
Yeah. A lot of different altitudes. And, I think Spider-Man is going to get it because it's not best score and it's not best soundtrack or anything. This is just the audio design.
Yeah, otherwise Call of Duty wouldn't be in this category.
That's true. Call of Duty soundtrack bumping.
But it is impressive how well those guns sound.
Yeah.
The impressive part of the design of that game is you can tell what everything is by its sound. Once you learn it, it always sounds the same and it's different from everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can tell the score streaks apart. You can tell the guns apart. Like
that's the reason I'm
really
going to pick
well done.
Spider-Man for the opposite reason is everything doesn't sound the same. You're walking on different terrains and stuff. They deal with all these sounds and all these environments, all these things. So I think Spider-Man wins. I guess I would want God of War to win, but I don't care.
I want it to win all the same.
It's not like last year where I had Hellblade and I was like, Hellblade better frickin' win this category because that's the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't care what wins, but I would pick Spider-Man.
I'd like to see Spider-Man win it just because I know that it's more of a score kind of answer, but just like every time you're running off the building and you just start that initial descent, you just hear the sound on top of the cabs honking, on top of the people kind of chattering below you, and you hear like the big whoosh of wind as you're flying past and all that. You hear all of his little quips. I mean, just everything's just kind of...
I don't like the quips. I was very over
fun.
them. Yeah, it's very over.
You don't like fun.
Okay, we can both say it. That'll be great.
But
Yeah, you don't make it funnier.
I think Spider-Man more so than the other games on this list. There's a lot just more layers, obviously, because you just have more stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I would like Marvel Spider-Man to win. I think Red Dead's going to win this, though, just because you take a lot of the background noise out, and you can hear the birds chirping, you can hear the river running.
Man, that snow that I had to walk in for an hour and a half
every
really
crunch of the
sounded
snow.
good. Snow sounded better in Tetris.
I think I think the details in this game also with visuals and all that stuff too, but I think the details are what's going to help it win these types of categories where they're looking for like nitty-gritty type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, all 5 games, I'd be fine with any of them winning, just because, like I said, Black Ops and like Kellen kind of built upon too, those things sound super impressive. Forza sounds amazing, especially now because this one's the one where weather affects everything, so you get like crackling storms and driving on ice. Like you could close your eyes and you could kind of tell what all was going on weather-wise. So I don't know, all of them good.
All right.
I would like to see God of War win, and I think God of War does win.
I respect that. Yeah, this one's it's a little tough. Like I said, there's no help.
There's a lot of good options for this one. In fact, all of them. But yeah, if Red Dead won, it would make sense. Same for Marvel. There's a lot going on in the Spider-Man audio. Yeah, I think God of War wins though.
All right, let's stick on the same theme. Let's do best score / music.
Presented by Spotify.
Yeah. Well,
I hope all of these are on Spotify. If so, I need to add them.
So we have Celeste, God of War, Marvel Spider-Man, Red Dead Redemption 2. But we got Octopath Traveler and Ni no Kuni 2 in this lineup. I know you were a big fan of the music in both those games, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
But let's start with Kellen. What do you think?
I think Octopath wins this. Because the score and music in Octopath was fan-fucking-tastic.
That's interesting.
I could see it going to a couple of these games, but I really think Octopath deserves this one more than any of the other things it's in. Except maybe RPG. But
you strongly believe that, huh?
very much so. I loved the score in Octopath. I think it was perfect.
I'll jump into. I think because I'm both on Octopath as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest separator, or the thing that kind of puts it over the edge of the other games that I'm just like staring at and just thinking, because played all of them except Celeste, so hopefully it's not just like a really great score that I just never got to experience yet. Still gonna do it by end of the year though. That's still one of the cleanup games I'm doing next month. That being said, I think Octopath's music and score is just good 100% of the time, whereas God of War has that deep, like, resounding thing, maybe at the climax, of a chapter or like a scene or something like that. It's always there for the backup, but that and Red Dead are intentionally quiet in a lot of places, so you can kind of hear the emptiness, you can kind of hear the
You're kind of by yourself.
isolation. Yeah. So like I don't give points for no music to
The music category.
boost the experience of solitude. I give that to audio design. Like that's where I would give
Red
those
Dead's
points.
just too realistic. They're like, there was no music when they were walking in the snow. Don't give them music.
And Ni no Kuni 2, while I do love that
It's a good soundtrack.
it's more of a visual thing for me. It's more of like a children's story type deal, like the visuals, because obviously anything Ghibli or close to it is just like right up my alley. So for me, it's more of a visual experience. So Octopath is just far and away, at least for me.
Interesting. So that's both your categories. I'm picking both categories to be God of War. I think the orchestra, everything, like even like Sony started the reveal of that game with the music, on stage, and I guess they did that with everything this year. But anyway,
Yeah, they had a banjo player last. I was like, ooh.
that was
It
sweet.
wasn't a banjo.
It was the guy that was playing the bamboo flute. I was like, I don't know where we're going.
I don't know where he came from.
It
Is
was like
he
the one
supposed
guy
to
in
be
the
here?
world who's been passed down from generation to generation.
Anyway, yeah, the score in God of War is absolutely incredible. It's always, it's got this very like this undertone throughout the game. It ramps up. There's
It's very Norse.
There is one particular moment that I don't want to spoil, but you're rowing and you're in this cave and you know what's happening. Like they kind of tell you what you're going to do, and you know it's happening, but the score builds up and you're just like, I'm so ready for this to happen. Like it just gets you. So I think God of War and God of War. That being said, I want to talk about some snubs for both these categories. Where is Tetris Effect? Why is Tetris Effect not in best music? Why best audio?
Yeah, I don't like them mixing music with score, because I think if you say score, then it has to go more towards the Red Dead and the God of War, because it's like a score. Octopath is kind of a score too. I mean, obviously it's a full ensemble of instruments and stuff like that. But like I said, there's music going 24/7 in that game, so it feels more video gamey.
I agree. But that being said, Tetris Effect, all those songs were made for that game.
It's a song game.
Like they were literally, it's like a rhythm game. Like it would be like not wanting to include like Amplitude or something, which is also a thumper. Like that just doesn't make sense to me. Tetris Effect should win, and it's not even nominated. I don't understand, but whatever. Next up, a fun one. Best Art Direction. Assassin's Creed Odyssey, God of War, Octopath Traveler, Red Dead Redemption 2, and Return of Obra Dinn, which is spelt differently than the last time it was on this list.
It's still made a really long time ago, though.
Next time it's just going to be Return of Obra Dinn, and then it's going to be Return of Obra Dinn. I don't know if we're going to disagree. I think Octopath and Octopath.
I mean, I'm seeing art, but 3 of these are basically photorealistic. One's...
Which is an art style.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
Yeah.
But
we get a lot of it, so
I don't know what. Maybe this Obra Dinn or whatever it's supposed to be is awesome looking. I don't know what it is. I feel like Ni no Kuni should have been here instead of score.
And they could put Tetris Effect in the score.
Sure, I'll take it.
And then Tetris Effect
then I would
score.
I'd have a really hard time, because I mean, that's just a very cherished art style.
I'm going to be honest, you could probably put Tetris Effect in this category over Assassin's Creed or something too.
Yeah, I don't know why these games are in art direction. I feel like
I get why they're in there, but
Celeste,
there's other games.
It should just be impressive.
Celeste and Ni no Kuni should both be here.
Celeste should definitely be here.
What was it? Dead Cells.
Oh yeah,
should be in art direction. Like, those are actually different art styles that aren't seen very often. Anyways, I digress. It's Octopath for both.
Okay.
The game is pure art.
Yeah. How about you, Kellen? Feeling the same way?
I want Octopath to win, but I think Octopath wins. Absolutely.
Kellen.
That game's gorgeous.
I mean, it's meant to be like the style, like you're folding a book open and just seeing.
Like I just want like screenshots from that
actual
game
art.
put up in my house.
these categories. Best narrative. We have Detroit Become Human, God of War, Life is Strange 2, Episode 1, Marvel Spider-Man, and Red Dead Redemption 2. This one's tough, but when I think of story, I jump to God of War and I jump to Detroit. And the fact that Detroit was able to pull off this narrative with lots and lots of choices versus God of War's linear one that has really cool twists and turns and awesome moments and set pieces, but like it was still a very linear story. Detroit was a narrative. That's what the whole game was, like literally. God of War was just the complete package. So I'm going to say Detroit for this one. And I also give it a little bit too. I think they might want to give Detroit something. So
Fair.
I'm going to say Detroit. And I don't know if Detroit should win. God of War's story is really good, but it's also like, you know, we're going to get more God of Wars and stuff. Detroit was a complete finished thing.
It's a thing, yeah.
So I guess I'd give it to Detroit, but I'm not like super strong on that. But yeah, Detroit.
Fair.
What do you think, Kellen?
I could see Detroit or God of War winning, but my vote's 100% Detroit. Just because to me, it's basically three narratives that cross together really well. And the game plays perfectly with the way it's set up. It's built to be a narrative.
You don't even need one of the people, and it's
Yeah, you can just let them die real early, right, Kevin? Or real late, like Kellen.
Or not have any clue what you guys are talking about. Like,
There's like a bunch of sections of the tree on one of them I didn't see, and there's a bunch that Kevin didn't see on one.
There's a third tree.
But the narrative works really well, even if you fuck it up. Like it's really well written, and I think it should win this category. If it's not there, then I think God of War wins, but it is there, so Detroit.
Connor and Hank is narrative of forever. I love the buddy cop aspect.
Oh, that was
of
great.
Detroit, and that alone gets it my. I think that's just
The Nick
gonna do
Hassell
it.
sticker of
Yeah.
approval.
So, Detroit should, and I think Life is Strange sucks, and. But I'm so big into Norse mythology, and they did some cool tricks, and they did some play on some stuff that I could see God of War winning. So I want Detroit, but I think God of War is going to take it.
All right.
I don't think I think Red Dead's probably fourth on this list for me as far as what's should
fifth?
win.
Next up,
Rewind.
best game direction. A Way Out, Detroit Become Human, God of War, Marvel Spider-Man, and Red Dead Redemption 2.
I'll take this one
Are
right
we
from
all
the top.
Are we all picking the same
I
thing?
want
for
A
this
Way
one?
Out to win.
Me too.
Because this would be the greatest acceptance speech of all time.
I agree. Please
that
give it to him.
guy would be so drunk by the end of that night.
Yeah, because this is like one of the top 3 awards. So this is a late in the night when he's coming up stage.
He'll be hammered.
He might not even keep his clothes on.
He might not be.
He might not be able to get up there.
Yeah, I really want that to win. Oh my gosh.
I would just hear F you Detroit, F you God of War, F you Marvel. But seriously, I want A Way Out to win. But game direction, I mean, Red Dead didn't do anything. It's just the
I don't want to give
Rockstar
anything
formula.
to Red Dead. I'm going to be honest.
It's
I really don't.
It's the same
like
Rockstar
every category
formula.
that has Red Dead has God of War, and I'm like, well, God of War.
God of War
in
just,
every
it
single
just feels
one
like
of
a
those.
better game to me.
I
to
think
be fair,
I think Marvel Spider-Man
Best Western game.
could
God of War.
game direction. I think Marvel Spider-Man will
It has
win.
better directions. It's easier to tell
Wow.
if you're going north or west.
Because I think
It's easier than
I
Red
know
Yeah.
Batman did it first with Arkham, but I think games are going to look at this and start going, oh, why can't we make an X-Men game? Why can't we do
There's been a
Because we
couple.
don't have the license.
There's been a couple X-Men games.
yeah, they're really good too, like Ultimate Alliance, that
Mhm.
type stuff. Ooh. Actually, let me change my top
Marvel
10
versus
list.
Capcom.
But I think, I don't know, like God of War didn't, I don't know. I'm just going to say Marvel.
All right.
But yeah, Red Dead once again is probably fourth on this list, if I'm being completely serious.
Yeah. So for me, I want A Way Out to win. I kind of think God of War will win. Part of me thinks A Way Out's gonna win because I think other people want A Way Out to win.
You just want to finish A Way Out.
Yeah.
You'll never know.
I only know 2/3 of the direction of that game.
If this was an online poll, where it's any random Joe Schmo could vote, I think A Way Out would win. Just
Man,
so they could get him on stage.
want it. Why is it nominated in this category? I mean, I
Finish
get
it and you
it's a
might know.
whole cooperative experience. Like, I get it, but I don't know. I think God of War is probably going to win. I can actually see Red Dead winning in this category. This is one category where I can see them winning just because their game direction was a boring-ass game, and they delivered. They fucking delivered. They were like, man, let's make it take 5 minutes to skin something and make it so that they never hit a perfect shot on these animals, and they did it. So, like, as far as, like, setting a goal and actually nailing that goal, I mean, Red Dead did it. Obviously, God of War did it, too. I think Detroit and Spider-Man are the lower ones. I think A Way Out's in the middle. So, I'm going to say Red Dead wins this one. I want A Way Out to fucking win it. Kellen.
God of War.
Okay.
Keeley would leave. He just
hand him the mic and get off stage.
You would
It's
just
all
hear
yours,
like,
buddy.
oh, for fuck's sake. And just leave.
He goes, fuck,
Just hear,
fuck.
thump.
And then he goes, can we curse on this? He's like, you already did.
Keeley probably has nightmares about this guy winning.
I like him.
He saw the nominations and he's like, oh no. Best ongoing game. Destiny 2, Fortnite, No Man's Sky. Look at that, Back from the Grave. Overwatch, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Kellen, tell me about it.
Which one?
Which one you want to win? Which one do you think will win?
I think Overwatch will win.
Wow. Really?
No, Fortnite wins. No, Fortnite wins because it's Fortnite. I want Siege to win because I like Siege.
Okay, fair enough.
And because every patch Siege does, and every time they do an event, it gets a little better. And it's a really well-polished game at this point, even though it's been out a couple years. It took them time, but they got there, I think. But Fortnite wins because it's Fortnite.
My answer is exactly. I mean, like I said earlier, any category that Fortnite's in so far, unless it's in Game of the Year, then I might actually think about my answer. It's just going to win.
There's a snub here, though. League of
is it?
Legends.
Have they done stuff this year? Oh, they just added.
They do stuff every
They
year.
just added that that chick, right?
They add 4 or 5 characters a year,
Mm-hmm.
and they do map updates. They do updates all the time.
Yeah, I think Fortnite. The stuff that they're doing, the fact that they put cutscenes, like, I don't know if you guys
They
know
keep
this,
adding stuff that people
but
want.
there is, so the live event, I'm going to go over this really quick. The live event for the season that happened was the middle island in the game lifted up and floated around the whole map. So literally every match was different because it was like constantly moving around this map really slowly. But it was moving around the map and it was creating these like gravitational spots wherever it was hitting. And then it got back to the center. And when it happened, if you were in game, the map like exploded in on itself, and it went to a cutscene while you're playing the game. And it was this cutscene with this butterfly. It was like you were in the Matrix. It was this whole thing, and then it reshot everybody that was still alive back down from the sky to the new map, and the map changed. And it was like, what? Like, I've never seen this. And it was just one time. If you were in it, you saw it, and that's cool. If you weren't, it's never happening again. And I think that stuff is so neat. So yeah, Fortnite. Here's a little category called Game of the Year. So we have Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which actually surprises me and made it here. Celeste, which is the other category I was talking about that Celeste is in, and why I think it'll win the indie game category. God of War, Marvel Spider-Man, Monster Hunter World, which is the other category that I was like, that's interesting. And Red Dead 2. What's happening here? Nick, tell me.
This is a God of War sweep.
Wow.
For both. Haven't played Celeste. I feel like it's hurting me in this critical review that we're doing.
It's not my style of game, but I appreciate it. So
yeah, I'm not platforming anything related to Mario.
what about Luigi?
But I don't see many
They're
categories
related already, Kellen.
Like if you're just doing a category by category just comparison, I don't see Red Dead beating God of War in many of those.
I don't either,
So
but
maybe
it's
best
got to
sports
win.
game.
Obviously, God of War is just in the back of everyone's mind since Red Dead's new and the hot thing to talk about, and it's got all the memes and it's got the Twitter post. Like, but I
And
think
it's hilarious.
people are gonna go, oh yeah, God of War was like groundbreaking.
The
So,
best comparison I heard about Red Dead, and I'm about to trash Red Dead. Not that it's bad or anything, but kind of funny. All of them that was, kind of all the main members there are done playing Red Dead now. Like they quit. And they said that it reminds them a lot of Skyward Sword, where when that game came out, everybody was freaking out. It got 10s everywhere. It's a super well-reviewed Zelda game. And if you talk to anybody about it, they're like, that game sucks. And they're like, every outlet gave that game a 10. What do you mean that game sucks? And they seem to think that Red Dead's going to be similar, where in 4 years people go back and they're like try to play Red Dead and they're just like, this is not a fun video game at all, and I don't want to play it. And I feel that way too. That being said, people are still in the moment of it now. Monster Hunter World has no chance. I don't think Celeste has a chance. I don't think Marvel or Assassin's Creed really has a chance. I think it's God of War and Red Dead 2. I could totally see Red Dead taking this, and it breaks my heart. But I am God of War as well, and my snub is, where is Tetris Effect? You think I'm kidding?
No, I don't.
Kellen.
I want Octopath Traveler to win, so that's my snub.
Mm-hmm.
I think God of War wins. I think it's about like Kevin said, not super close. Red Dead has a shot, 'cause I think there's some people that do love that game.
Oh, absolutely. There's many people who like the game,
who
but
love
I'm
that
hoping that the people that don't drag them down a bit. They're
Probably.
like, really? Like, was it really
Like
fun?
if you really want to skin a deer, go shoot one and skin it.
Like,
Yeah,
you
and like
know,
I
when
said-
your horse died and you had to walk back to your camp with your saddle for an hour and a half, was that fun?
my horse hasn't died yet. I still have my original horse because I take
Yeah,
care of my
that's
horse.
where I was saying. I feel like
I named him and I take
real-
care of him and I love him.
the real category where Red Dead beats God of War's audio design, just because you're both
Sure.
in barren, empty places, but this one sounds a little bit better because whatever. But
and I don't think either of them are going to win
but
that
that's
category.
not enough
Fair.
to put it over the top.
Yeah, they're kind of the Mario Zelda of this year.
Yeah.
Those two, they're in every category.
Well, yeah,
together,
and the
we'll see what
thing too
happens.
is, do people remember the great thing from before, or are they blinded by what's out right now?
By the light.
Because that was about the same thing as Mario came out real freaking close to the awards
the
last
end of the
year.
year. I think it was like October or November.
Yeah.
It was end of the year, and then
And-
everybody remembered Zelda.
Yeah.
So hopefully everybody remembers God of War, because even me, like, I didn't like God of War as much as most people. I liked God of War a lot,
Mhm.
and I'm like probably the most down on that game of people here. Todd said it was his favorite game. We
Ever,
did
yeah.
Todd's list, yeah. So I don't know, but that's what we think for the Game Award nominees. I'm going to be excited to sit back and watch this.
This will be a good
Real
one.
quick, any announcements you guys think will actually happen at the Game Awards?
They'll announce some award winners.
All right, anybody but
I
Kellen.
don't know. I haven't even thought that far.
Because
we
there's no
know-
PSX, so
yeah,
we might
because,
get...
Yeah.
because we know like up until like March is just jam packed. So there's nothing like new to show with any of those games.
And why would you want to fight all that? So
I don't see many like world premieres happening that are just like gonna shake the internet to its core, but I can see a lot of additional looks at stuff like Devil May Cry that's just got a lot of different
All right, so Death Stranding.
aspects. I mean, that's the biggest one just because him and Kojima, or he loves Kojima. I think Kojima is like, who's this white guy? But, I mean, that one's probably got the biggest chance just because of that friendship. So
I think we see Metroid Prime. Whether,
the biggest
whether
rumor.
it's 4 or the trilogy. I actually hope it's just the trilogy. I don't need to see 4 yet. Give me the first ones on Switch. I'd love that. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like Animal Crossing or something like that.
Something like that.
Or probably more likely the first Smash DLC character. I think we could see our first Smash character coming.
when
out.
is this? This is the...
I think it's the day after Smash comes
Oh.
out.
oh Lord.
They have announced that they have all 5 characters picked. That is confirmed.
Yeah.
So it's possible. But I think we could see the first DLC Smash character popping up here.
Like, how Smash is your first thing you're buying?
Yeah, other than that, I don't know. We usually see a lot of smaller things. I think it'll be bigger this year, though. I think this is going to be the biggest year for the Game Awards.
Another game, too, we might see a little bit more of the Halo thing that they previewed during E3. I know this...
Halo Infinite?
I know Game Awards doesn't feel like a Halo event.
I feel like they would have done it at that terrible XO event or whatever it was called.
But, yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
We'll see.
But
what
I'm
happens.
trying
I
to
think
think
it's gonna
of
be
like
good.
heavy hitter world premiere type stuff, but I can't see it.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think Nintendo is going to be the closest partner that they have for stuff. Nintendo and indie games. Like last year, they had a couple VR things. I think they did. Oh no, that was E3. Never mind. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. It's hard to gauge that stuff, especially since Kind of Funny is, threatening to take basically a lot of the like middle to lower tier.
That's true.
Scale people.
It's like, do you want to? Well, yeah, you.
So
do
that's
wanna be
why
on the
my
Game
mind
Awards,
just instantly starts going to like, what are the heavy hitters that could show up?
Next up, let's do some news. So this is going to be fun. We are going to talk about basically 8 news stories real quick. And they are the news stories from Press X Podcast episode 1.
Oh, Jesus
So
Christ.
let's discuss, you guys. I have my script still from episode 1.
You still have that thing?
Uh-huh. I have your copy and my copy.
I'll be damned.
The episode 1 script. And I didn't know that I had it, and I re-listened to the entire episode and wrote everything down, and then I found the script. So that was cool. So here
well
we
played,
go.
Kevin.
Episode 1, the first piece of news ever talked about on the Press X podcast. Kellen, do you have any idea what it is? You were the only other person on that episode with me. It is something, it was 2016, January, first week, and there was a news story that broke that was very interesting that they got it out of the way. Do you have any idea what it is?
I do not remember that far back.
Scalebound has been delayed until 2017.
Until forever.
Was the first news story ever on the Press X podcast. Scalebound literally like January 2nd or something. They were like, hey, Scalebound's not coming out this year, even though it was set for that
or
year.
ever.
Yeah, well, we didn't get there yet, but...
We have now, and I'm sad still.
Scalebound being delayed until 2017 was the first one. The next piece of news, sticking with Microsoft news, Recore has been delayed from early 2016 to late 2016. At this point, no footage of the game had been shown, but it did come out September 2016 that year.
Most of it.
Seems like it should have got pushed another year.
Yeah. That game was fun. I liked what I played of it, but...
Yeah, it was unfinished. Like,
Yeah,
literally.
clearly
the
unfinished.
most... Like, it was like Metal Gear Solid 5 unfinished.
Like, how do you get over there? Oh, with something not in the game.
Yeah,
Cool.
there was literally areas you couldn't get to. The guy was on the cover of the game, the robot that you needed.
Yeah, and he's not in the game.
And he wasn't in the game. And then one day they patched it, and they're like, hey, the game's finished.
Remember the time we put a game out? Yeah, it's done now.
And I logged into the game, and I was like, oh, I'm going to do it. And I was like, I don't know the controls. I don't know how to play. Everything's a high level. I'm done. And I just shut it off, and I'm probably never going to play that game
Yeah, the game upset me. I quit playing it. It's like, it's fun. I like it, but why does it take 15 minutes to load?
Oh, yeah, that was really bad, too. The third piece of news we talked about on episode 1. Assassin's Creed Empire has been leaked by Kotaku. It is coming in 2017, which means they are going to be skipping an Assassin's Creed this year. It is a trilogy that will start in Egypt and end in Rome. We're working on it.
Yeah.
We got Origins.
We did skip. We started
Now,
in
yeah,
Egypt,
and now we're in...
Damn, next year's Rome? Sweet.
if you want to.
Rome around the world?
So that's interesting. Next up, Final Fantasy 15 is coming in 2016. It was revealed in 2006 as Final Fantasy Versus 13.
Versus 13.
The game came out November 29th, 2016. Kevin predicts it's not coming this year.
Sounds
so
about right.
I was wrong. It came
Game
right at
It didn't come to me that year.
it came right at the end of the year. They are still, up until recently, because they just canceled all the DLC for it and the creator left. But besides, they called a press conference and went, we're canceling everything we were working on. Also, the director is leaving the company.
He is now gone.
Have a nice day. That happened.
That was
Final
weird.
Fantasy has the best events.
That was
Remember
weird.
the press conference where they announced the event? The release date got leaked earlier, and then they delayed the game.
And then the button, yeah. That was great.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, so we talked about Final Fantasy 15. This one's pretty interesting. On the first episode of the Press X podcast, Days Gone has been trademarked by Sony. Kellen hopes it's not a zombie game.
Damn it.
Kevin thinks it is an indie game.
Still hoping.
We were we were both very wrong. Very, very
No,
wrong.
I can hope, but yeah.
The next bit of news is like kind of one of the throwaway ones. PlayStation Plus gave out the wrong game this week. History Legends of Patton was supposed to be the game. History Legends of Patton Campaign was announced as the game. That game's not even on PSN, so it couldn't have been given out.
That's not right.
All right.
Sony, I'm glad to see you haven't changed in 3 years.
Still kicking.
Next up, this is really interesting too. The Nintendo NX. Remember when it was called that?
Unfortunately.
We talked about it on the
It was
first.
a much better name.
Yeah, we talked about it on the first ever episode. The Nintendo NX. Nintendo says they are constantly providing people with new ways to play the game. It is rumored to be coming in 2016. Kevin thinks it's a handheld console combo, and Kevin and Kellen both agree that that's a dumb idea. There we go.
It's still a dumb idea, but it worked.
It works better than anything I thought Nintendo could pull off.
Absolutely.
If Sony came out and they're like, we're doing it, or Microsoft, I'd be like, oh, okay.
We're doing
But
PS4
Nintendo coming
portable.
out to do it, and they're like, also, you can remove the controllers and their motion control.
Like, oh, that's gonna
and you
break
can
in
blow onto
5
it, and
minutes.
you'll know how many ice cubes are in the cup.
HD
No, you
Rumble.
won't.
This
Next
feels
up.
like 12. That's not an option, Kevin.
That was Nick. Next up, Oculus Rift pre-orders have officially gone live. It costs $599. They announced that their target price was $300 to $400.
I remember that.
All apps
Yeah.
must now be approved through Facebook. Kellen said he would get one if it was $300.
I probably would. I want a Vive, though. If I get anything, it'd be a Vive.
Yeah, Vive looks sweet.
I don't have a good setup for it yet, though.
And then finally, the last thing that we talked about was our Game of the Year 2015. Kellen, do you remember your Game of the Year 2015?
I can't remember last week. What came out that year?
Well, a little game called The Witcher came out. And you did a top 3 list. I did
And
a
that
top
was
5
on
list.
none of 'em.
And we both went, that's not going to be on this
That's
list.
not on this list.
Fuck that game.
Neither was
Kevin puts Emily is Away above The Witcher. Kevin puts Final Fantasy Type 0
Fine.
above The Witcher. Kevin put Splatoon above The Witcher. Kellen also. had
I
Splatoon on
think
his
that
list.
made my list.
Kellen also had Knights of the Fallen Empire on his list, the, I guess, expansion for SWTOR.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was really
Yes, 'cause that expansion's-
because it played like KOTOR.
Because that expansion is
Yeah, I remember you talking
fantastic.
about it. You were like, they changed the way the dialogue looks, but they've had 3 expansions, and it's been the same in all of them. And in this one expansion, it's different.
It's just KOTOR 3.
It's like someone made a user mod and just made KOTOR into the game.
Our number 1 and 2 were the same, but flipped.
Okay.
Yours was Rocket League as your number 1.
Fucking A.
And mine was Until Dawn as my number 1.
Okay, that was a fairly good year.
Yeah.
Minus that Witcher game that's mediocre. But
Right, that game's terrible.
A combination of 0
All right, let's
hours
move on.
put into
I technically own it and have not downloaded
I
it.
own it too. I have downloaded it. It's taking up space on my console. No,
To be fair,
I'm gonna play it
Rocket
in December.
League should probably be on the best ongoing games.
It was
list.
last year.
Yeah.
It should win because it's amazing.
The game's sweet. That's fun.
It's a lot of content too.
Next up,
It has a lot of stuff.
let's move into questions or whatever. I don't really know what's going on with this episode.
You're running the show.
I am running the show straight into the ground. That's why we're done. So, question. What are some of our favorite memories and or favorite videos that we have done? So, I figured we can just chat about some random stuff, things that we remember. Kellen, you've been in a bunch of videos outside the podcast that we can talk
Have
about as well. Yeah, there's a couple that I remember.
one.
There's been a few things.
No. We filmed at least like a dozen.
We did stuff before the.
Yeah.
No, we
Well,
did
we
stuff before the podcast. We're not talking about that. That can
Yeah,
go to hell.
yeah. No, we'll talk about that. So I'll start with like favorite videos that I've done. Obviously, I love doing the podcast. I've had a blast.
Yeah,
I've
they're
always
fun.
wanted to do the podcast. We're going to continue podcasting, just not weekly. But the gamer versus gamer videos, I have a lot of fun doing. I'm excited to do more of them because originally I wanted to do one a month, and then I was like,
That's
man,
a lot of work.
it's really hard to coordinate, edit, come up with ideas, and do all of this. And then I was like, I'm just not going to do any of it. But now I'm back to wanting to do those. I did one with my brother that I actually look back really fondly on now that I've rewatched them. The one with you and the pepper is just gold. I really enjoy your Mario skills.
Fuck Mega Man.
So that is one video that I really like. My Gravity Rush review is probably my favorite video on this channel. I really, really enjoyed making that video, and I liked the style of video that I did for that, so I'd like to do that again. One that I think we've talked about, I'm going to bring it back up, is we did a gauntlet of 5 videos in one day once.
No, we didn't.
And
You can't prove any of
we
that.
played Monopoly. That's so true. We played Monopoly, and we played like Persona and all this stuff.
Persona Arena, Monopoly, Smash. That's why I'm
Yeah.
retired from
We
Smash.
played a bunch of stuff, and
What else did we play? We
the
played Madden.
Madden. I almost won in that.
Yeah.
You beat me in that though.
You found a way to slow everything down.
And Rocket League. That was the
Rocket
other one.
League, yeah.
That was the other one. And we did like a gauntlet, a best of 5, and it came down to the 5th game, which was Smash Brothers, and I was kicking your ass. I was just
You won like the first 2.
yeah, I was destroying you in the final thing. I think you were at like 200 and something %, and I was like, man, it's over. And if I remember correctly, you held a bomb as Link
I was playing Link, and I'd pull the bomb out, and
for too long.
I never threw it.
You forgot that you had it,
I 100% did.
and
You hit me,
jumped, and the bomb exploded and killed me, and you won.
well, it launched both of us, but
Yeah.
I hit an obstacle, came back down. You did not.
Yeah. And ever since that day, you have not played Smash Brothers.
I have
again.
retired from Smash
Yep.
because my reaction that was very real, and you wished we had it.
I know. And the thing is, I had, like, for some reason, I have the game with no audio, no video, and no, like, voice audio. I'm like, man, this is useless.
You're like, oh, I didn't check to see if the mic's on. I was like, yeah, it's not.
Yeah, that sucked.
That
was really
I wasted
upsetting.
an entire day of my life.
Yeah. But that was a fun time, though.
It was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, feel free to throw anything into the ring. I have
My
a
favorite
list, so.
contribution was the like 3, 4, maybe 5 episodes where I snuck the bell in.
Yep, that was the next one on my list. That's why.
I really like the Gareth make up a game thing, even though
Oh, that was
I'm the
fun.
only one who never got one right.
I got
That's
one.
not true. I got one once.
Nick didn't.
I'm
Me
the
and
only one
you.
who didn't get one.
Oh,
did not.
okay, that sounds.
You
more
got one.
correct.
I got one. Nick did
I
not.
definitely got the one on episode 100 where Gareth's like, "Yeah, I'll do that for you. It's episode 100. You know that's cool." And I was like, "Sweet." And he gave me it, and it was like 35 games, and I was like, "Why is there so many games that came out this day?
Why?
That's unbelievable."
Obviously, Persona stuff too.
Yeah, I love
the
our
Persona
Persona
cast.
videos do really well compared to other. Like every once in a while, we'll do like a Smash video, and it like spikes people like hearing
People
like
like
that
Smash,
news.
yeah.
But our Persona, any video we've really done that's talked about Persona in any way, people like hearing that. People
Yeah.
like that stuff, and that's why I
Because
want to make sure.
Persona's awesome.
Oh, that's true. But that's why I want to make sure that we, do some more Persona videos and, focus on that. Another one that I just have that goddamn giraffe written down, which was a real good one where I think it was before Nick showed up
Before
for the show.
Nick, Todd was active on some occasion.
Yeah. And what killed Todd, like, joining the show, like, he was doing it for a while, little known fact, John Wick. Was downstairs, saw I had John Wick on Blu-ray, put it on, and
just-
went, I'm not doing the
And
podcast anymore.
just started watching John Wick.
And he watched all of John Wick. So that was another one, that damn giraffe. So that just took the place of Todd
Yeah, we just
for-
had the draft thing.
for an episode. So I also have some fun facts that I just jotted down from the show. Obviously, first episode, January 11th, 2016, which was Game of the Year 2015 that we talked about. Todd debuted. Do you know what episode number Todd debuted on?
69.
40.
Episode 9.
That early?
That early. That
Really?
shocked me too. Yeah, I was like, there was a lot of things. My Ellie
Was
poster.
that the episode where you flashed the camera?
I think that was episode 10. My Ellie poster was in episode 1. I did not know that. I thought I got that later.
No.
I have that awesome blanket with a bunch of games that I really, really
The
like.
blanket was cool. I liked
That was
blanket.
episode like 2 or 3. Like there was a lot of things
I knew that was
happened
early.
super early on that I did not know. But yeah, Todd debuted episode 9. I also thought it was like episode 30 or 40.
We should have
He
never
also
done that.
disappeared for like 2 years. So.
Todd,
Mistakes
Todd
were
is
made.
in the middle of being disappeared right now.
I haven't. I don't know if he's alive or not.
No, I don't care.
Damn.
Next up, episode 11 was the giraffe episode.
Yes.
So
So he was gone real fast.
he was gone for 2 episodes. Jordan appeared on one episode that we don't talk about, but he was there. Do you know what episode number Jordan appeared on?
I try not to think about Jordan.
I agree.
25.
That is correct.
Damn it.
That is absolutely correct. Episode 25.
I keep my belt.
Jordan. The first episode we ever had an actual problem. So, as people who don't know,
0.
we that's true. We had a big issue with the camera shutting off every 30 minutes,
33
which
minutes.
literally resolved itself. It just doesn't do that anymore. So now you may notice it goes to black for like 5 seconds or so, and then it comes back on. It used to go to black
And stay
and
black.
stay that way. So I had to constantly keep getting up and checking the camera. The camera just decided to stop doing that one day. So that was really nice of it. But we had the mic stands that would fall down
They were
every
attached to the table.
15 minutes.
You're like, this will work before we even started. No.
Yep. And so I think there's a couple clips somewhere of it actually falling.
There's
but
at least one. I know.
you can see jump cuts where the mic's like this, and then in the next scene it's low. The mic fell down.
mic
It
fell.
happened constantly.
Well, the
It-
mic fell. We fixed it.
Yeah, it was
somewhat.
bad times.
It was funny.
It was funny. But the first actual technical problem we had was episode
0.
episode 32. We
We went a while
completely-
without losing
We
anything.
completely lost the audio. And
No,
I
we
have a
used-
note here that I said, God, it's a horrible episode to listen to.
Because we used the camera audio.
Yep,
and
and
you
I
can
think-
hear the fan, and it's
I think we lost it during the Uncharted 4 spoiler talk, if I remember correctly.
which is sad because we played that real early and it was very good.
It was very good. Super passionate about it. And then I remember it didn't work. I was like, shit. We reset. And then I think I filmed and we got like 10 minutes in and I was like, I don't want to do this. Like the passion's gone. I talked about it. And I was like, let's put up the shitty audio.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think that was the one.
because at least we had it, but it was awful, awful quality.
Something like that. Nick, what episode did you show up for?
50 something?
No. Way earlier. Not
Really?
not like way earlier, but way earlier.
I don't know. It's a blur.
32.
33.
Hmm.
If you listen, 32 is the episode we lost the audio. So 30,
yeah.
33 was
listen.
Nick's debut episode. Very good, very good. Episode 35 was our persona comparison video.
Oh Lord, this is a
so
long episode.
2 episodes. Nick was here for literally 2 weeks before he started to take over and wanted to host his own segment that was an hour and a
Today
half
on Nick's
long.
Hassell.
Yeah, wait till there's a whole third game to compare to.
How many episodes was Nick here for before Kellen darted and it was just me and Nick together? Which I believe...
No, probably like 7.
Less than that.
5.
It was 5.
I'm out, baby.
Like Nick's in, got
Episode 38 was just Nick and Kevin, and I believe, I'm not 100% sure, because there was one time where you weren't there, and I don't know if it was before that, but I believe that was the first episode you missed. But
Probably.
it's possible it wasn't.
I know you had asked me to do it way at the beginning. I was like, I'm not doing that.
You were the
shit. I'm
first
busy.
person I asked to do the
Yeah.
podcast, and you told me no. And I still remember I was in a Kroger supermarket, and I was walking out, and you texted me back, and you went no, and I was like, I didn't prepare for this. I just assumed you would say yes.
'Cause why wouldn't it?
And then I was like, hey, Kellen, what are you up to?
No, when
Nothing important.
when I changed jobs, probably around episode 20 or so, around your timeline, that's when I was like, oh, I've got free weekends now. I watched maybe a couple of them or little snippets here and there. I was like, okay, fine, we'll do this.
Yeah.
And then just committed.
What week?
So I thought he was gonna stay.
What week was our first list episode? So the first
Probably
time we
one.
didn't film an episode that was like quote unquote live.
Oh.
Current topic. Our first list.
It
It was the Wii U. Top
Wii
10
U.
Wii U games.
Are there 10 Wii U games?
Well,
There's one. There's definitely one.
Oh, I know there's one. That's the reason I keep the thing.
what episode was that? I'm actually surprised by this.
45.
No, I'd say like 80.
47.
Wow.
Damn. Kellen's good at this. Episode
Well, I don't know when we start.
The
or when we all
phrase
started.
the phrase pure luck comes into mind.
episode 47 was our first list. It was the Wii U, and that's a really so we did 46 weeks in a row without missing a week.
And you started at
Well,
the
you
beginning
did.
of a year, so
Mhm.
okay,
Yeah.
that's like late fall then.
Next up, there is only one episode that I wasn't on because I left in the middle of the episode.
Okay.
Do you know why I left? And do you know what episode it was?
It was Star Wars spoilers because me and Nick were doing. You hadn't seen it yet.
Yep. Still
And-
haven't seen it. Refuse to see that movie. But keep going.
Hmm?
Was it
Oh.
later that year? It might have been. I don't remember. Or was it the next year? I'm gonna say episode 50.
Nick?
Which movie was it?
Rogue One.
Rogue One.
Oh, okay. You said 50. I'd say like 62 or something.
Episode 50
Wow.
was
Jesus
Rogue
Christ.
One review.
Because it was
and it wa-
December 15-ish.
And it was the only episode that I literally let you guys do. I still haven't seen it. I still don't know what you did. For all I know, there is nudity on YouTube right
For
now.
all you know.
Where do you think all them bucks came from?
And then, just a fun fact, on episode 53, we announced Gamer vs. Gamer, as well as All Aboard, which is a show we never continued because it's way too hot up here, and this room looks way bigger on camera than it is. This is a very small room. Yeah, I mean,
I
it's,
still don't know how you're gonna do that.
it's barely a room. Get a different place.
Ah.
But All Aboard was a board game show
We
that
wanted to
I
do.
still think would be really cool.
Just
but
'cause we
it just
play board
requires
games a
so
lot.
many more people, and it's so small and hot up here, and like, it requires a little bit more. That I was
Needs
not
to be more involved.
bit off more than I could chew with that. Gamer vs. Gamer, obviously, I want to get back on that. That is also the episode where we retired the unpopular opinion. So, unpopular opinion went to episode 53. And I'm going to be honest, the unpopular opinion, a good segment. And
It was fun.
I think we should have kept it.
It was fun. We usually argue during that one, so.
With that said, I have written down every unpopular opinion that we have ever had on the show.
There was one you threw at me and I was unprepared for, and I still remember it.
I have every unpopular opinion written down on the show, and we are going to go over all of them and say whether or not we still agree as an unpopular opinion.
I know one for sure I agree with.
Yeah. So, starting from episode 1, there are some episodes where we skip the unpopular opinion. If you remember, there was unpopular opinions where we did spoiler discussions for different things. I just
Yeah.
wrote down, kind of the general idea. So, anyway, the idea was that every week we would each bring an unpopular opinion, which is actually a really good idea. I like
Or
that
one
idea.
of us would bring one.
And one of us would bring an unpopular opinion and it would kind of rotate. And eventually we threw it out to the audience and stuff like that. But I was re-listening to a lot of these and I really like the segment. There's some things that don't translate as well in person when you're doing them, and then you watch it on film and you're like, oh, okay, that actually worked for a lot.
Yeah.
It worked a lot better than I thought. That being said, Kellen, you had the first ever unpopular opinion. Mass Effect 1 is better than Mass Effect 2 and 3.
Absolutely 100%.
You still believe it? Nick, how do you feel?
Correct.
About that? Just out of curiosity.
They're three very different games, so it just
Yeah,
depends
and one
on
of them's
you,
better than the other two.
What you are after, basically.
You're wrong. Next up,
You're Kevin.
speaking of Kevin, he thinks BioShock Infinite is a bad game. I stand by that wholeheartedly. God, I don't like that game at all. It is such a disappointment, and none of the mechanics mesh with the gameplay at all.
But it's so pretty.
Cool. That doesn't make a good game.
It's fun, though.
That's debatable.
It's better than Bioshock 2.
No, it's not. It's not even remotely better than BioShock 2. Next up. Though that is another game that people shit on now that got 10s and 9s everywhere when it came out. BioShock 2.
Did it get that well received?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
I mean, I love the first one.
Yeah, I mean, the first one's the best one. But
Absolutely.
I really like 2. And 2 is just a dead continuation of 1, and I played them the day after each other.
Yeah, you played it all almost in a week.
And then I played Infinite, and I was like, what happened?
It's its own thing, just about, yeah.
Infinite, sweet.
Infinite sucks. Next up, Kevin. Mega Man 6 is better than Mega Man 2.
And nobody cared.
That is absolutely true. I stand by that 100%. It does everything 2 does, just better.
What's the one I played? Was it 2?
3.
I like all of them more than 3 because they hadn't shit on me. 3 has.
Kellen says that subs are better than dubs.
True.
This is back when we talked about some of this is movies and anime stuff. We were more
It's
broad.
not even like an opinion. That's just a fact.
Wow,
That's math.
I didn't know 2 people could be wrong in the same room. That's impressive.
Is mathematically correct.
Next up, episode 5. This one's a fun one. Kevin wanted to put this game on his Game of the Year list, but he hadn't played it, so he was cautious. Then he played the game. Life is Strange is a bad video game. That was episode 5, I
I
believe.
thought you really liked that game.
No.
Let's just rewind about 30 minutes.
That was the one where I talk about how nothing in the game actually makes sense.
Yeah,
And
our powers
it-
turn on and off.
And it drives me crazy. What a bad
I'm like,
storytelling.
it's fine, it's okay. And the more I think about it, I'm like, the game's not.
Yeah. We skipped a couple of them. Then Kevin took over episode 8 and says, Knack is a good game. I still stand by that. I think Knack is good.
I think it's funny.
After Crash Bandicoot has come back, and I've replayed Crash Bandicoot, I'm like, wow, this game's way better than Knack. But for the time where there was no 3D platformers literally at all at that time, nobody was doing it, I think Knack was totally fine.
De-emphasize jumping.
Sure. I mean, it's weird because it is a platformer, but it's more like a kid's God of War.
Yeah.
It's way more like God of War than anything. And I don't know if I would call it God of War a platformer. I think they're both action games.
Yeah, probably.
Todd, who debuted on episode 9, debuted with this little gem, and I've always remembered this. I've always remembered this moment. Todd says, Street Fighter is the worst fighting game franchise.
And nobody argued against it.
Oh, no. We all hated
We're
Street
both like,
Fighter.
yeah, that's fine. I don't
But
like
it's
Street
just
Fighter.
so funny because now Todd loves Street Fighter. Absolutely
There was a
loves it.
podcast where he and I, because a lot of times, I guess more for your fact section, where we had maybe 4 or 5 people here, and we're not getting all of us up here.
Except for the one
but
time where I'm not a lot.
Todd and I are just like, it gets down to the point where it's like, okay, who's the third? And we both looked at each other and were just like, you guys just go ahead and go up there and play. We'll just do fighting games for 2 hours. And Street Fighter was most of that. So
I'm glad I missed that.
Me too. Kevin says the Xbox 360 controller is worse than the PS4 controller, the PS3 controller, and the Xbox One controller. I definitely stand by that. That one's an easy.
That's because you're dumb and I hate you.
That might be true, but so is that statement that I said.
I love my 360 controllers, even the smashed up ones.
Next, Kellen says, Kellen, what did you say?
Is this the Sonic one?
Yeah.
Where you were like, you're doing this today. I'm like, what the fuck? You just told we're sitting up here already. No preparation.
Hey, we run a this ship
Yeah, I
here.
know.
Sonic is better than Mario, Kellen
I
said.
still stand by that. He's more fun. You just go fast. Who cares about jumping stuff? Just go fast.
I'm pretty sure that's the exact quote
Oh,
you said on that
absolutely.
episode.
It
And
probably-
that's all you had, and you went, I'm done.
I like going fast. Everyone knows this.
I
They've
like-
seen me drive.
I like Sonic's ring noise more than
The coin
Mario's
noise?
coin noise.
Now that is a...
I like Sonic's levels more too.
Sonic's got better music.
That one,
Sometimes.
I don't know that I can argue that one
Sometimes.
because Mario has fabulous music.
Wow.
Better than Odyssey.
I like hedgehogs more than plumbers.
Next, I agree with that. Next
I
up,
don't work with any hedgehogs though, so that's
Or
interesting.
do you?
I'd like to.
Batman versus Superman spoiler discussion we did for episode 12, which was me and Todd talking about how it's just the greatest movie ever made, and Kellen going, yeah, it was all right.
And I stand by that. It was all right. And then I got the extended version. I'm like, yeah, it's not bad. It got better.
Then we started having, I think we were opening it up to more people. And
We started asking for stuff.
Yeah, somebody named 2039 says it's not a video game unless it has failure and complete offline play. So that I don't know if you remember this one.
I do,
But
actually.
yeah, they were like, it's not considered a video game unless it has completely offline play that you don't need to connect to the internet for at all, and there's a failure state in the game. And we were like, that's not the definition of a video game.
That's not right at all.
No.
That may be what you look for in a game, but that's not.
That doesn't make it not a game if it doesn't have those
It's
things.
like I would never say Mega Man's not a game just because I don't like it. It's still a game.
Right, and I think I brought up Beyond Two Souls on that,
Yeah.
and like Heavy Rain and stuff, because like if you die, you technically fail, but like it's not like restart. Like the game just keeps going even though you failed.
There's not like the
same with
sad-
like Detroit
Yeah.
nowadays. That wasn't out then, but yeah. Next up, everybody agreed that Link should talk in Zelda games.
Or they should just quit making Zelda games.
Close.
I like that one.
Zelda talks in Zelda games now. Everybody talks in Breath of the Wild, except for Link.
Yeah.
Yep. Next up, Gareth.
Oh, I remember this one.
Do you really? What was
Because
it?
it was very long.
Yeah, it was very long.
You were like-
he gave his whole.
You were like, I'm not reading this, and you ended up reading most
it was
of
it was Todd, I believe, reading it, and he butchered it as bad as I would have. But
Obviously.
if I remember correctly, he told this whole story about why he likes Dynasty Warrior.
It was
games
about Dynasty
and
Warriors, yeah.
Grew up liking them, and his was that the Dynasty Warrior series is great and heavily underrated. That was his opinion.
That was also like 12 Dynasty Warrior style games ago.
Yeah, who knows?
They went on a spree there with a bunch of them.
Next up,
Spin-offs.
this one's interesting. Nick's unpopular opinion. However, Nick was not on the show yet. This was when Nick was...
He sent it into us.
But he sent it in, and then he got very mad at you because you sided with me and Todd. And that was Western RPGs versus Eastern RPGs, and JRPGs versus Western RPGs. And we just talked about how JRPGs typically you have a character that you're playing as, whereas Western ones you create your character a lot, and the turn-based stuff versus real-time things and the massive open worlds versus we were going back and forth. And I remember Nick messaged me after that episode went live and went, "Kellen betrayed me."
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Was that episode 32?
No, that was episode 16.
I was going to say, if that was 32 and I showed up on 33.
Nick shows up.
All right, bitches.
I don't remember. I remember that happening. I don't remember.
That was
why,
the first
though.
domino that fell to get Nick
I
onto the
don't
show.
know.
I don't remember what it was I
remember-
said, but I remember that happening because it was hilarious.
I guess I remember typing it, but I don't remember what he said
Yeah, I don't
that I
remember
was
why.
mad about.
You just didn't
Say
argue.
anything?
Like he didn't.
I wasn't
like,
as Western heavy as he thought because I love turn-based stuff.
Yeah, and you started agreeing with us on a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you'd played Persona yet at that time.
Well, I don't like a lot of the Western, like Witcher kind of stuff that he loves, but
yeah, but we started getting into like Persona. Well, I think I was
that's
already
about the
into
time
it,
I
but,
picked
like,
up P4. I think.
I was trying to get you into it at the time and stuff. Yeah. And then Todd, I think he also thought Todd was going to be on his side, and Todd sided with me, if I remember correctly. And I don't know. Anyway, that was a good one.
All in the past.
Next up,
Or is it?
episode 17. Uncharted 1 is better than Uncharted 3. This is Kevin's. I heavily stand by this. I still think Uncharted 3 is totally mismanaged of a game. It jumps scenes. There's so many just periods of time that are just missing from that game, whereas Uncharted 1
Yeah.
is you land on an island, you escape the island, and the game ends. Like it is. It makes
It's
sense.
a very like concise, to the point. Like
Yeah,
it's a good game.
3 tried to go too many places too quickly, and 4 went to a lot of places as well, but it wasn't quickly.
But it was for a reason, and that game had some length to it.
yeah, like it
and
was not
2's
quickly.
perfect, so
Correct. All this is true. Next, episode 18. Todd didn't show up to this episode. Kellen wanted to do a Civil War spoiler talk, and he's very sad because Kevin didn't go see it.
I remember that one. The whole reel's like, yes, Todd will come.
Well, obviously I wasn't even on the podcast, but
You weren't
I
alive
couldn't
yet.
even help him with that because I was out of town.
Next up,
That's why I needed Todd.
number
I never need
19.
Todd.
So I was wrong earlier about the one with the audio issues. We did an Uncharted 4 spoiler talk. That was episode 19. It's pretty early on.
Yeah.
Episode 20. PlayStation All-Stars is better than Smash Brothers, Kevin says. I don't know about that anymore. I think the Wii U Smash Brothers is phenomenal, and it's better than All-Stars. And I also think that Smash clearly took a whole bunch of stuff from All-Stars for Ultimate.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like the stage transition thing where you can pick 2 stages and just flip between them like All-Stars had. And the fact that the characters in the earlier Smashes, a lot of their moves weren't like made up, but they didn't feel like they were from their game.
Yeah.
And then in the Wii U one, they were like, hey, if you literally type in the moves, Ryu does his moves. And it's like, oh, okay, that's way
cool,
more.
yeah.
Whereas like Kratos did that in All-Stars. You know, he had his same moveset. So. Entity 2 says realism in video games sucks. So this was a user submitted one. We didn't agree. After playing Red Dead, thinking about it, maybe.
Sometimes reality's boring.
Yeah. We didn't do any for the next 2 episodes. Then Kevin says Dark Cloud 1 is better than Dark Cloud 2. I agree. As somebody who is almost done with Dark Cloud 2 now.
About time.
Still chipping away at it. They keep making me play golf in that game. But I definitely agree that Dark Cloud 1 is better than 2. Episode 25, Jordan's episode. He said Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts isn't that bad. I didn't play that game.
I've never heard that
because
before.
I'm not a sissy girly man, so I didn't play that game.
Well, he is, so it's
But,
fitting.
right. That all makes sense. DJ Fun Party.
One of
says-
Nick's alternate accounts.
You got me.
I've never understood why people love the companion cube in Portal.
Because it's the fucking companion cube.
You got really mad at this one.
I think I just did again.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I got one sitting on my couch.
He's just like, I don't understand why people like it so much. It's just a cube. Just because they tell you to like it doesn't mean you should like it.
But I liked it because of who it is.
I agree.
The companion
I
cube.
agree. Toast Rider 11. Where did these people
One
go?
of my alternate accounts.
Says Modern Warfare 2 is better than Modern Warfare 1 in every way.
I think I skipped 2 because it's not better than 1 in every way.
I disagree with this. I think 2 was close, but they did too much. They
added
far.
a lot of crap to that
They
game.
went too far.
And 1
Though
was
I enjoyed them.
1 for the time was original. So
It was amazing. It's
Yeah.
still amazing. Oh, so good. Next up, Streetfold5 says, I like IGN. I imagine that's how he said it.
again,
I like IGN.
That's another thing I've never heard before.
Yeah. Okay. I like their podcasts. Their website's a disaster now.
I like when they list stuff for me, so I don't have to look elsewhere.
It's so
Their
hard
comment section is a disaster.
It's so hard to navigate through their website now. It's awful.
That's like the holy trinity of that, YouTube and Twitch chats.
I love
Just
Twitch
like,
chats.
ugh.
Episode 33. Dude Round says unlocks ruin gaming and should be on offer. So I think he's saying everything should be unlocked when you start a game, rather than having to unlock things.
Sometimes that's your progression, is unlocking things.
I agree. I like fighting games.
It gives you stuff to
It's
work
a little
for.
bit weird, but like
Yeah, I don't know what
I'm
genre
excited
he was
to
talking
unlock stuff in Smash. I don't know.
I'm looking
Sounds-
forward to
I'm
you
not-
unlocking 7 Smash.
I'm not excited about starting with like 5 things and having to unlock 75, but
I am. We'll do it. It'll be great.
You'll do it. I'm retired.
well, I'll have to do it too because if I do it, then I'll have to bring mine over so we can use it. So
Yeah, that
So,
sounds good.
whatever.
You do it.
is this what's gonna happen? I've already accepted it.
Okay.
Kevin and Snook say the Vita's better than the 3DS. I agree.
Yikes.
I don't even think it's close. It's just better in every way.
That I can agree to, but
One's got more screens.
That is true.
I think my argument for that, which I'll make again, is Pokemon.
Oh, the Bad Kitty game.
Yeah.
And I gave Pokemon a shot when it was a Bad Kitty game. I played Moon. And I
Just
was
like
like,
the Vita.
the Vita's not a Bad Kitty game.
system.
No. The Vita has Persona.
No, so does the
3DS has
PlayStation
Persona.
TV.
It does. Yeah, but it's a bad Persona. But yeah, it does.
I think it's a really good Persona.
Next one. Persona 3 is better than Persona 4. Pretty sure this was Nick.
It wasn't me.
What episode was it?
34?
He'd been here. He was here.
I don't know.
Persona 3 is better than Persona 4. Oh, you know what this was? This is when we just had opinions and I put them all in Yoda's head. And we would
We
just
were pulling
read.
them.
And we would just read one. And that's what happened. Episode 34 was that. And then episode 35 is Persona 3 versus Persona 4. That's what triggered
It would trigger the argument.
the argument. Yeah. Interesting.
Look, Nick was like, I can show this in a list. Like, no, you can't.
36. The Wii U is the best console from this generation. No.
Or any generation.
Next.
I would have agreed with that while playing Tokyo Mirage. This is the best system ever.
Next up, Slashlist says Sony's best exclusive franchise is Little Big Planet.
Obviously.
Yeah, especially, I mean, Uncharted and stuff are out
Uncharted's
at that point, and
fantastic.
Crash Bandicoot, if you're just talking about Sony.
And the older God of Wars are better than that even.
No. Mario Kart is worse than Crash Team Racing.
I mean, which one?
Mario Kart is worse than Crash Team Racing. That's
general.
what it says. I don't think Mario Kart 8 was out at this point. It might have been. It had to have been because the Wii U
Deluxe
list.
definitely wasn't out.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I think mechanically, yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
Mario
we talked
Kart's
about
done
it on
so
our
much,
PlayStation list, so it just depends on what you're talking about. But once again, it's like 20 games versus 1.5.
Episode 39, I reviewed Final Fantasy 13, 13.2, and 13.3 instead of doing the unpopular opinion.
They're all bad.
That
That's not
was
true. 13 is great. 13.2 is actually fantastic, and I really wish
and
that
you
they
love
would
13.3.
remake it. 13.3 is such a bad video game, and I don't understand how it exists. Why did they ruin such a good thing? We don't know. Maybe they should try it with Mass
We
Effect.
shall never know.
Episode 42.
Unnecessary.
Iron sight aiming sucks. So, like, aim down the sights. They like the Halo style, where
Well,
it's
there's
just
no-
all hip fire.
there's no
Yeah.
ADS.
Yeah.
But that doesn't. Okay.
That's a fine opinion. I'm okay with that one.
I mean, I'm okay. If you don't like that, then fine. But
Yeah. Well, I think because Call of Duty came out and like
that's
every game,
the standard now.
every game added it. Yeah. But I do miss like the Unreals and stuff of the world where
Running
you see
down.
somebody and you shoot, and that's how you.
You can
know.
still do that. You just won't hit them.
Thank you, Colin.
Anytime.
Episode 44 was our Doctor Strange spoiler discussion. Episode 46, Mario 2 is the best Mario game. That's not true, but it's a
No.
good game.
I do like it.
Kevin says in episode 48, third person is better than first person. I think every first person game would be better if it was in third person.
Incorrect.
I still strongly agree with that.
Incorrect.
I don't know. I still, like, to this day, don't understand what first person adds at all.
Incorrect.
Besides, like, maybe more finite aiming. But, like, not really because it's still just crosshairs and dots. The guns don't actually matter.
They do matter.
They don't really. I mean, iron sights matter if you have, like, actual iron sights. But, like, as far as, like, crosshair stuff goes,
Yeah.
it's the same. Also, just your spatial awareness is worse, and it's harder to
That's
get
the point.
invested in stuff. Yeah.
It's easier to invest in your first person. It's your view.
No, I think it's way harder.
This sounds like a familiar argument.
Next up, episode 49. Resident Evil 4 killed the franchise. Probably. But Resident Evil 7 brought it back, baby.
Brought it back with a vengeance.
Episode 50, Rogue One spoiler review. Kevin wasn't there.
The best episode.
Yeah.
Episode 52, Ocarina of Time is the most overrated game in history.
Ding.
I don't know. Have you seen that Breath of the Wild? I'm just joking. I really like that game, but Ocarina of Time is overrated.
Fair.
I mean, I don't think Breath of the Wild is the best game ever, but
Correct.
I mean, people have already kind of stopped talking about Breath of the Wild, but people never stop talking about Ocarina of Time. I mean,
I disagree.
not completely stopped,
It'll never go away, but
but I just don't think anyone will ever stop talking about Ocarina of Time.
That's fair.
Be like people on their deathbed, like, oh, I'm 98
My la-
years old. But
my
back
last
then-"
word, ocarina.
Speaking in 98, that was the year Ocarina of Time came out. And then finally, episode 53, we officially ended the unpopular opinion.
It was a fun one.
There you go. There you go. That being said, let's refill our drinks.
Okay.
Let's get situated, and let's go over our top 10 favorite games of all time. I'm excited for this. I feel like I know quite a few on your list. I feel like I know quite a few on your list, but there's definitely gaps.
You probably know most of mine, if not all.
So
of
I'm
them.
excited. I'm excited. So let's
And
do
some are on there just to piss you off.
Okay, so we're back. We're doing our top 10 favorite games. It's important to emphasize favorite because best and favorite are very different. I personally did my list in the style that I would normally do our lists, where I kind of tried to keep it to one for a franchise and stuff because I didn't want to overwhelm the list. That being said, I do have one series that I put two of on the list because one, I just really feel strongly about it, but two, one's almost a spinoff. Like, it is kind of close. So I broke my own rule because I don't care. It's my show and it's over. So I can do what I want.
This is like where the credits are rolling.
I do what I want.
Kellen, how did you do your list?
I listed 10 games. That's what you told me to do.
Okay.
No, they're all over the place. So just to kind of give an overview of all the crap I've
like
played.
What kind of gamer I am. Yeah.
Like I was telling you earlier, I have one that represents like a whole genre of games because there's not like a particular one that's my favorite, but I play a lot of them. So
Got you. Nick, what is your list?
I'm sure his involved a calculator or
He's
Excel.
like, well, I did a spreadsheet.
I'd have to do a spreadsheet
it's usually
or use a
Excel.
calculator.
And then the 6-seeded game fought the 1-seeded game.
So I started
Hey, that ended up real well.
a 64 game bracket.
It's my turn.
Unfortunately.
Basically, I think I've said from day one that I've even come over here that I can't do a best of list.
We do it all the
that's why
time.
I'm glad it's favorites, but even I can't do that for all games. Like, it's too much.
Yeah.
I've got to filter it down. So I just chose eight genres, ranked them, and then just do my favorite one of each genre.
So
You'll
you
see
did-
why.
So you didn't do a 10?
I did 10, but you'll see why.
There's two that transcend genre.
Yeah.
Okay.
Space and time.
I made that up. It worked. Yes.
But no, I just did it by genre. I ranked genre, and then I just picked my favorite of each one. And even that can change probably by the time this episode ends. But
Right, that's the thing.
This is a timestamp. This is my moment in time as of November whatever this airs.
Where did you rank roguelike?
Are we doing a top 75?
All right.
Dead Cells would be the winner.
With that said, I guess I'll start off as we do. We'll go to Kellen. We'll do our 10s or 9s, etc.
Yeah, you don't have to do points this time.
You can explain whatever you're doing when it gets to you, like what genre
Sure.
thing.
Yeah, I will.
All right. My number 10 is Guild Wars 2. So Guild Wars 2 is a beautiful, beautiful MMO that does all the stuff that I hated in MMOs, and it just is like, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We're going to appeal to the person who clearly doesn't like that in an MMO, and I think it worked out really, really well. So some examples are it has real-time combat, like a real video game, where if you play a shooter, and not
not a real video game. It doesn't have offline.
No, that's true. You got me. If you play a shooter and somebody shoots and the bullet doesn't hit them, it doesn't say that it hit them. And that was always a big problem that I had with MMOs and games like a lot of games like KOTOR and stuff, where you're locked into this combat with dice rolls and things like that. Yeah. In this game, if somebody doesn't attack and you roll out of the way or you jump over it or whatever, it doesn't hit you. And I thought that was really refreshing in an MMO because that genre is so based on these dice rolls and these calculations and everything.
Yeah, everything's build related.
Yeah,
build.
Still build related in this. It's just real-time combat.
Yeah.
So I thoroughly, thoroughly enjoyed that. On top of that, they were you know how you backtrack a lot in MMOs? There's fast travel to anywhere on the map. You just have to have been to that spot. It unlocks the spot, you pay some money, and you can teleport there. And the money is based on your distance from that spot.
Yeah.
Awesome. Real cool. Thank you. I don't have to backtrack. On top of that, expansions don't neuter what you've already done. They added a bunch of expansions. They don't raise the level cap at all, which is something that really bothered me in MMOs, where they're like, oh, you hit level 80, now get to level 90, and all your level 80 stuff is worthless. Have a fun time.
Well, also all that time you spent too.
Yeah, and then
why even play the base version?
Exactly correct. And in this game, instead, they were like, well, we'll give you a completely different system that you can level to 80, but it's a movement system. So when you hit level 30, you can run up walls, and when you hit level 40, you can do this. So instead of, being powerful, it was mobility based. And I thought that was really cool. And then in the next expansion, it was mount based, and your mount can do different things, and you unlock different mounts. So that was really, really neat. On top of that, they had shared loot, shared quests, everything. If you were in the area, the quest was active. You don't need to go talk to somebody to start it. You don't need to go talk to somebody to finish it. You're in the area. The quest is active. You walk away from the area, and it shuts off. They were zone based.
A lot like Destiny, conceptually.
Sure, yeah. I
Like those
used to have
random
to-
world events that would happen.
Yeah, they had that too. I'm going to get to that. But I thought that was really nice because it encourages people to not hate each other, which is kind of a problem that MMOs have where they want like the last hit on an enemy or they want to do more damage to an enemy. In this one, everybody gets loot. Like, thank you.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. On top of that, they added a level scaling that I thought made sense, where if I'm level 80 and I go to a level 30 area, I'm level 30. It just caps you at whatever the highest level of that area would be. So you can go back and play with your friends who are level, 28 or whatever, and you're only 2 levels higher than them. You're not just like, grabbing them by the hand and just bringing them through everything. You're still playing the game, and it's still fun. It's just,
Yes,
they
SWTOR added
neuter you.
that later.
Yeah.
And it made a lot of sense.
It's really, really nice.
Even though it made some of the stuff I was doing not as fun, but...
On top of that, they added traditional PvP where you went into a completely separate thing. Everybody maxed, if you were in there, your character was just maxed out, and you picked what you wanted to play, whether it was like deathmatch or whatever game mode you wanted to play, and you had access to any build you wanted to build, and it was just in PvP. When you leave that area, you're back to your normal character. So that was really, really nice. And then on top of that, they had World versus World, which was still an incredible idea, where your real character goes into a 500 versus 500 versus 500 game mode, where each of the 500 people are a different server, and the servers are literally fighting each other. So I forget how many there is, but there's like 33 servers. So the server 1, 2, and 3 ranked servers fight each other. 4, 5, and 6 fight each other. 7, 8, and 9 fight each other. And whichever one gets first place jumps to the top slot, and that's how you kind of start leapfrogging and getting above other servers in ranking. And if you win they're a week-long battle. So they were like Thursday to Thursday. And if you won that week-long battle, the entire server gets like an XP buff for the next week until that's over. So it gave you incentive to go, but it was just these it was like a huge game of domination where you're capturing points and you can like get resources and build things to defend the points that you've captured in these castles, and you'd get huge groups of 100 people together and go attack, and you'd find like one soul guy just like trying to do quests or something. You're like, oh, you're so screwed, buddy. Just real fun. All their stuff that they've had has been amazing. And that being said, I made Cerulean, who's my character in that game. I love her. She's my favorite custom-made character for anything I've ever made. Whenever I try to make a new character for any game, I always kind of base it off of her. I liked her voice, her look, her attitude. You got to kind of pick your attitude. You could be like charming, or you could be like have these strong like dignity to you, or you could be a dickhead. And I always made her like kind of this royal character who was really dignified. And on top of that, she was a mesmer, which is my favorite class for anything ever, which is basically an illusionist who can clone herself multiple times. If people attack the wrong one, it explodes and it like confuses the person and screws up their their recharge times or whatever it is that it does. She can teleport. She can teleport other players, which was always fun in the World versus World mode. You could lay down a portal. Just the mesmer needed to sneak through and get inside the castle and lay down another portal, and then the whole team could teleport through and just ambush the other team. There's a lot of fun, tricky things like that they could do. And it's not even close. Like, Mesmer is my favorite class in anything I've ever done. And I always try to pick, like, the trickster illusionist person because of it. So, really, really love it. Guild Wars 2. Oh, number 10.
You remember my engineer in that game?
I do. I had an engineer named Rust. I don't remember your engineer. He was a char, right?
Yeah.
He was the kitty.
The big giant cat that just had turrets everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That was a fun game.
Mm-hmm.
Boring by yourself.
I agree. I disagree. Fun fact about Guild Wars 2. I hit the max level, 100% of the map, and created a legendary weapon, which is like crazy now, but back in the day it was more possible. Created a legendary weapon, all without using fast travel once. I walked the entire world.
Did you just
everywhere.
Not surprised.
You'd know it didn't have fast travel, or did you?
No,
know?
I knew. I refused to do it because I was like, that's a waste of money. I'll walk actual everywhere. And then I hit 99 and I started, or not 99. That's a game later. I hit level 80 and I started using the fast travel system, and I'm like, I'm dumb. This is so much better.
People have been telling you that for years.
Yeah. Anyway, Guild Wars 2.
Fun game.
What do you got, Kellen?
So my number 10 is a nod to one of my favorite genres that doesn't have like a great game in it. Sports games. 'Cause I play sports games all the time. I play NHL, I play FIFA, I play MLB, I play NBA, but my favorite one out of all these I don't make anymore is NCAA football.
Ooh.
NCAA football 14 was the last one. And I absolutely love that game. I still go back and play it on 360 because that's what I had it on. Because it does everything I want to do in a football game, basically. One, I prefer college to NFL anyways, but it lets you take any school and just you basically run the athletics department, and it's awesome. I love doing that. You can still do the creative player. If you really want to, you can get the appropriate Madden, and he can go through his career.
Mm-hmm. That was my favorite part, is that like it had stuff set up in the game for you to just export it to Madden.
In the last couple of years of NCAA, because they weren't technically paid, they couldn't use their names. The EA found a way around that, like a legal, where they'd put up the online locker room or whatever, and other people could write the rosters and just stick them up there. So by day 2 of the game out, I had full roster.
Yeah, you could always edit the roster. You could make this guy's speed 99, all that, but they would go there and edit the names and upload it, and you could download people's custom rosters.
It's the best part of the WWE games, too. It's like, I made the Hulk. Upload.
that was fun, to be fair, yeah. But yeah, those games are some of my favorites. And I'd waste a lot of time just doing like the recruiting stuff and just like running the school. And then I'd be like, all right, I'm bored of that. I'll just go make my one running back, and I'll just be a running back. Like I'd go through, it'd be 1 year, like, okay, I made a quarterback. Hopefully I can recruit him. If not, he'll go somewhere else and beat the shit out of me because it'll be perfect. Like, well, that failed. I guess I'll make Nick, and hopefully I can recruit him. And then he's my star receiver.
Injured.
That did happen.
Broken toe.
That did happen once, but it's a different story. But no, I love the mechanics of that game because it was college football, so they had to plan. They had to plan for the option and everything. Like, it's really well made. That's like my nod to sports games because I play them all the time, and that's kind of how I started playing games. Really, was my dad being like, "Yeah, play this football game." That's kind of where I started. So, NCAA football.
I like it.
One of our mutual friends, Justin, was real big into that, running the school game mode, because he would always choose like just a real shitty team. I think we all kind of picked up.
University of Texas San Antonio was mine.
Because I always did the Ragin' Cajuns. And I think you did Idaho. Is that?
Idaho was my favorite one to do it. I did UTSA because it was their first year in the NCAA ever.
So yeah, fun times with all that type of stuff.
I'd go in and make the custom schedule. So the first 5 weeks of the year, I played the number 1 team every week because I would beat the previous number 1. It was very, very difficult because they were awful. But the Idaho Vandals won a lot of national championships.
Probably the game.
You could be making up these teams for all I know.
The Idaho Vandals, they're great.
Most excited to talk about because I don't think I've ever even spoken about it.
Oh, already? We're here
loud.
already?
And I guess the category, it's pretty interesting. Best visual novel.
Okay.
But it's also / a booze 'em up. I'm a big beat 'em up fan, but there is one game in this category. It's specific to this game. But best visual novel / booze 'em up. It is VA11 Hall A Cyberpunk Bartending Action, also known as Valhalla Cyberpunk Bartending Action. It's for the PS.
I don't know why I let you have a microphone.
I think it's for PSP or Vita. Sorry, it might be for Vita. I don't know what else it's for. It's on Steam. Basically, this visual novel game is sort of a retro 16-bit game where I think a very underutilized narrative point is you're just a bartender. And that sets up very well for a visual novel because if you think about it, it's actually a pretty brilliant plot. Is just like, where do people go when you're tired of work or when you have a bad time?
This reminds me of another game I've played. I like it.
Sounds oddly familiar, but with less sheep.
Yeah. Like, where do people go to unwind or just vent about stuff? And like, where do you get some real interesting characters?
Reddit.
What?
Reddit.
Oh, yeah.
Stop interrupting.
There you go. I mean, it's basically like Reddit. Yeah, if you just had Reddit users coming in and out of your bar. It's just really cool in that sense. It's also interesting that they put a cyberpunk spin on it. So not only do you get that kind of bar scene, but you also are living in, like, if you want to think about like Deus Ex type, where people are starting to get like mods and enhancements and what's the morality of this? What's the legality of that? So you get a lot of like the big thing about cyberpunk is like tension that's in the air, and you get a lot of that like oozing through the characters that are literally coming off of streets sometimes where there's like war-torn areas. So you're seeing people bloodied up, or just being like, man, this crazy thing happened, or whatever. Big thing about it for me is the amazing soundtrack. I don't collect vinyls, but if I did, this would be probably my first one that I chase after, at least one that doesn't have Persona at the front of it. It's just a really retro sound, just like cyberpunk games ought to be, I guess. But the cool thing about it is that since you are helping run this bar, you get to set the jukebox, and you get to, you know, have all these, I think there's like 30 or 40 songs on there, and it's just all unique, custom music, and it's nice to be able to run that and have it, if you kind of think about what kind of music would go in a bar or like a club type area, it just real synth heavy, real cool beats, fast paced. It's kind of 80s inspired too, is how the soundtrack goes. Obviously, if you're in a scenario where you're a bartender and the game is cycle through characters, NPCs have to be important, and all of the characters, I'd say colorful is a good word for it, just because you get all sorts. You get some trolls, you get some streamers, you get some real whacked out people, and you just get some normal people mixed into the bunch. And you, like I said, with a cyberpunk sort of scenario too, you start getting people who, are they human, are they not, and a lot of like blurring the lines type stuff. It's a really good story that goes on between you and all of the people who, some people are regulars, some people just pop in 1 or 2 times, and it's a whole kind of crazy, chaotic little mix of stuff that happens. And I guess since we're talking about games, the gameplay of this, the real only other thing other than, you know, hitting A to advance the dialogue and the story is you're mixing drinks for everyone. So as they're sitting there saying, oh, my day sucks, you know, this is the worst, this is what happened, it's your cue to jump in there being like, man, it sounds like you need something strong, and the mini game is making the drink. So you have all
This sounds cool.
You have all the flavors listed
You're
up
selling
there, and you have a drink book that tells you how to make the drinks. And like, for instance, one guy will come in.
Vodka?
One guy will come in.
Who would do such a thing?
And if you just pour him just what it says in the book, like, he'll be like, what am I, a pussy? Like, so you do like double shots of everything and get him a big tall glass. He's like, that's my girl. Like, you know, just stuff like that. Real subtle
He plays
things.
a girl?
Yeah. Real subtle things.
Sold.
Can influence stuff like that. And it's just really good because it's not intrusive. It's not like a button masher, or like, you know, like hit A when it hits this window. Oh, you got it. Like, it's nothing crazy like that. It's not intrusive, and it's real natural because they're sitting there talking to you while you're making the drinks, and it's nice and easy, and it just like propels the game forward because, you know, they'll nod and be like, you know, just surprise me, and then you'll give them something crazy, be like, that was pretty good, and then they'll open up and talk to you more if they like it, and if they don't, then, you know, you get a response out of that too. And it's a great length. It's like 10 hours, I think. So
It's good for a visual novel. Usually
Yeah.
they're like, man, 10 hours, we're starting the story.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So just everything about it, and day in, day out, because it's obviously going back to the bar each day. You can customize your like little loft apartment thing and buy stuff, and really cool. It's neat in that regard because the unwind period where you can go buy some new walls or buy stuff to hang on the walls, or maybe someone came into the bar and said, hey, I'm putting this out, and you can go buy it, and maybe talk to them again or something like that. It's really cool in the fact that each day you get like like a phone app, and it's like, here's the news that happened that day. So the people coming in and saying like, man, this crazy thing happened on the street, you'll see news reports of it, and then you'll see like fake Reddit posts about it, and, you know, just stuff like that. So it seems very believable and, you know, kind of lived in, and that's really cool for a game that does not have a high budget whatsoever, and feels kind of retro to do all these like new little techniques. So really cool. love this game a lot. Still listen to the soundtrack like every day because I know it's on Spotify. And like I said, visual novel nails it to a T. It's the only booze 'em up that is out there on the market right now.
Tapper.
But no, really love this game. So number 10.
My number 9, a game that I'm sure most people know that I like. I might be showing my hand a little bit for a video later, but it is Persona 4 Golden. This is the Scooby-Doo of video games, man. They get the perfect cast together of video game characters. Probably the best ensemble cast I've had in any video game. It was the first like notable turn-based game that I loved. I've played turn-based games before that. Like I played Final Fantasy X and I liked it, but like I'd be like, okay, I'm done. Like this is the first one that got me, that hooked me, that I really fell in love with. And I think it's a lot about it being split between its story and its dungeon crawling and its like life sim stuff that it has going on and the time management and all that stuff put together into such a good package.
Colorful.
Oh, it's the music. I mean, I've talked about Persona so much on this, but the music and everything, it just comes together so well. And I love that its theme is kind of just like hodgepodge and random. And like it sticks with that the entire time and it totally works. It being on the Vita is super helpful because it allowed me to dungeon crawl and do like a second run through of the dungeon or whatever on the go. And then I did story stuff and like the time management things when I was home and I wanted to focus on that and maybe there'd be a cutscene or there's some important dialogue or something that I cared about that I could get. This is going to be a theme through quite a bit of my games, but the split kind of time between gameplay and story I really enjoy. That's something that I have in a lot of the games that I'm going to bring up, as well as a very grounded world that has just some fantastical elements instead of these fantastical worlds or these incredibly grounded worlds. Like I like a realistic world kind of with a twist, you know, and this has that.
And Japan's kind of known for
that's why
on the deep end on.
That's why I like it, man. But yeah, just the cast of characters is really the star here, and I think what puts it on this list. It's just the main character, everybody that he ever interacts with ever. And it's so good and so well written. And then it's worth noting that the golden version of the game is just the best version of the game, adding new content, some of which I haven't seen, and new endings and all that stuff.
You've seen it animated.
But, you know.
Some of it.
Anyway, Persona 4 Golden, my number
9. Number 9. Rock Band.
Okay.
A game that I spent way too much time and money on. Not as much as some.
As much time or as much money?
Money.
Yes. But yeah, when the first Guitar Heroes came out, I was like, this is kind of goofy. It should be a little bit more. Oh, Rock Band. So I bought like Rock Band. The full band could have been out like a day, and I went and grabbed one for like $160, and that was all I did for the next like 6 months of my life. And then forever until recently, I've played it all the time.
What's your favorite instrument?
Guitar. It was the drums until somebody broke my drum pedal, and then I had to swap to the guitar.
Oh, okay. Was it Nick?
No, it was not Nick.
No, someone much dumber than me.
Does their name start with a J?
Yes.
Yes, but it's not the one you're thinking of.
Probably not.
How many letters are in their name?
Depends on how you spell it.
That one broke the microphone.
You think the person broke the microphone? That one decided that when you're doing the cowbell part, he should use an actual drumstick and broke my microphone by hitting it with a drumstick.
Okay. I like it.
But no, I love music, and a lot of times I like to have music going while I'm playing a game.
Mm-hmm.
So why not play a music game?
Yeah.
Especially one that's as bright and entertaining and as loud as that one.
Guitar Hero kind of started it, but just the way that whole wave of rhythm game popped up was kind of incredible.
Yeah, like the first Guitar Hero was cool. I didn't mess with the first one very much.
Yeah, the first one.
The very first
2
one.
was where it kind of started, and then 3, I feel like everybody had 3.
Yeah, Guitar Hero 2, I knew like 1 or 2 people that had it, and they played it a lot, but I didn't really care for it because that style was kind of odd to me. But then Rock Band came out, and I absolutely loved Rock Band. I played the crap out of that game. It's just a game I spent way too much time on, not to mention, and has the best soundtrack ever because it has almost anything you want. So,
and all you got to do is pay more.
Yeah, and they're really cheap, and they put them out every Tuesday, or at least that's what they used to do. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I still keep an Xbox 360 because all my Rock Band stuff is on 360 hard drive, and I have like 600 or 700 songs on there. So
Please don't admit that.
why not? Nick's got me beat.
Yeah, I was like, shut up.
But yeah, Rock Band, it's just a game that everybody who was playing games in that era played or knew or saw played, and a bunch of our like casual friends who don't play games would get the drum kit and play or the mic. Like it's the best party game I think I've ever played.
Yeah, I mean, you could always get the non-gamer friend to grab the mic, and even if they were just like barely singing the song, whatever, just kind of humming it, or some people would just like shriek, like, basically.
Or
Nobody wanted the mic.
Or hold it up to the
I
speaker
love the
and see if it hold it up to the speaker and see if it registered their vocals.
I have done that.
It didn't work when we tried it.
No, it didn't work.
But no, you could rotate around the drum kit, and usually I'd play guitar, and Nick would be my bass. Because we did the full Rock Band 1 set list, like the playing all in a row.
Yeah, that was the achievement. It was something like don't pee your pants or something.
Yeah,
I don't know, but like.
Oh,
the
the hardest achievement to get. Where you had to play it all in one.
Play all 53
No
songs
without failing.
Yeah.
I think it's like Iron Bladder achievement.
It was
something
something weird like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a dumb one.
That was a long day.
You did it though.
Oh yeah,
Damn.
I've done it by myself with him a couple of times. I think each game had that too. 2 and 3 had.
I only did it in the first
set
one, but
list.
yeah, I think that all I had them. But yeah, Rock Band. I love those
times.
games.
Was happy not thinking about those like 700 DLC songs that I bought.
Oh, you had to know those were going to be mentioned at some point.
Let's move on to fighting games. My favorite fighting game is Capcom vs. SNK 2EO. What I like most about this game, not only kind of where it was at, I think it was around 2000, 2001 is when it came out. This is before Smash games and the 75-person roster was commonplace, I guess. But you took SNK, which was a huge powerhouse, and Capcom, which is obviously a huge powerhouse in the fighting game world, mashed them together, and you didn't make one that's like, here's the Capcom game with SNK characters, sort of like here's the Street Fighter game with Tekken characters. It just like split it evenly down the middle and gave each a bunch of elements in the game and just made it all work together. The coolest thing for me was that there's a groove system in the game. So when you picked your character, you didn't just pick like Ryu or Terry from SNK. Like you picked Ryu and then you picked between 6 different groove systems. So you would choose like Ryu C or Terry A or something like that. And each one of those groove systems completely changed like their special meter and how you activated the special and what it did. Some would just be like, you just chip away and do like little bits and pieces of a special. Some would just be like a full-blown special that you don't really have to like pilot, I guess. And each one had like, this one can do dodge rolls, this one can do counters and parries. Like each one had its own little identity. So you took that 42 characters or whatever, and then each one had 6 to choose from. So you just had like an insane amount of options. If you look at like tier lists or anything, it's not just here's this guy. It's here's this version of this guy, but this one sucks. Don't use it. Whatever. So it's really cool. The art style came right off of my favorite Street Fighter games from Alpha and Third Strike. So it had like that 90s kind of like urban look to it as far as the sprites went and as far as the music went too. So that was the biggest nod to like Street Fighter, is that it looked and played a lot like my favorite ones. And like I was just saying, really cool soundtrack. The presentation was really good in it too. And a thing that's important for me in fighting games is sort of the balance. Whether that's I can play upwards of like 10 or 12 characters and be good with them, and they're all, kind of even-keeled. There's not just one where you pick them, it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to get stomped, and this is not fun anymore. Or if you're talking about mechanics or whatever, like this game had a really good mix of like fair and balanced, but also ridiculous and broken, and skill-intensive stuff. And when this EO version came out, it's called Easy Operation, but they made like a noob version where you just had to hit a button and it would do the super. So
Kellen's excited about
Oh,
something
yeah.
like that. So it had all the broken stuff and all of the skill-intensive stuff all mixed together. So, you know, the hardcore people could fight amongst each other, have a good time. The people who are just like, what's a controller, could have a good time. And just like everything was there in the middle. So just kind of had everything going for it for me. And that's why it's my favorite fighter and number 9.
I like it. Number 8 for me, Silent Hill Shattered Memories. So it was on the PS2, but specifically the Wii version of this game. It was a reimagining of the first Silent Hill game. It basically took the story, which is a very simple story. There's a car crash, you wake up, your daughter's gone, go find her. Like, very, very simple, but it reimagined it in a really smart way. And it had twists and turns that paid off if you knew the original story, and some surprises for, like, you know, fans of the series or whatever. It was a really amazing Wii game, which is not something I get to say very often. It used every aspect of the Wii. It used the Wiimote to control and use your flashlight and look around. It used the sound on the Wiimote when you got close to something spooky scary. It would start, like, making static, which is obviously a big part of the Silent Hill lore. When you picked up audio diaries or made phone calls, it would come through the speaker like a cell phone. Really, really smart stuff that they decided to do. This was designed by an American studio. It was kind of their first crack at it, and they really, really did a good job. And then really, really screwed up with the next game. But anyway, this one in particular was really, really good. They have a whole psychology system in the game where your choices directly affect the game in ways I've still never seen to this day. Where, yes, they do things like, here's a list of questions, answer the questions, and they do some cute things like you paint a photo of a house, and later in the game you find that house and it's painted the same way that you painted it, like cute stuff like that. But they also do things like if you go into the ladies' bathroom before the male bathroom, or you look at a long time at this particular photo, or things that you wouldn't even recognize that you're doing, changed the game. So much so that I beat this game, 11, 12 times. And the last time that I played it, there was a new area that I've never been to before because of something from my past choices. It locked out the area I've always gone to. And I went to it and it was like, this door is locked. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like, I've done this before. And I turned around and there was a whole nother door that I've never seen before. And I opened it and it was a completely different area that I've never seen before just because I've never played that way before. And it was really cool. I love playing this game with people and watching them make their choices and seeing how the game is different for them. Seeing if they go into the art studio or the music room in the high school because it, like, locks you out of the other one. And it's really, really cool. I absolutely love it. It's kind of its own thing. It's almost like a spin-off of the series. Like, they could easily make a Silent Hill Shattered Memories 2. Like, they could do that totally, and it would totally work. So, yeah, just awesome retelling of the first story in a non-offensive way, which is very, very difficult. Uses the system to its fullest, and it has all the music and everything. Also, it was just really cool that they decided they were like, hey, you know how we always do, like, the hell and the fire and stuff? Let's make it ice. They went with ice as the scary thing, so when things get spooky, everything freezes over, and I thought that was really, really cool, too.
That is cool.
Shattered Memories, my number 8.
It's worth mentioning a Wii game.
Yeah,
I know we
true.
crap on the Wii U, but the Wii was by far our worst list for top 10.
Yes. There's, like, literally 2 games that I would hook a Wii up to play. And
I don't even think there's that many.
I would play,
one
like...
came with the system.
Oh, yeah, maybe
yeah.
3. I would play that. I would play, like, a Mario Party. I wouldn't mind playing a Mario Party. And I'd play Silent Hill. That's about it.
Fair enough. So there have been chunks of the podcast where the running joke was Kevin always said something new and Kellen always played League of Legends.
Yep.
So my number 8 is League of Legends.
Wow. I'm going to be honest. That's like 5 slots lower than I thought it was going to
Really?
pop up on. Yeah, I thought it was going to be really high.
If I was still playing it, it might be. But no, this is one of my, like, favorite games that just, if I have a lot of free time, well, I mean, like, Like if I quit working for life or something because I'm behind.
That's called retiring.
Yeah. No, I'm never getting that far. But no, like it's one of my favorite games to just like devote time to because you almost have to learn all the new stuff if you take time off from it. But I actually absolutely love the mechanics of this game. And it's one of my favorite PC games because it wouldn't work anywhere else, I think. I love the roster. I love all the lore they do for the roster because it's a very, I don't want to say simple game, but it in concept it's simple, but there's so much depth to everything in it. That's part of the reason I think it's the best esports game because there's a lot going on that if you're not aware of, it just looks like randomness to you. Like the team fights are just pretty colors. I think it was you that watched one day. You're like, I don't know what's going on. It's just particle
Well,
effects.
just like simple ways to affect like enemy spawns and
Yeah, like-
this wave pushing against that wave, and like there's math involved.
A lot of the problem, and I don't want to intrude too much onto it, but a lot of
Yeah.
it's the announcers aren't like helpful to new players.
Oh, they're not at
like
all.
explaining what's happening. They're just like, and Myra used her ult. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. Please tell me what that does.
Yeah, they're not very good at that at all. They've gotten better as they've gotten practice, but they don't explain anything for new people.
Is there a Myra?
There's a
Zyra.
Zyra.
Ooh, okay, I'll take it.
Whatever. But no, like that game's so complex that they even walk up in certain directions to like it's crazy how in depth that game is.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that's incredibly hard to start new in, which luckily I had somebody kind of help me get started in it. Otherwise, I don't know that I ever would have played it. Also, the fact that it's free, if you want to call it free. It's free to play.
Yeah, it's free to get addicted to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because like the first 3 months I played that game, I didn't spend any money on it. And then after that, I spent a lot of money on it. Yeah. But yeah, it's one of my favorite games to play if I have the time for it, which I haven't lately. Just kind of sad because the world's just happened and I still keep up with it. Like half my ESPN alerts now are just League of Legends stuff, which is pretty funny. But no, I love the mechanics of the game. I love the way they update the game. I love the way they tell you how they're keeping their updates. Their patch notes are impeccable. I think that's where a lot of people get the idea of doing patch notes from because they've been doing
That's
it for
fair.
they've been doing it for years. Their tournaments are set up beautifully. They do events they've been doing events long before Fortnite, doing all that kind of stuff.
Oh, well, yeah.
Like I mean, it's one of my favorite. I love that studio because of the way they've kept the game up. Like, they've even completely overhauled the look of the map since I've been playing it. Like, they just do everything really well, I think. So, yeah, League of Legends.
I'm very interested
What?
because I don't know your list, and I'm curious because I only know a couple other games that I can think of that I would put up there. I'm excited. We'll find out. Nick.
Number 8,
Mm-hmm.
best survival horror game.
Oh, God. What could it
one
be?
that maybe I get to talk about next year.
What could it be?
Resident Evil 2. To the surprise of no one. It's my favorite ensemble of Resident Evil characters, not just the ones that you can play, but also the ones that also come into the world, make little appearances, stick around for a while, or hinted at, whatever. I think it's also one of the best sequels of all time, just video game period, as far as just taking what was already there and adding a little bit on top of it, maybe fixing some things here or there. If there was criticism, address it, and not throw too much else on there. Just make it better. And that's what they did. I really love the alternating perspectives and storylines. Literally, at the start of the game is you're riding in the car with someone, car crash, bad things happening. Person 2 gets out on that side, person 1 gets out on this side, and that's the start of your story. And obviously this guy over here can eventually kind of see what happens on this side, and vice versa. But it's not just here's the game, here's the general plot line, here's how you get from beginning to end, and the person walking it and shooting and doing the stuff doesn't really matter. That's not how this is. Both have a unique spin as to like what enemies show up, what do they do, what's available to these people, and not only do they have those different paths, but when they branch and when they cross, there's really cool aspects. Like one that's pretty infamous, I guess by now, with how old this game is that there's a part where you get to like a weapons locker, and there's some ammo sitting there. There's like an inventory pouch where you can get one more item, which inventory is always a big thing with Resident Evil games. And you get to decide, do I take this one? Do I take that one? Do I take both? Do I take none? And, it just seems like a simple, pretty innocent choice. But then person 2 gets to that point in their story. And if you took this thing, took that thing, took them both, or took not, like it's gone, or it's there, depending on what you did. And it matters because you're probably facing something where you're like, I wish I had that now. Whereas if you took like the greedy route before and you didn't need it, you're just like, well, shit. Wish I had left it. So pretty interesting things there. And I've talked about it before whenever we talked about Resident Evil, but it felt like this game was kind of the start of New Game Plus modes, which is huge now. And if you're like a God of War game this year and you don't come, this doesn't come with it on there, people are like, where's it at? So
that's a new thing that I think Sony's trying.
Yeah.
Is being like, we're going to add it in a month, and then they get people to come back to their game.
Yeah.
It's not a bad strategy, but
it feels,
at least it's free.
It feels like a system that was there before it had the stamped name of New Game Plus. So that's really cool that it had it like that. Obviously, since then, they as a series or a franchise realized, hey, let's put Leon in more games, and those are usually the most popular Resident Evil games. This was his debut, and I'm even more excited now because next year we have the remake coming out, so I'm eager to see if I can just toss this one out, the 20 years of memories, and just chuck this new one in.
I doubt it.
Because they're taking a bunch of creative liberties as far as going into third person, changing a lot of aspects of the game. And sort of like you mentioned with your reimagining of Silent Hill, I would imagine that when I'm walking down the same corridor in HD, 4K, whatever, this time around, and I know that dog's going to jump through this window, he probably won't this time.
Right.
And then he'll just come bite me in the ass or something. But my big thing about Resident Evil 2, it's not my quote, but I always like the quote, it's not just a zombie game, it's the zombie game. So it was there before it got diluted, I guess, as a genre. But
This is so fitting. Transition me now.
What's up, Kevin?
that's it.
Number 7, The Last of Us. So this is a game I always talk about how it fuses gameplay and it fuses story, and I still, to this day, think it did it better than any other game. I do want to give a shout out to God of War, though, because God of War did a damn good job of doing that same exact thing. But to me, it's the star of the show. It's Joel and Ellie. They did such a good job realizing these characters that I don't even think about them as video game characters at this point. Like, they're just like characters to me that exist. As opposed to, like Kratos, I still think of as a video game character, and that might just be because it's God of War, the previous God of War games. But Joel and Ellie, to me, the way I kind of liken it to is like how people are like Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool. You know what I mean? How those two things are kind of just together.
Or Detective Pikachu.
At this point, yeah, we'll have to see. But anyway, Joel and Ellie steal the show as far as this goes, but all the characters in this game are just so well realized. The cinematics, the effort and the care that was put into the shot by shot, cutscenes and everything in this game are so incredible. The game is slow and deliberate, similar to Red Dead, which is something I don't like about Red Dead, but the difference is it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's not 60 hours long of slow and deliberate gameplay. You can get through it in 8, 10, 12 hours, depending on how much you want to explore. There's all these cool side stories and things that you find depending on if you go into this house, and you can see everything looks so lived in. Everything looks like, it doesn't look like everything is perfect and well kept. People clearly lived in these houses when you're going through them, which is something that a lot of games have trouble with. Like, areas look a little bit too clean, a little bit too orderly, and this one, it has that life that was there and is now gone. Its story is super simple. There's nothing like amazing or creative about the story. It's the storytelling that does a really, really good job. And it is still probably the most like emotional and just like gut punch of a game that I have played. Now I see why the staples are bad. Yep, see, I did it wrong. Good job, Kevin.
Yep.
With that said, they wrote out their story. They told the story that they wanted to tell. A lot of people talk about the ending to the game and, kind of what happens. And I liked that they had their vision and they stuck with their vision, even though there's some consequence and weight to it. And games to this day and definitely to the future, it's very obvious that games coming out now have been inspired by The Last of Us, particularly every game ever that Sony made since then. But just tons of games. Any game that has that secondary, main character who you're doing your dialogue with and you're chit-chatting and all these things.
Whether he's man or boy.
Yeah, just directly taking and lifting things from The Last of Us. And I think that's good, because even though I think it still did it better, I'd love for something to surpass it in my mind. But The Last of Us, my number 7.
So speaking of games with great quality stories.
I thought you were going to say zombies. I was like, yeah, we did it.
No, great quality stories.
Okay.
Counter-Strike.
Oh, the best story
So
in gaming.
the first PC game that I ever really sat down and intentionally played, it wasn't just given to me.
Intentionally.
Like there was
I hate when I accidentally play.
There were some games that were given to me. I'm like, I don't know what this is. I guess I'll try it.
Mm.
No, the first game I ever bought for a PC and played, Counter-Strike. I absolutely love the mechanics of Counter-Strike. It's some of my favorite mechanics ever. And I've been playing this game so long that when I first started playing it, it was on dial-up.
Wow, yeah.
So it's a very long time.
You talking about 1.6 or are you just talking about
No,
franchise?
I'm talking about 1.5. I played before 1.6 even. When to find a server, you had to know their IP address and go find them. But because I love the mechanics of the game, so I would find I had specific servers I'd always go to, and somebody even gave me an IP address for a server that was for people on dial-up. Because it was a really powerful server, and it would only let you in if you were on dial-up, so you could always get in and play.
That's cool.
Which was very nice. But the systems in the game that I love are the the money system and the round system. The way it's set up is, I think, perfect for competitive play, and it works incredibly well on a mouse and keyboard. It's still one of my favorite shooters, and had a great console port. Even though I think it's better on the
Xbox one.
the Xbox one that me and Nick played the shit out of.
I was so good at that game.
We played the shit out of the game. As much as I played the PC one, I may have played that one more. If you don't count when it went to 1.6 and Source and CSGO, which I own 2 copies of CSGO also. But it's just the way Counter-Strike works is, I think, just perfect to me for a competitive game, because it's all about your gunplay and your money management. That's it. If you know the map, that's everything. You have to be able to kill the guy that's in front of you. And it's not like a bunch of crazy health. There's no power. It's just gunplay.
Right.
But yeah, Counter-Strike. Because there's objectives in it that a lot of times people forget. There's hostages, but they're not always relevant. The bomb game modes are a lot more popular. But
Right, yeah, for sure.
yeah, Counter-Strike. I love that game.
This is the only game I ever cared about being on a leaderboard on Xbox Live.
Oh, there's one of those later in my list.
What could it be?
Oh, God.
Kevin talked about MMOs earlier, so I'm going to talk about my favorite MMO, Phantasy Star Online version 2.
I am too.
The thing about this game to me, and obviously this was kind of, I won't say the forefront of MMOs, but it was, around there, at least for console ones. It's very approachable. And that's the thing about MMOs that makes jumping into World of Warcraft in the year of our Lord 2018 impossible, because you're just I've just missed an incredible amount of time.
I've missed
of
12 years of things.
So the fact that you could just buy the game, buy your Rangers Pass, sign in, and Xbox Live then was booming. You had deals. Yeah, just jump on in and go for it. That's what made it work on consoles, I think, and I think that's why you choose console stuff generally over PC, is just the ease of which I can just hit the start button and a couple minutes I'm in, versus, oh, I got to download this driver, I got to, whatever people's normal complaint is. I like that it had a bunch of fun classes and archetypes. I really miss, sort of like you were saying with your character, I really miss the hunter that I made in this game, and I've never been able to replicate it quite in any other MMOs that I've played. I tried to in SWTOR, tried to in a couple other things, and I tried to in any class-based type game. that you get to choose sort of like your fight style or anything like that. Still haven't gotten there, but miss my character. It's really fun too because the hub world was kind of the big thing. You're always back in the space station getting ready to ship off to the next mission. And this game was one of my first like real deep dives into Japanese anything. So you're getting all the cute emotes and getting all of like basically before memes were around as much, but like, you know, just that type of like 4chan Reddit talk everywhere. And it's just like, this is like a crazy little bustling world of teenagers, I guess. Like, I don't really know what's going on here. I don't understand half this stuff, but it's cool. It just seems very vibrant and alive just because you're just seeing speech bubbles everywhere and people popping up and just like communicating. It's like, wow, like this is crazy because this was also, you know, sort of at the start of Xbox Live and Dreamcast and stuff like that where online was picking up. It's just like, this is what the future's like, huh? It's like everyone just talking and playing together. So it's really cool. Tons of content in the game, and that's probably the most important thing for any MMO is not only, you know, what do you ship with, but also like what do you keep adding to it to keep people coming back, because there's only so much you can do with, you know, oh, I beat the game, I'm level 200, I guess in this case, what do I do? Make a new character, do it again, like that gets old after a while for most people, I guess. But it was cool that they had continuous content coming out too. For a console, like I said, it's rare for consoles to get that much love for something that's pretty much known to be like a PC kind of market anyway with MMOs. So it was just nice to see what it did on a console. And like I always keep kind of harking back to, this was right at the beginning of online gaming. I knew, you know, matchmaking was sort of not really there when this game was out. So you didn't really get that like constant sense of like, oh, I can just wait for my friends to pop up, or it's just me, I can just play with people of my rank, you know, something like that. So this got me out of my, I guess, shell, and I didn't mind just going up to a random group of people who, like I said, I didn't know what they were saying, but they had emotes and fun stuff and dancing. So I was like, hey, you guys want to do this mission? And just make friends, kind of like the natural way that you would, I guess, in real life if you were ever on a spaceship.
If you ever walked up to people just dancing.
Yeah. Wouldn't you want to be their friends? But
hey, want to go on an adventure with me?
Just
no.
Just that kind of social aspect was like, wow, this is what the future holds. We were very wrong, but
I was about to say, and oh boy,
you're like half.
But it was
there's a lot of
it was
emotes.
interesting, and really, really love that game for what it did and when it did it, I guess. So best favorite MMO, Phantasy Star Online version 2.
Number 6, favorite MMO, RuneScape. Gotta talk about it. So I like this for a lot of the same reasons that I liked Guild Wars. I also have things that I don't like about this game. Like, I don't like the combat at all in the game. There's some people who are really into it, really in depth. It has that whole, like, back and forth thing that I don't like. But one thing that I do appreciate about the combat is that they just removed all the extra numbers. Like, why do you gotta hit a 6,000? You can hit a 6. It's the same thing as long as, you know, I liked that you had 10 health when you start the game and you're hitting 1s and 0s. It's totally fine with me. I've never understood the World of Warcraft, like, oh, 17,550. I'm just like, why? Why can't you just hit a 17 and be done with it?
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't understand. But anyway, this game to me was about skills. You could play the game without doing any combat and just become a skill account, and it had tons of things to do. You could fletch, you could cook, you could farm, you could
like
fish.
vocation kind of skills.
Yeah. You could fish, you could, you know, cut wood, you could build houses, you can do all this stuff. And that was the fun part to me, was setting my own personal goals of, I want to be able to fish and catch this, and then I want to be able to sell it, and then I want to be able to catch this and then sell it and level up, and now I can do sharks and all this stuff. And it was the economy of the game that was really the most interesting to me. Like, I've never played a game more where I was like, I want to be rich in this game, and I want to do everything humanly possible.
Trying to do that in real life.
To become rich. No, we do it in this game. So I really enjoyed that. Something that this game does and Guild Wars kind of did is this game doesn't have classes at all. You just start, and like if you use the bow a lot, I guess you're an archer. but you can, use your sword a bunch, you can use magic a bunch, or you can not use any of it, and there's no class-based system to it. Everybody just eats food to heal. There's no, healers or tanks or any of that, whereas Guild Wars had a similar thing where every class could do everything. So every class has a heal, and every class can revive each other. They really wanted to make if you had 5 friends and they all wanted to be elementalists in Guild Wars, you could all hang out and still be fine. In RuneScape, very similar thing. 5 people, no matter what they started the game, how they started the game, you have one character. You don't need to make all these other classes and keep going through the game and grinding and doing that stuff. That being said, the quests in this game are the best quests, I think, in any MMO, and I don't actually think it's close. There are not fetch quests. They all have full written dialogue. Some of them are hours and hours and hours long, even just the small, little throwaway side quests where it's there's a vampire in this house and you need to kill it, so you got to go get garlic and stuff. But it's also very comedy-based. There's a lot of humor in their quests, and also there's no main quest. You're not some legendary hero that has to go fight and save the world. You're just a guy in this world, and you can run into a house and be like, oh, what do you need? And they'll tell you this huge long story, and you can go do it, or you can choose not to do it. But I really liked that there wasn't that urgency. You really did feel like you were just living in this world and doing your own thing. It was free to play, and it has a members world, and the members world is 10 times the size of the free to play thing. But when I was playing it free to play, I never felt like I was missing out on anything until I became a member, and I was like, oh, I was. It has really good music, incredibly underrated music, actually. And I'm specifically talking about RuneScape 2007 with this, which is 07scape or whatever. You can play old school RuneScape now, which is kind of around when I think it was in its prime, 06 time. Not the actual RuneScape, which is called RuneScape 3 now, which I don't enjoy at all. That being said, I don't want to go into it too much, but I've talked about them on the show. My stories, my Lord Jesus name came from RuneScape, which I've evolved into a username that I use a lot. I've had people come up to me in real life and literally be like, oh my god, you're the RuneScape player, because I played so much and I had such high skills. I have literally over a year logged into this game of active playing time. In high school, we used to go to the library every day and sit around on the computers, and the library computers would time out every 20 minutes, and then the next person would get in, and we'd just keep rotating and switching around the library computers. Keyloggers were a problem because every computer in the school got keylogged because there was this one douchebag senior who wanted to steal everybody's accounts. It was a whole thing. It transcended the video game. It became part of the life, which I imagine Fortnite is for a lot of kids right now. I feel
absolutely.
Fortnite is a lot of kids' RuneScape right now, and if they were doing that list in 10 years or whatever, they would have that. So that's kind of how this goes. And then, of course, I have to mention my Santa hat story, which Kellen started smiling as soon as I mentioned RuneScape, which was the Santa hat, one of the rarest items in the game. Got one on my own. So proud of myself getting it. And somebody tricked me into going into the wild, which is another genius idea, which is basically the PvP of the game. You go into the wild, it's level 1, level 2, level 3. The further in you go, the more people can attack you, basically. So if you're in level 1 wild and you're level 80, only people level 80, 81, or 79 can attack you. But if you go 5 levels in, then people 75 to 85 can attack you. So they put better materials and things further in, but it's riskier to go because if you get killed in there, you drop all your stuff. And drop my stuff I did, got tricked going in there, dropped my Santa hat, died, was super upset. Had a friend give me another Santa hat, and I was super happy about that. I actually earned enough money, made another Santa hat, gave her Santa hat back. I was like, oh, thank you very much. And then what do I go and do? I lost that Santa hat too because I got tricked again. Long story short, I went into that wild area because I thought I was outsmarting the people. It used to be if you drop your items, they don't appear for 30 seconds. So I was like, oh, I'll just drop my items, I'll teleport, and I'll get back and I'll pick them up. This is easy. Apparently they changed it so when you drop your items, if you're in the wild, they just appear instantly. So not only did I drop my items, I survived running back, and then I had to watch them all laugh at me because they're like, you dropped it and you would have just lived if you kept running. And I was like, I don't know how this game works. I'm dumb. And it brought up, speaking of memes earlier, it brought up my Fairly Odd Parents, this is where I'd put a Santa hat if I had one meme that I enjoy so much. So RuneScape, it was just part of my life for so long. From like 7th grade to senior year, it was in the mix, like heavily in those early years and a little bit then. I still dabble in it and read like updates and stuff that they do. So had to be on this list. Absolutely.
Fair enough. Where are we at? Number 6? Cool. So I had a Game Gear when I was little, and I played like a couple of things on it. I didn't play a whole lot on it, but there was another handheld system that I played a lot because of one particular game. It was Pokemon Yellow.
Okay. I was wondering where that was going.
I had handheld stuff, but this was like the first one I ever really like got behind and played a lot. That was like my travel thing. Like I had Madden and all that kind of stuff for it. But Pokemon Yellow was like my introduction to Pokemon because I knew what the cards were, but didn't have any. I never played Red or Blue until later. And I was just like, all right, I guess I'll try this. I'll get a Game Boy Color, one of the purple clear ones, because that was the thing.
Translucent.
Yeah. And I'll get Pokemon Yellow. I guess I'll try this. Oh my god, I love this game. Like, I just kind of tried it, and it is a problem now. But well, not as much as it used to be. But yeah, I think that game was for its time almost perfect for a handheld.
Sure.
Like just absolutely perfect as a handheld because you could pick it up, wander around the grass for 5 minutes, and put it down. You could. If you're still doing like the story of Pokemon, like unlocking the cities and whatnot, you could do that for hours and just hours and hours. And I loved all the systems, some of which at the time I didn't even know existed. But as I learned them, like all the EV and all that shit, like as you learn it, the game is just significantly deeper than you even begin to imagine it is, and has some of the best creature design ever. Because the first gen of Pokemon are all fantastic, pretty much.
I agree.
But yeah, that was my introduction into Pokemon, and almost my introduction into RPGs, kind of, if you want to count it as an RPG. But
I do.
Okay, because I know some people don't, but some people count it as like a collection thing. But I mean, I've heard that argument
Those
before.
are the people that don't know about the deep systems that you were talking
Exactly.
about.
At first, it just seems like a catch the Pokemon thing, but it's a lot more. I played it more as like a combat kind of thing. Like I was one of the ones that would do Elite Four runs all the time just to level shit up. Because I tried to always play Yellow legitimately. I didn't do like the Masingo bullshit.
It's cool though.
The Masingo's cool. I did that in Red a lot just to like play around with stuff. But yeah, I played a lot of Pokemon Yellow when it was new and relevant, and that led to me getting Red and then Blue and then ended up getting Silver. Like it just grew from there. So that was my first Pokemon experience, and I still love Pokemon Yellow. It's probably still my favorite. So Pokemon Yellow.
Boy, would you love Let's Go Pikachu / Eevee.
Probably.
All right, I'm going. Number 6. Going into shooters now, because Kellen mentioned it, and now I kind of want to talk about shooters as well. My favorite shooter, Halo 2. I don't think that'll make you too mad that I didn't pick Counter-Strike, because it's kind of like right there with it.
It makes me happy you didn't pick Halo 1. Kellen.
It might be later.
If we chose shooters that made us the most money, then yeah, maybe Halo 1.
I got a few gift cards out of that.
Yeah, it was awesome. That's why I love being in Key Club. I could set up those events. Anyways, Halo 2, my actual favorite. I think that took like the multiplayer formula for shooters and like perfected it. It's obviously what spawned matchmaking, I guess, as we know it. It was right there at the time of Xbox Live still taking off and people just being like, oh man, it takes me 30 seconds to jump in a game with people from my country and I can play anyone in the world. Like these people that I've just been following around, maybe some of the online games that we talked about, maybe have that group, hey, you want to buy an Xbox and play Halo? And then everyone just goes from there, because obviously you couldn't have this online system with one, technically. You had LAN parties and stuff like that. But as far as just sitting on your couch and playing after a day of work or school or something and just going straight into that for like 6 hours, this was the game to do it. Sort of like we talked about with Fortnite, Halo became like a household term, even for people that didn't play video games or even know what Halo was, but they always had the son probably like eating Doritos and drinking Mountain Dew
and being like,
oh. The Code Red Mountain Dew, that is, for Halo. I think this was like the first big like console like juggernaut, really, as far as shooters are concerned, if we're keeping it just in this category. And what was also cool about this is that it was like the spawn of like MLG and clans and teams and stuff like that really getting heavily ingrained into consoles. Counter-Strike had that type of stuff on PC, but this is the first time it moved over into the like console world, and then you had all these websites where you could sign up, log in your gamer tag.
I definitely had a website.
Oh, the ladders.
Yeah. And stuff like that. It was really cool. And that was before, esports and all that type of stuff where you could really like find the best of the best. But it was always cool to be like, yeah, I always beat this guy in my area or something like that. So it was just cool to take that to the next level, which was worldwide. And like I said, this was before the world that we know now, where you can just like hop on a plane and go out to a big Shanghai event or something like that and play against people. So it was cool that this was at the forefront of it. And my last thing too is that I remember the midnight release for this game, and I don't feel like I still haven't seen so much hype for a video game. Because just like you talk about midnight release and lines around the corner and people like in Halo stuff, and you had like artists of the time, so like Incubus, Breaking Benjamin, whoever else was kind of big at the time doing music and doing like events. Like you would see along the TV screens, it'd have like a countdown. It was almost like New Year's or something, but it was like countdown until Halo release. Mm-hmm. And any E3 that it was at, it was just like video of the show or game of the show or anything like that. So really cool, a lot of hype for this, and kind of hasn't been replicated as much. Or maybe we just grew up and didn't care about it as much, but I feel like I haven't had that same experience.
I just feel like digital hurts it a lot. A lot of people stay home. They're like, oh, it unlocks at midnight. Or I'm just going to go to bed and wake up and play it in the morning.
Preload it the week
there.
Before, yeah.
Yeah. That hurts that stuff. Number 5. You were talking earlier about this game. It sounded great. It was some visual novel. There was a bar involved. I was really into it. But I got to tell you the real visual novel bar game. It's got some sheep. It's got some girlies. It's just the best. We're talking about my number 5, which is Catherine. Talked earlier about how I like games that have a split of gameplay between either, visual novel and, RPG elements or whatever it is. We got visual novel, puzzle game. Perfect Kevin combination. I love it. So Catherine is, for people who don't know, even though I talk about it all the time, Catherine is a game about this guy who's in a committed relationship for a long time with Catherine, and he's at the bar, and then this girl named Catherine comes up and is like, hey, and she's all flirtatious, and they end up sleeping together, and then the whole game is kind of playing in his mind as this puzzle game. Where he goes to bed and you play his nightmares that he's having over this at night. And depending on your decisions and things that you do when you're awake in the bar, hanging out with people, it changes the outcomes and kind of what's going on with the whole Catherine situation. It's, once again, grounded enough that it's interesting, but it's fantastical enough that you're like, oh, okay, I believe that. I guess so. Like, whatever. So I really enjoy that kind of perfect mix that I've been alluding to in almost every game that I've brought up so far. Just talking about the actual puzzle gameplay, I thought it was really unique. They're kind of puzzle platformery. They're building these staircases. You need to figure out how to climb to the top, and the bottom levels are constantly falling out, and some of the blocks are made of ice. Nobody likes the ice blocks.
Fuck ice.
Fuck ice. You can't stand on that shit. But anyway, you're trying to pull out these blocks and build stairs to the top, and then there's boss battles where certain blocks change, or they'll, destroy blocks that you're standing on, things like that. Real fun. I love that this is just a game that deals with like marriage and sex and things in a very mature way, which is just not something common at all in video games. So that was kind of a nice, refreshing change of pace. I'm super excited for Catherine Fullbody.
Me too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The other thing I love is that we all pick a different Catherine, which is really interesting.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Because they're adding, Catherine with a D. Nick's just all over it. But anyway, just a grounded story at premise, and then you're like, oh, okay, there's more fantastical things going on. That split of gameplay. Love it so much. The visual style was literally a test for Persona 5. They were like, let's see what this looks like. And they're like, oh, it looks amazing. Let's go with that.
We can use this.
Let's go with that for the big game. Yeah. And I really hope that in the future we're getting full body, but I really hope that in the future we get other like golden Playhouse games, because that entire game is framed as a TV show, almost like an anthology. It has a host and everything. And I would love if maybe someday in the future we get like a different show with that same kind of banner under its umbrella. That'd be really, really neat. But boy, do I love Catherine. And boy, do I love Catherine. It's great.
Yeah, it's a cool game.
Wait till the best one comes out.
No.
You left out the best part of the game, though. All the interesting facts you learn.
Yeah, if you keep drinking enough, played it with Kellen, you keep drinking enough, you just get bar facts about whatever you're drinking.
We spent most of the game in the bar.
You spent most of the game in the bar, yes. Yes, you did.
Where else would I go?
But anyway, my number 5, Catherine. Love that game. Are you surprised that that's on my list, is my first question.
No.
Okay, I was surprised it was on my list. Are you surprised it was so high on my list?
No.
Okay. It was almost my number 4. It was very close. And I was like,
why would that surprise me? You talk about it every other day.
I fucking love Catherine. Okay, you're
number 5. Mechasalt.
Yep.
Is that one of the ones you picked?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. My first console online game I ever really got into was Mechasalt.
You're really good at it.
I used to be really good at it.
You're still really good at it.
I'm still okay at it. I remember being a lot better.
Sure.
Especially with shooting on the move.
Sure.
Even though we played probably a year now, but
Yeah, it's been a really long time.
I remember that game really well. But like Nick was talking about the leaderboard thing earlier, it was one of my favorite gaming achievements is that I was on 2 different monthly leaderboards and they came at the same time, Team Deathmatch and Capture the Flag. Because I had a group I'd play Capture the Flag with, and Team Deathmatch I'd go in and I could just carry a team by myself. Because that's the only game I've ever been good at, so.
All right.
But no, I love the way Mechasalt was set up, and it was one of the first games I played where doing the single player mattered to multiplayer because it unlocked Ragnarok.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. It reminds me a little bit of like Call of Duty World at War, where like you had to beat the single player campaign and then you unlock the zombies mode.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know how I feel about that.
You just max they unlocked it the next day.
They did unlock it the next day. I didn't know if you remembered that.
Oh,
that
I
made
remember.
me so mad.
I remember that.
Anyway, keep going. Mechasalt.
But yeah, like it wasn't necessary to have the Ragnarok, but it was really good at Capture the Flag, like defending and whatnot. So it was going to be good, but Team Deathmatch it wasn't the best. And it's one of my favorite online games because you could just pick it up and play. There's no like weird level system. There's no loadouts. It's just
Call of Duty didn't happen yet.
well, true. Like the only loadout was whatever mech you picked. They all came standard based on their mech, but you picked whatever mech you wanted. And you just went and played.
Yeah.
The maps are all destructible. Like there was ways to.
It's like a hero shooter, honestly.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Like you picked the Mad Cat. You knew what you were getting.
Yeah.
Like I love that the smaller mechs had this clear speed advantage. The bigger ones you could disable the legs on them. Like it was a really well made game.
It really was.
And I desperately want another one more than any other
Don't
game.
we all?
I'd love another Mechasalt. We're getting something similar. I don't know when, but it's supposed to be.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a Mechasalt like 6 or something.
Yeah, it's in the works somewhere. But yeah, Mechasalt, one of my favorite Xbox.
Warrior.
Yeah, my favorite Xbox Live games, if not my favorite ever.
Yeah, he was going after the leaderboards on that almost at the same time as Counter-Strike, because Counter-Strike came out about the same time. I was like, I'll focus on this game. You take that one.
It was real early in the Xbox Live days. It was like that in original Ghost Recon.
That game came with Xbox Live.
Some of them, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine came with the whacked and whatnot.
Whacked.
Let me revise my
what
list.
what a great game.
That game was awesome. Unless you go back and play it now.
Sort of like Kevin, a game that I've mentioned a ton of times over and over and over and over. My best racer, my favorite racer, Burnout 3 Takedown. Still to this day, I think it's my most satisfying racer. I know if you're hopping in a digital car, I guess you're there for like the speed or adrenaline or whatever. But just smashing into someone and that like 1 to 2 second time frame, and then it says takedown on your screen, and you just get that nitro burst, and you're just speeding it. Like everything just feels great about it. It just feels so good to just ram that guy that you just caught up to, make him wipe out, crash, and calm down. And and like I said, it's just everything. You get that adrenaline burst, you get the speed, you get all that, and you just that thing popping up on your screen. It just says Takedown was always kind of ingrained for anyone who played that game, and it just felt real good. On top of that, once you were done with that, or if you just wanted a break from that, you could do the cool crash mode. And that was just really fun because that was more of the type of game where you're just going for the high score. So it had a little bit of classic video game stuff in that. And that was so fun because, everyone starts off the same conditions, same car, same everything. But it's how can I contort the car in midair? Can I hit this speeding car to chain this, set of events and hit this explosive barrel and cause this? It was really cool how you could chain it all together. And it was fun watching replays while you're in that kind of party menu, just watching for the next guy to jump in and go do it. And then it was your turn. Big thing for me in racing games, whether it's simulation or something crazy like this, is if you can still have fun when you're not winning all the time. Because I get super competitive about these games. Super competitive about a lot of stuff, sadly. But racers always wanted to be number one. That was my favorite genre for a long time. And even if I finish second, finish last, whatever, I was still having a great time because there's probably at least 3 or 4 instances of, man, I really took that one guy out in a cool way, even though I lost. So it's really cool to do that. And this was the first racer for me growing up on Gran Turismo games and stuff like that where I wanted to do, okay, one more. Because you can't really do that in Mario Kart. You're okay, one more Grand Prix, and that's 30 more minutes. Yeah. But this was another one type of thing where this is sort of the same era of maybe Mech Assault or Counter-Strike or Call of Duty a few years after where, that's what all those franchises thrive off of is, you got 30 minutes to play, we're going to hook you for 3 hours, and you're going to, miss your alarm in the morning or something because you've just been playing this all night. But that's what this game was for me. So, number 5.
My favorite puzzle game ever, the crash mode.
Yeah.
Catherine?
No, the crash mode in this game.
Number 4, Super Mario 64. We got to talk about that Super Mario 64. Still the best 3D platformer game. I think so. I admit that certain levels, certain parts of the game definitely don't age that well. I think there's some people who are man, this game is just perfect. And I'm there's some stuff in this game that isn't great. But the best part about it is it's an explore at your own pace style thing. So you only need to do half the game to beat the game. So if you're trying this one thing and you can't do it and you get frustrated, you can leave and go hop into a different level and go get the star in that level and then leave that one and maybe go back if you think, your skills have improved or whatever. But you can maneuver your way through this game in so many different ways that it just opens itself up to replayability, to speed runs. It's probably the best speed running game and the most sped-ran game that there is. The hub world, which I talk about all the time, is so key to this game. Peach's Castle is incredible. The painting idea of jumping into different paintings to go to the different worlds is just brilliant because it links everything together. It's why is there a haunted house in a desert? It's you just jump through the haunted house picture and you jump through the desert picture. It's great. It also opens it up to secrets. For this, it doesn't really matter now, but this playground talk stuff that we had where you'd be oh, if you jump in this window, there's a secret slide, and if you go through this wall, you can, you had the ability to talk about this stuff, and now you just Google it. But at the time, that was awesome, and those secrets actually really meant something. Oh, Yoshi's on the roof. You can go see him if you play the game a lot. Other than that, I have to mention what?
Well, I was going to say nowadays you played it 30 minutes and you're already getting YouTube recommendations. 12 Easter eggs you didn't know about Mario.
Did you see the end of Red Dead where this guy dies? Wow. Other than that, I have to mention the music. In basically every game I have on this list has phenomenal music, but you got to mention the Mario music. Its ability to figure out 3D space. Every game still uses that template of, here's your character, there's a camera around the character that you can kind of rotate and move around. Like, that didn't exist. They invented that, and every game nowadays use it. Where some people, they tried like the Knights thing, where it was more like this lock-on camera thing, and the Crash Bandicoot, where they're like, oh, it's 2D. Let's just turn it and you go straight. Mario figured it out. Like, it figured out the open exploration 3D, and just the nuance of the analog stick, where pushing it a little makes you walk and pushing it, harder makes you run. They invented all of that stuff, and I do think it gets a lot of credit for that, deservedly so. And it's so much better than Sonic. So Mario 64, my number 4.
Number 4.
Sonic the Hedge.
Number 4, Persona 4, Golden.
Ooh, good man.
On theme.
Yeah, pretty much. So my favorite JRPG by quite a bit, even counting 3 and 5 in the Persona series, which I love both. But 4 was the first one I played. Even when it didn't go into it blind, I'd watched the anime and knew.
That's what's always interesting. I
it.
was like, hey, let's watch this anime. And then you were like, that was cool. I'm going to go play the game. And I'm like, the game's the anime. Okay. And you were
Too
like,
late.
I loved it.
Too late. We're going through it. Plus, I got to do ending stuff that wasn't in the anime. And that some people haven't seen because their game ended 10 hours before the actual ending.
Shut
No, I love all the systems in this game. Like, I had almost zero problems with it. It's paced perfectly. All the combat I love. I like the rock, paper, scissors. Well, I guess there's more than 3 options with all the elements and whatnot. But I love that. I'm not big on dungeon crawlers, but I really like doing it in this game. Like you were saying, I ran through every dungeon twice because you got something doing it twice.
Yeah.
That cast is perfect because they represent all sorts of different.
I was wondering, like, when I
weird-
was talking about it, I kept, like, saying stuff, and I was like, Kellen, chime in. Why aren't you talking about it?
I'll get to it later.
We figured it out.
I was like, I'll get to it later. No, it's probably my favorite video game cast.
Yeah.
As a complete cast. There's a couple of characters I would like more in other games, but complete cast is my favorite. It does a lot of things well. I love their little town. It's fucking full of idiots. Like, it's just, I love that game. It's so good.
It is so good.
All the dungeons are really well made. There's a lot of stuff you can miss if you don't do it right. Not just to shout at Kevin, but there's one that I still haven't done. Like the very last one I didn't do.
Yeah.
There's all those.
I didn't do the last 3. It's cool.
I know you missed a lot of it. All the goofy little like unimportant trips that you remember, like the camping trip and the going to the beach. Like all that stuff's just great. It just adds on the characters. Yeah, Persona 4 is one of my favorite stories too. So
It makes me happy.
Yeah.
I'm glad that's on there. I feel like, I know you've been told about Persona. Did you know about Persona before I showed you it?
I was aware of it, but didn't know much about it.
Okay. I know a bunch of people told you to play it, so I don't want to take credit for that.
They
I'll take credit for yours.
That's fine.
They misadvertised it big time to me. So it was.
They didn't say high school and you date girls, and you were like, oh, okay.
No, they just said it's like an adult version of Pokemon. I was like, I mean, I see where the connection is now, but
The
I'm just
cards,
like, that's a bad way to. I mean, you'd think that would be a good way, but I was just like, I'll just play Pokemon.
I just said that because you
as
like
an
Pokemon.
adult. Like,
Yeah.
Number 4, no good segue from that really, but it's Japanese at least. Jet Set Radio Future.
Yeah.
Can't talk enough about this game, but I'm gonna try to for time's sake. But like my big thing with this game is that it's unique. And that's always a good standout for me when you're picking out games in a list like this, or just like something that like holds true. Stands test of time, anything like that. It's just like it was a really unique experience. You talked about Mario, did this unique idea with the 3D camera, and it stuck with like everything that's 3D or third person now. So the big thing for me, talking about standing test of time, is the cell shading graphics. You can go and play it today, and even if you are a harsh critic of graphics or can't get into that like, oh, this was 2000s, live with it sort of thing, you can still appreciate the graphics and like it, and it still looks good. I think this game is one of the best, if not the best, at fusing music and gameplay together. Each little district had its own music, and it was not like an orchestral thing. It wasn't like a score, and it wasn't sort of like catchy music that you're used to. It was just really unique again, and that's the word that keeps popping up for all of this. it was like a J-pop funk type of thing, like music you've never heard of or listened to, but you're just like, this is actually pretty awesome, and I'm just going to keep listening to it.
It's such a good soundtrack.
And once again, there's nothing... I know Splatoon 2 kind of wades into that area, but nothing's really been able to repeat that since, and that just makes it even better in my book, that no one can really match it. The other thing, too, is going back to talking about the unpopular opinion that one guy had that unlocks kill the game, or kill video games. This game had a shit ton of unlocks as far as unlocking new people you can skate around with, music and stuff like that. So I think it adds to the game in the fact that you can play what should be like a 10 or 12 hour game and just drag it out into like 100 because you want to do this cool thing to unlock this guy who's really awesome, or maybe his stats are a little bit better so he can skate better, or do something else to help you unlock this guy. So it's really cool, and I love the fact that it came out at a time where there's like packed full of skating games.
Yeah.
This is when Tony Hawk was out. This is when all of the Tony Hawk wannabes are out. And even though it's like inline skating, a little bit different, but it had some pretty stiff competition. Even though this is wildly different from those types of games, but it still kind of stuck out. And when I think of cult favorites, I still think this one jumps up to the top of any type of list like that. So yeah, number 4.
Number 3. Arguably the best video game of all time.
So there's 2 ahead of it.
This is favorite, not best. Combining 2 things.
Combining?
Yeah, that's a word. 2 things that should not have been compound. We got Final Fantasy, we got Disney. We're talking Kingdom Hearts 2. Let me tell you why I love Kingdom Hearts 2, you guys. So Kingdom Hearts 2, right, it sets up this story, this world, and there's all these worlds. There's this Tarzan world over here.
Is it a whole new world?
That's in there. That's over here, though. We've got Nightmare Before Christmas world. We got Final Fantasy world. Everything's just a world. We got The World Ends With You world, right? Yep, that's in there. And then an event happens, and all these worlds kind of mix and mesh and combine. It's kind of interesting. And you play as Sora. This kid, he's got real big shoes. I'm just going to give you the full game synopsis.
Please don't.
I want to drag this out as long as I can.
I want to drag you out.
No, Kingdom Hearts 2, absolutely love it. It improved on the first game in every single way, from the combat, which was fairly shallow in the first one, the platforming especially. And it literally just added depth to every possible thing, some in good ways, some in bad. The story, it really went crazy with the story in a lot of ways. They were like, man, we might need to make 8 spin-off games to explain what we just did in this game, but that's okay, because they did it. And maybe one day I'll see how it ends, but I'm not entirely sure.
And give them the worst titles I've ever heard.
What's wrong with the titles?
Continue.
Sleep by Death. What's the one called?
Birth by Sleep.
Birth by Death. Okay.
365. My favorite is still 0.2, a fragmentary passage. Birth by Sleep.
English. English.
Anyway,
bad translations.
The characters designed like specifically for the Kingdom Hearts world are incredible. They're fantastic. The music that they take, the Disney music, and remix it to each of the worlds is really good. The thing that people love about this game, though, is its heart and its character.
I get it.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, though. Like, there's so many just cheesy things in this game, and so many, like, over the top, and, like, why is there so many of the same character cloning themselves and then dying, and then they lied about their name, and then this is actually their name? All that stuff, very true, very convoluted. There's a whole movie you have to watch if you want to understand what's happening in this third game, and I know you want to watch it, Kellen. But
no.
That being said, it's the heart that goes into
the kingdom.
Into the kingdom, yeah. No, it's the heart that the game has that really shines, and there's this like weird emotional pull to the game. I've never felt before. I was playing this PS2 game, and I'm like, why is this kids game with Donald Duck hurting my emotions? I don't understand. And they do a lot of dark things. Like, they do a lot of things in this game that you wouldn't expect them to do, and I think that's part of the reason that it works. Is they gave them creative freedom to do whatever they want, and whatever they want, they did. So also the Keyblade's a sweet weapon.
It's just a key that unlocks your death.
It unlocks.
It opens a lot of my beer when we're here.
That
The
is true.
Keyblade.
Yeah.
That is true.
I did watch one YouTube video about all the Kingdom Hearts
I know.
stuff.
I'm sure you did, and I'm sure it ruined the entire series for you.
No,
you know
beautiful.
the thing. You know that's true.
Most
Like
of it's
90
accurate. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what makes it so funny.
Anyway, Kingdom Hearts 2, I love it. I almost put Birth by Sleep because I love Birth by Sleep and I love me some Aqua. But the fact that it's a PSP game, I think, the fact that it's a PSP game hurts that game a little bit. Because just the levels aren't as big as Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, that's hard to do on a PSP.
Yeah.
Number 3, Mass Effect 1.
What's your number 2?
One of my favorite RPGs, especially for the combat. Mass Effect 1 sometimes gets crap for its combat, but I love the Mass Effect 1 combat. Mostly because of the way they do the powers and some of the changes they hadn't made yet. The third-person shooting, I think, works really well in that game. And one of the things they took out for the second and third one that's not combat related that I miss is a lot of the armor and the power, like the different ammunition you find, like a lot of the RPG stuff they took out because a lot of people don't like managing inventory. Well, that doesn't really bother me. I also love space operas, as will become apparent again later, but
Kingdom Hearts is a space opera.
no, it's not.
It is.
It's also a Disney thing, and I'm not big on Disney stuff, which, anyway.
May your heart be the guiding key, Kellen.
How about just the Mass Effects? Mass Effect hit at like the perfect time. I was looking for something kind of a little different. That was when I'm just playing like shooters and stuff all day. It's like, oh, this game looks kind of cool, and what do you know? It's Mass Effect, and I liked it quite a bit. Another game with a great cast. The like core 6 of Mass Effect 1 are all fantastic. They all have good stories. You can talk and interact with all of them in different ways and do different stuff for them. I love the exploration in the first game, including the Mako. I like the first Mako. I don't have any problems with it. I love the look of that game. It's kind of film grainy. It looks almost like an old war footage, which I think works. I mean, there's not much I would change about the first Mass Effect. Yeah, Mass Effect 1.
Number 3. I didn't say it for the last one. Jet Set Radio Future was my best action adventure.
Yeah, I was going to ask, and then I forgot because you started talking about the soundtrack.
That was 7 genres. I decided to split RPG up into 3. And how I split it will kind of be...
I think it too.
I think I know.
really, really relevant after this one. The best of the East. Persona 5. Not the best. My favorite of the East. I say Persona 5 because, well, basically if you go from 2, 2.5, and all the way up to 5, it's really, you're comparing a lot of really high ranking games. It's not to say the second best is that much worse. It was just like, this kind of edges out. And the thing that really gets me with this game in particular, as opposed to maybe the other ones on the list or maybe anything else that would fall into a JRPG, is the style. It's sort of along the same lines as Jet Set Radio Future is for me, but like just everything top to bottom in this game just like oozes style. And we've talked about it probably a million times, but going so far as to like, I even enjoy hitting pause in the game just so I can flip through the different like James Bond-esque like little maneuvers that your character does in the game, or in the menu, I should say.
Yeah.
And all
Best menus.
Yeah, like, and it's such a weird thing to say, but it's just true. The art style, like you said, probably just perfected what Catherine presented, but in the Persona kind of way. I really love the way just everyone's character image pops up, and while you're talking to them, it just seemed a little bit more comic book like, but more like a film noir kind of like detective kind of comic. So it was really cool the way that it appeared. The cool thing with at least Persona 3, 4, and 5 is that they all have distinct themes and color palettes and tones, which is why a lot of people consider it like a trilogy for the most part, is because you have Persona Golden, Persona 4 Golden, and that's yellow, that's bright, it's vibrant. Yeah, there's some dark spots to the story, but like it's happy and upbeat, or at least it tries to be when it's hard to be. 3, dark blue, depressing, like solitude, just, bad all around. So it's like a good
I thought it was pretty
yin
good.
and yang.
I liked it.
Oh, yeah, me too. It was like a good yin and yang, and then you get this one that's kind of just in the middle. This one's red, so it makes you think like Riot and Revolt. The whole purpose of the game was basically they're shitty adults, and we're not having it anymore, sort of thing. So this one took a good... The reason I think it wins out is because it took more of like an Ocean's 11 approach for me, and that just strikes the perfect chord as to how do I decide between these three near-perfect things. So it was that. It was the style. Like I said, it also kind of bleeds into this James Bond or this Ocean's kind of thing. A casino level helps drive that home.
I do like
the soundtrack.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to compare the soundtracks just because they're all good, but just the fact that it used jazz, it used the organ instrument, it used like all these different things that you don't really associate video game music to. Get so many points for me. It feels like it hits every mood that you would want it to. And just the seamless transition between combat, out of combat, walking around town, walking into something important, like everything just flowed well. Even getting on the little subway, going to the next area, just everything felt like it was just constantly moving forward, and there was no just stop. So that's my big thing for that game, and it all just kind of fell into place perfectly. So yeah, my favorite Persona as of tonight. Could change at any point during the day, but I think that one, for right now, I'll timestamp this and say it's my favorite. So,
Number 2, this is my double dip, had to do it, Silent Hill 3. I couldn't have Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill Shattered Memories not on this list. I went back and forth. I'm going to talk about honorable mentions in a little bit, but I went back and forth, and I was like, I just can't... Like, Shattered Memories, I recommend, and this is kind of how I think of this list, I recommend so many people play Shattered Memories, and so many people play 3, and so many people play Catherine and Mario 64, and, my list, basically. And I had to have them both on there. Silent Hill 3 stars Heather, which I think is the main reason that I like it. She's a girl, which is very common as a, horror movie. Yeah, like... You put like, oh, it's defenseless, but she's got an attitude, and she's got like this spunk to her that she'll fight back, but maybe a little too recklessly, maybe not knowing the situation too well. She's a teenager. With that said, the worlds expand, like it expands on the lore of Silent Hill, which is really cool because 1 and 2 are not connected at all. And they're like, what if they were? So this one kind of expands on that. It makes the town bigger. It just expands the world of Silent Hill in general. The music is incredible. I think this one has the best soundtrack of all the Silent Hills. I think it has the most memorable environments and levels that you go through. It didn't rely at all on jump scares. It relies more on the atmosphere and the environment and you not knowing what's around the corner, which I love. Kind of like the panic in that game is I need to find a save point. I need to find, an area where I'm safe, which I really, really enjoyed. The controls and graphics and everything are just better than Silent Hill 2 because they've had longer to work on it, so that makes sense. The theme is just the overall theme of the game, which is something that's really strong in Persona, as you were saying, is just something that fits with me strongly, so I like it for that. I love that it has different difficulties for puzzles and combat, so you can put the combat on easy and the puzzles on hard, or the combat on hard and the puzzles on easy, depending on how you feel like you want to play that particular game. But yeah, just in general, the story and Heather's kind of arc through the story, as well as the monster design, I think overall it has the best monster design. Like some of the other games, like Silent Hill 2 has Pyramid Head, which is obviously
hard to
a
beat.
very loved monster. So like, yeah, that would win if you were
You
like
just want to
Not by
hug.
people in game.
You just
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
hug
yeah.
him.
If you were like ranking them, but I think as like a batch of all the monsters, I think Silent Hill 3s are the best. And I think Silent Hill 3 is the best Silent Hill game. So Silent Hill 3 is my number 2.
It's not my favorite Silent Hill game though.
Oh yeah, what's your favorite Silent Hill game?
Downpour.
Oh God.
Number 2, Halo Combat Evolved. My first favorite console game. Like I had a PS1, played a couple things on a PS2. I had and played some things. Then I tried Halo at somebody's house. It's like, holy shit, I need this in my life. So I
might have initially tried it on a party
on a
bus.
bus.
Yeah.
Technically, I think it was on a bus. Same time.
Party bus.
Don't worry about that.
Different times back then.
There was a bus. There was an Xbox. There was some Halo.
Alright.
But yeah, that was my first like console game that I just loved. I'm like, I have to sell this crappy PS2 and go and buy an Xbox because I must play Halo. So I put my PS2 back together, sold it, and bought an Xbox.
I have so many questions, but keep going.
Yeah, this also fits the kind of space opera theme because probably my favorite universe is the Halo universe because I love everything going on in there, and I've read about 5 of the books mostly because of this game, and the way Master Chief is portrayed is fantastic because he's just kind of there. He's just kind of a big badass. You don't know shit about him, and if you just play the games. So learning his backstory is really neat, and Cortana's awesome. Like I love the first Halo.
One of those books is almost a step-for-step
One of them
walkthrough of the game.
One of them is a retelling of the game. Instead of like 15, 20 minutes of combat, it's just like Master Chief killed some things. Here's story. Like it flat out, it's just like he goes through the library with a shotgun. Like it just kind of explains things. But I absolutely love the gunplay in that game too, and all of the weapons are unique and just had their own purpose and reason. I remember the first time I went through that game, I was so terrified of running out of ammunition. I always took my assault rifle with me, no matter what was laying around. No matter what, like, for some reason I was terrified of running out of ammo. I don't know why. So even if there'd be like a rocket launcher and a sniper, I'm like, I'm leaving those. I got my assault rifle. Let's go. And that gun is notoriously terrible in that game. But yeah, I love the first Halo. One of the first shooters I really got into. Like I had played Counter-Strike quite a bit, but I was like addicted to Halo 1, and absolutely love that game still. Like I went back through the Master Chief Collection. It's still fantastic and one of my favorite shooters. So yeah,
I respect that choice.
Halo 1.
Really good soundtrack, too.
A fabulous soundtrack. I listened to it in my truck last week.
So, still sticking on the RPG topic, but I'm going to do Best of the West. And we got Mass Effect 1. So, favorite, once again, I'm not going to say it's better than 2 because that's a long night.
That surprised me also.
But
Is your next category best sequel to an RPG?
I think it's going to be best of
I-
the rest.
I kind of cheated, but Mass Effect still my most cherished science fiction experience of all time. This is including Star Wars. This is including TV show. Whatever. A lot of sci-fi has been hit, at least in our lifetime. Just the big thing now.
Another one of my favorite universes up there with Halo. So.
Yeah. Game really changed the way I participated, at least in exploration type games. I was never much of a 100%er, not much of a I gotta cover every square foot of this map or of this city or this area or whatever until this game, where I was I feel like a game guide isn't even enough. I feel like there's still more for me to figure out or something like that. And I spent so much time just wandering around, figuring out, turning over every stone, basically. The way the narrative was presented to me, this was obviously the pioneer of the two people facing each other, having options, but not just I'm picking something and the words just appear on the screen and the people mouth it. It's fully voiced dialogue, and it wasn't the exact word for word what you chose more like a little paraphrase, and you chose what you wanted your guy to voice or like what you wanted to come across, but then you hit it and then you just watched it happen rather than, okay, I know I'm going to say yes to this, I'm going to say blah, 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 whatever, but you chose it and you got to see like that little paraphrase turn into an actual dialogue. And then, a few lines later, it popped back up and you make another choice. You got to steer the conversation rather than just do a button press like, I want to be mean and kill the guy. It just happens. It was a really cool way to experience a cinematic game like that, and it felt like I was watching a movie anytime I got to talk to anyone. And because, like I said, it was my favorite sci-fi experience, so many like alien races, so many things just unknown to me, like, it's natural that I just want to learn more. And there were little kiosks in the game where you can just learn factual data, like birth rates and what planets these things live on and what the temperature is on those planets, and you're just like, I want to know it for whatever reason.
Yeah, I spent hours going through the codex in that game and flying to planets just to read about it. I'm like,
yeah,
I love that universe.
It's just facts. It's like looking at a brochure of something. I don't do that in real life.
I even know how their guns work in that universe and stuff
like Halo, this was the only other video game franchise where I bought and read all the books. I just got to know more. I got to keep deep diving into this stuff, even though, some of it retreads on stuff that you played. So that's not something I normally ever do. I might watch a movie adaptation of something I played, or I might watch an animated adaptation, whatever, but I've never really gone back and be like, I want to read step for step what this person did, or something like that. So a lot of breaking through new ground, I guess, for me in this case. And the one other thing I guess that I'll mention too is that it was so weird for me, being in a sense that normally you gravitate towards stuff that you understand and know, and this game, this franchise, very intentionally made humans kind of stale and boring, and it made these reptile aliens, these lizard aliens, these big like other type of lizard aliens, these like three-eyed things, all this stuff, like it made all these other things so much more appealing and interesting that whenever you came across a human character for the most part, you're just like, okay, they're all right, they're pretty cool. Let me go talk to that green man though, or whatever. And obviously this is the pioneer, I guess, of I want to bang some space aliens. So you talked about Catherine handled sexuality and romance and whatever in a mature way. This one too, for the most part, handled it in a really good way.
That's not what Fox News told me.
People were not ready for it.
For the most part,
they see blue alien ass, and all of a sudden, it's
and somebody going ready for round 2.
So I think it handled it in a really cool way, and hopefully that kind of opened the door for everyone else to go, hey, we can put this stuff in there and it not just be super cheesy or not always just make news headlines just because we put something mature in a game. Took it a while to get to that point, but now more games, you're starting to see more mature content and stuff like that flying through, because hopefully games like this, games that weren't rated X or something like that, took a chance and put it in there, even though caught some flack for it, some backfire. And I don't know, it was just really cool, just all around. It was just a nice introduction to this sort of world and universe. Really cool story. Science fiction can go forever as far as like different stories that they've tried, and it didn't hit many tropes too. A lot of the same missteps that other franchises do. So I don't know, just all around awesome experience, and it hit at a really good time for me. 2007, right after we were out of high school, figuring things out. I had a little bit more free time, especially that year, just through personal stuff, and it hit at a perfect time where I could just deep dive into it for hundreds of hours, and that's how it became what it is. So,
and has my favorite nuclear explosion ever in it.
All right, so I just want to throw out some honorable mentions. I don't want to go too deep into them, but I wanted to throw Gravity Rush in there, which probably would have been on the list if I didn't have 2 Silent Hills on my list, but it's my list, so whatever. The Nonary games, particularly Virtue's Last Reward, I just don't feel like I've had enough time with that game to comfortably put it on the list, but I definitely wanted to, and I wanted to put it up there, actually, decent amount, but I haven't played through it twice, so I feel kind of uncomfortable doing that. And the other one is Pokemon Go, which is obviously a game I talk about all the time, but once again, it's like a companion game. I don't know. It's different. It's weird, and it's its own thing, so it's hard for me to want to put that on the list. But my number one game, surprising no one, don't need to be cute about it, it's Mega Man 3. Kellen's favorite Mega Man, as he stated earlier.
Least favorite, got it backwards.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is, in my opinion, the best Mega Man game. I'm actually not that much of a purist with it, though. I think that the PSN copy of the game is actually kind of a better way to play it. It eliminates all the slowdown in the game. There is a lot of slowdown in the game, and it changes how you perceive and how you play the game, but I personally, myself, like that. I think it has the best bosses overall of any of the Mega Man games. It has my 2 favorite bosses, and then I think the other ones are good, whereas I think other ones are very hit or miss. I think it has the best music of any of the Mega Man games. It added a lot of stuff that really changed it up. It added the slide, which has been a super important staple of the game since then. And that was interesting because it was the first time you saw it, and it totally changes how they can do boss fights and boss patterns because they added an entirely different move to the game. On top of that, they also added Rush, which is your dog. They added the Rush Coil, which makes you jump really high. The Rush Jet lets you dart across long gaps. They also put in I believe they're called the Darkman fights, which when you kill all 8 robot masters, you go fight Dr. Wily and you go to his castle and you do his castle levels. Not in this game. You beat all the robot masters, and these 4 mysterious robot masters show up, and you have to do replay parts of levels that you've already played, but it's like it's the same assets, but it's like a different area of that place. And at the end, you do a boss fight with the bosses from Mega Man 2. And that is so cool, and they've never done that again, and I don't know why. And in doing that, they were able to make the Wily levels a little bit smaller and not feel so long in the tooth. Some of the Wily levels that you play in other Mega Man games, they're a little bit long. That allowed them to shorten them because they made these really hard 4 almost like challenge levels to do. So that was really nice. I think that just on a gameplay perspective, it's a masterpiece. It was able to tell a really cool brother story through the NES, which is not something that NES games are really known for, but this game had a story. And like I said, I don't need to go into it too much, but I think it's just I think it's the best Mega Man game.
Fair enough.
It is the best Mega Man game. Let's be real.
Probably not.
I think so.
Soccer.
Go ahead, Kellen.
Honorable mentions. So I left off my favorite racing game, but Nick talked about it for us, Burnout 3. What a fabulous game.
Yeah. It's just so nice. Nothing beats that, just like crashing someone and just being like...
I love exploding my car and other people's cars.
Yeah.
Tribes 2, a little PC game I used to play a long, long time ago. One of my favorite multiplayer setups ever, just the way they did everything. Uncharted 2, which... still kind of recent and new to me. I need to go through it again, but
yeah, I almost put that on an honorable.
Man, do I love that game! It is fabulous. Last honorable mention be Fable: Lost Chapters, one of my favorite, I guess, like more traditional style RPGs. If they hadn't changed so much between 1 and 2, I'm sure I'd like those more. But it took out all my favorite things.
How about 3?
I didn't even finish that thing. My number 1 game, to the surprise of actual no one. Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic.
Oh, that's a...
1. You shut your mouth.
The finished one?
Yeah, the one that was completed. 2 could have... anyways. KOTOR 1.
Been finished.
Yeah, that would have been wonderful. One of the first RPGs that I really got into characters and whatnot. I absolutely love this game. It has some of my favorite... probably 3 of my favorite characters of all time in any genre of anything in it, and it's really well done. It's in the Star Wars universe, which but it's so long ago compared to the movies that it's still new and fresh and unique. You get to go to some of the places you don't in the movies, see some things that...
It's a galaxy far, 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 far away.
A long time ago.
A long-ass time ago.
That's what I meant.
It's the same distance, but time-wise.
Damn it.
But no, I love the combat in KOTOR. Everybody It's my favorite version of turn-based because it's clearly turn-based, but it's kind of sped up. But it's all behind-the-scenes dice rolls. It's based on a board game.
Yeah.
I love all the maps are laid out perfectly. I love going through that game and finding everything I've found before is still fun. It's just like the perfect layout of an RPG and an absolutely fabulous story. And it has my favorite twist of any kind in it.
And don't say it.
I'm not going to. But yeah, it just has some of the best characters.
You'll never see it coming.
Probably not. Some of the best characters, some of the best story, the best gameplay. Like, I love that game. KOTOR.
Also, to the surprise of no one, we had the Beast of the East and the Best of the West, but Europe kind of gets left out in the cold because it's not really west, it's just west of east a little bit. So I'm calling it central. I don't have a good phrase for it. But the best of the central games of Europe, of the games that maybe one every European game's decent, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, also known as the best video game ever made.
What is happening?
A lot to say in a small amount of time, but I think the biggest thing here is the way that the multiple stories unfold. The big thing about this game too are the side quests. Most of the side quests in this game are better than most RPGs' main quest. A lot of people compare parts of it to Game of Thrones, which is the big thing now. But it just the same things that Red Dead Redemption 2 gets noted for, attention to detail and just caring about every little aspect of this. And what developer or what programmer thought to include something like that happened in this game. I hope that even though the games are wildly different, that they took key elements of that, and if they spent their 100-hour work weeks in Red Dead, like the report says, maybe it was saying, hey, these guys over in Poland really, hit something here. Maybe if you put all that care and attention and love into a game, people will respond to it. We still haven't had a chance since it's 2015 is when it came out to really see if this has the sort of impact that I think it's going to have. It should have flipped a lot of lazy, I think, gameplay elements that RPGs kind of just fell into now. I'm hoping that it kind of exposes them and people go, oh, okay, well, we can't do fetch quests anymore. Oh, we can't just kind of, just float along and just have maybe a cool character or two and kind of just forget about them. And we can't just, this is the third or fourth game in this series. We can't forget about, some of the things that built up. Maybe we can bring some characters back. And also, we can't just release DLC just for money grabs. We need to give actual content to it. And this game does not shy away from being a very long-ass experience. If you are going the 100% route, it is very easily, after DLC, 225, 250 hours, which sounds gross and feels great once you get past it. But it's a lot to say to someone, just be like, man, just if you got a year's worth of free time, here you go. Another thing that this game gets noted for still, probably on the popular online articles and stuff like that, is just the screenshots and the vivid kind of nature about this game. Everyone loves the big sunsets and the way the wind blows through the trees and just the different sort of landscapes that you're at. Everything ties in very well together. It's another one of these God of War, Red Dead Redemption games where you're mostly out on your own, but it does a much better job than those games, I think, at filling that kind of void. You don't just feel like it's just you in a big open world. The characters in this game, dozens of characters and memorable characters that you can all have great memories of, some shared moments, some great quests, just all around, and it ties into one big, nice, open story. And it's another one of those too where, there's a big main plot to the story, but you don't feel ridiculous by going, I'll get back to that. Let me go save this one small thing or something like that. Let me ignore this world-ending threat and go do something that's not important at all.
Go get a frying pan.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, I know.
And yeah, they're really good at turning the most mundane things into something that's super memorable, and you're just like, huh, I didn't think this was going to go that way. Another thing too that I really love, especially about Kellen's number one, is when you can turn a cool mini game into something more than just a time sink or just like I'm getting an achievement for this and moving on. Whereas his game had Pazak, this one's all about Gwent, baby, and just collecting cards and just being. It really broke the like serious nature of the game when you could just walk into a tavern. You're just like talking about some serious stuff, and then you see the final dialogue option is, "Would you like to play Gwent?" And it's just like, okay, whatever. And then there's 30 minutes gone of your life because you're just sitting there playing a card game, and then you win the card and you move on. So a little bit of like Yu-Gi-Oh style action in the middle of your serious Game of Thrones style game, and it was just really fun. Obviously, my favorite mod of all time that I always talk about is where it turns every battle into a Gwent card game. So you just literally play Yu-Gi-Oh. You're charging at a guy with your sword, and all of a sudden you're in a card table and you're playing. Totally breaks the immersion of the game, but it's all right. But yeah, just so many great things to say about this game, and every minute of all like 250 hours is just well spent. And they put so much care and love and attention into basically just about every non-throwaway character. Like, I'm gonna stab and kill this guy. Everyone who has like a deep impact in the game, they put so much time and attention into. Even the people that they're pulling from the first and second games that no one really talks too much about. It's always kind of just about the third game, even though we're mentioning games like KOTOR, where both games get mentioned, or we're talking about Mass Effect or Kingdom Hearts, where most of these series have multiple games in the franchise where they get talked about, noted. Might not always be number one on every list, but no one really talks about 1 and 2. But 3, everyone's heard of. So, but yeah, that's where I'm at.
All right. We did it, team.
Yeah.
We did our top 10 games. That was hard. That was a very difficult list to make.
I struggled.
I struggled with
it
making
was not
mine
easy
so badly.
I started like 2 weeks ago, and I just kept dragging.
I've been working on it for about 3 weeks.
I've stressed more about this than work.
I don't blame you. But with that said, that's it. That's the end of the podcast. That's the end of the Press X podcast. We did it. 150 weeks straight. Kellen looks tired. Just overall. With that said, obviously, want to thank Kellen, want to thank Nick, want to thank everybody who has appeared on the show, including Todd, Craig, Gareth, sort of.
Kind of.
In spirit.
He's brought us some good times.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yuri. I don't really want to thank Jordan, but I'm going to. I'll thank Jordan for showing up on that one episode, even though I don't know about the nuts and bolts comment. People not happy about that. But finally, I want to thank everybody who commented and support and kept the show going. Obviously, we notice the names in the comments, the people that are there every week, all of that stuff. With that said, I want to just go over a quick list. So, Omar Sar, Kyle Mandrell, W. Jack, Scarlet Gamer, D. Swoop, Lee Aaron, Wing Supernova, Alexander Chilton, In-Game Buzz, Joshua Maria, Enrico Palma, Zach, of course, World End, Zach Yonder. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed when you guys corrected me on that.
Yeah, after
30
the 40th,
episodes later. Yeah, that was
Well,
pretty
he'll
good.
figure it out one day, right?
I like that that's a running gag. That should have been in our memories list. I was
Fair.
like, why'd you guys let me pronounce someone's name wrong for 30 episodes? But that's it for episode 150 of the Press X podcast. And that's it for the Press X podcast until we come back with episode 151, where you guys are going to review Kingdom Hearts. And I'm going to review A Way Out and tell you how good that game is. But thank you guys so much for watching. And I'll see you guys in our other videos.